Hello, friends and fans. Good morning, good evening, or good whatever it is for you right now, and welcome to the China Division 2 broadcast. My name is Nomad. Joining me, it's Fluke and Lizard as we get into today's games. We've got two excellent series coming up for you guys over here, and Lizard's joining us for the first time on China Division 2. Lizard, how are you doing, and what teams are you excited to watch in this region?
All of them.
Great answer. Thank you very much.
I'm doing great, by the way. Thank you for asking. I just arrived home day before yesterday. Yesterday I tried to, go on the mountain slopes a little bit, snowboard. Managed to stay alive just to be back here for the Division 2 Chinese DPC. Perfect.
Well, thank you for staying alive for us, Lizard. We appreciate it. And Fluke, how's it going for you, mate? What series are you excited for today?
I'm very excited for our first series for today, but I want to touch on the fact that Lizard is, flexing that he's able to go on the slopes while I'm still sitting here in Australia when it's like 30 degrees and like 80% humidity, and I've been sweating it out for like the last 2 weeks. But it's okay.
Just fly to Japan, man. They have slopes, right?
Yeah, I'll just jump on a plane. We'll do DPC from Japan and
bring your green screen with you. Put it over your together with the skis or snowboard. Go there, easy fix.
That's true. If you have the long bag already, you'll be absolutely fine. Yeah. Well, we have had one day of broadcast already here in the China DPC, and I think it was pretty free of upsets. LBZS took a win. Meteor versus Mystic, we weren't too sure about. Meteor took the win there, and then Vici Gaming took the win over Cloud because we kind of expecting Vici to do pretty well. But I think most teams we have kind of set up in like the good and the bad, but then there's some in the middle. But we can take a look back at the games we saw just a couple of days ago on February the 5th on the first day of broadcast. So Poke Gaming versus LBZS. Obviously this was a close one until it wasn't, Fluke.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it definitely. Oh, sorry, Liz, you go.
No, I just wanted to say that I know definitely who Nomad is favoring in this whole DPC season, just from this first match that you're reviewing. But go ahead, Fluke. Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's perfectly okay. And yeah, I think this series definitely was kind of an interesting tale for us to look at both these two teams about, what was Poke going to look like. We already had a few known factors on LBZS. We're expecting these guys to be relatively good. And I think for me, the biggest standout was TZY. I think the way that he played that off lane, he really kind of made Lafort look a little iffy in that safe lane. So I think the question mark for me for Poke for these next couple of days is going to be, what are they going to look like in the laning phase, and are they going to have to try and play from behind all the time? And once again, letting the Lina through is definitely not a good start, but if you're going to try and find something to take down the Lina, maybe not open up with a Magnus once again.
Didn't quite work out, but one of my favorite things about watching Poke play is hearing us all try our various pronunciation of L'Enfer. Who's the position 1 on the side of Poker. You want to give it a go, Lizard? You want to try out your French accent?
L'enfer, c'est l'autre.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I tried.
That's what happens when you're European, I guess, unlike us uncultured people.
Wait, aren't you Brexited? Okay.
Well, Brexit, yeah. We consider ourselves our own continent now, floating out into the ocean.
I was at the airport and because I'm from Bosnia, I'm not European Union, so I always have to go to the discarded and area, where all of us with fake passports go.
Yeah, the non-EU.
The non-EU plebs, yeah, and I was surrounded by UK people, and I'm like, yeah, welcome.
Yeah. Welcome to our zone now. Yeah, apparently there's been a lot of outrage as well from Brits who are like, wait a minute, I don't want to get in that queue. I don't want to go in the queue with the Bosnians.
I understand that. I completely get it. So, we usually have some terminal as well, some secluded area on the side. You guys have these fancy biometrical passports and everything, and you just walk through a camera, it scans you, that's it. Back where I go through, he's like, okay, what are you doing here? Why? Why exactly? What are you carrying?
I think maybe.
What's your intention?
I think maybe we might
country?
need a biometric scan next time we go have a look at Mystic and Meteor, because the fact that it was the fight of the that time around, that was a really interesting series for us, by the way, for the way that we're able to kind of pick apart how these teams want to play. I think the big thing for us coming up a little earlier, coming up first today, is the fact that Meteor has shown us that they're a team that really likes to play fast in this DPC. They like to play for their lanes, they like to play around their nature's prophet, and they really like to try and get these games done in, I believe, every single one of their games. And I'm going to look back at it right now. Yeah, they were all 30 minutes, 32 minutes, 32 minutes, and 34 minutes. So these guys like to play fast.
Yeah, when it comes to Meteor Gaming, it's Molasses that's playing there, right? Like he's the one standout name for me. I can remember Molasses. But from Poke, is there anyone that we know, Mr. Nomad? Anyone from previous seasons? Yeah.
No, there's not. No, there's an entirely new team. Also coming in with a bought slot, transferred slot as well. I don't know the exact shenanigans that went down, but they took Dandelion slot. So yeah, just 5 players who didn't qualify, who just kind of strolled in, happy as you like. But yeah, there was apparently Killer, who used to be known as Melodious. I think.
I remember that one. By the way, Fluke, this is no diss on your part. While I'm asking Nomad because this guy and I have literally covered Chinese region like for 3 years now already.
Yep.
So if there's a name that I can recall, like Nomad probably knows it as well. That's all.
We've been on the China Grustle, that's right. And here was our final series of the last day of broadcast, which was Vici Gaming versus Team Cloud. And yeah, I don't think these highlights are going to be very long, are they, Fluke?
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a rough one. We're expecting the Vici Gaming were going to come out and play well. We didn't expect in game number 1 that we're going to play this well. Like the fact that FY got his Rubik and looked absolutely unstoppable. Literally everybody on Vici looked unstoppable, I think, as well. And you know, that game number 2 as well, when we go through the highlights, that was where I feel like Cloud maybe got their souls crushed a little bit. I think after game number 1, they probably came in with a bit higher hopes, and then Vici Gaming kind of spanked them down. And then in game number 2, they went for something weird. They went for this last pick Meepo. We thought, yeah, it's cool that you're picking Meepo, but it's not that great of a Meepo game. They picked this Zeus as well. I believe it was 3rd pick Zeus into a Shadow Demon as well. Their draft looked very wonky in game number 2. So hopefully today when they come back into it, got a fresh set of mental, and they're not playing against Vici, so hopefully they have a better time with it.
Yeah. What the hell is Vici even doing in Division 2? Like, look at these names. It's like...
Yeah. We asked ourselves the same thing when watching this series, to be honest. It was not close. And yeah, I mean, you're a Meepo player, Lizard. How do you rate this Meepo draft?
So, the heroes that he's playing against aren't that bad to play into. Like, Jakiro probably is the biggest issue, but you can deal with him. The problem is that your team is really bad with a Meepo. So your team actually, like usually you want some utility, some buffs, you have absolutely none on your side, so... It's a decent Meepo game, but not with your teammates.
Yeah. It certainly didn't look like anything close to a decent Meepo game. Unfortunately, they get smacked down in 27 minutes in that game. The fastest one of the DPC, at least in the China region so far. So that's not great, but, you know, new day, new me. Hopefully Team Cloud can do a bit better. And we've got 2 series on the cards today. It's Team Meteor versus Poke Gaming to start things off. And then we move into Cloud versus Outsiders as our second series. I mean... Feels fair enough to say Cloud versus Outsiders from China. What are we expecting from that one, Fluke? You know, is this going to be slightly easier for Cloud?
I don't want to say it's slightly easier from Cloud, because if you have a look at the roster from Outsiders from China, they have some very, very big names on them. They've got XM, they've got Echo, SRF, YDS, and Outside, who used to be Victoria. So they have some really big names on this roster, and coming in from the closed qualifiers, you know, when we're covering Western Europe as well, these closed qualifier teams, they're here to party. So I think when we're coming into this, the Outsiders from China, I think this is going to be another rough series for Cloud if they come in and, you know, kind of not draft around the heroes they want to play properly and kind of come into it with a weird mentality. It's going to be relatively similar to Vici Gaming, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. From what I've seen in the first series that they had, I think it should be easy for Outsiders versus Cloud. Because, like, Outsiders and Vici Gaming are probably everyone's favorites, right, to go through to Division 1.
Yeah. I think maybe, I don't know. There's a few question
Them and
marks.
YBB.
You know, there's YBB. Like YBB did beat Outsiders in the closed qualifiers, but of course that's That's in the future. But let's start talking about our series that we've got on the cards coming up next. In fact, coming up very shortly indeed. We got Meteor Gaming versus Poke Gaming as our first series. Obviously, we've seen a little bit from both of these guys. As you said, Fluke, Meteor, they're going to try and play fast. How do you think they're going to match up into Poke from what we saw from them from LBZS?
I think this is going to be a very, very interesting series for us to look at because, as I said, when we were looking at the replays from Meteor, these guys, they want to try and play around their nature's profit. If they can get that in the first phase, they 100% will pick it up. We saw it in game number 2. Their push didn't really end the way that they wanted to in game number 1. They lost that out eventually. And then they came back with game number 2 and said, hey, you know what? We tried to go high ground at 14 minutes. It didn't work out. Why don't we just get heroes that can take it at 14 minutes? And they tried to do that. And going up against Poke, who like to play these kind of hyper carries, I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, that was a funny one for me as well because I was all like, oh, they tried to go high ground too early. Next game, I just want to see them relax a little bit, just try and control the map or something. But instead, they literally just ran at them with like some super aggressive heroes. Meanwhile, Poke, this is the other side of the coin. They didn't do so well versus LBZS. I mean, in the first game, they looked like it was very close, but then LBZS kind of just... They started throwing and then they unthrew. And then they did eventually end up closing it out, but it was a back and forth. It has to be said. I don't know what are you hoping to see from new teams? What's like something which indicates a team is really good for you, and what you'll be looking out for from Poke and Meteor?
What does indicate that a team is good? There are many things. Like many things. First, you start off of a draft, then you start off of the way they move across the map. I don't even know what to expect. I wasn't really following the Division 2 at all up to today, right? Like this is gonna be my first couple of matches where I watch the teams. So yeah, like Division 2 in China can get crazy like everywhere else. Most of anything, I guess I'm looking at stability and some fluency when it comes to the way they move across the map. Nothing more. Like just prove to me that you have a general idea and general strategy within the game. Like you know what you're supposed to be doing at every single point. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. As long as you show up with the amount of forces that you need to, I don't know, take an objective or secure a zone on the map.
Control a map, yeah, exactly. Understand the meta game and see what they can do from there.
And pick some Lina, yeah.
And pick Lina, of course. Of course. I know, Flick, is that something... Which team would you say you saw more of that from on the 5th?
I think I would have seen more of that coming out of Meteor. I think the way that they played their lanes was really, really good. They understood where their strong points were. After that game number 1 kind of blip of them going high ground without an Aegis and not being able to hit the timings correctly, I think they corrected that really well in that series and were able to close it out by getting the 2-1 scoreline. So I think to me, Meteor look like the team that may have their marbles a little bit more together. To be fair though, Poke Gaming do have some really good mid-game team fighting. I think the biggest weakness from Poke that I've seen so far is their side lanes are relatively weak. They like to put a lot of their emphasis on that mid lane for V.
Yeah, absolutely. V is kind of the important one, the tempo controller for that team, that's for sure, whilst the offlaner is kind of just... I mean, we had that weird thing with the... Was it Poke that ran the offlane Kotl, or was that something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kotl and Tiny dual lane, which didn't really work out for them.
That was pretty wild. I don't know. I'm still not sure how I felt about that one when they could have had the Tiny be the offlaner, but... I wonder if we're going to see some more crazy stuff from them like that, or whether it's going to be more on the rails, because their second draft was pretty normal, other than letting Lina through and trying to counter with Magnus, which didn't work at all. And then we also had a Naga Siren who was kind of just didn't want to play the game anymore and just spent every single fight just all clicking all the units and just clicking on the Lina and basically hands off the keyboard going, well, if she dies, she dies. If I die, I die. Yeah. Let's see how this one goes down. Didn't really look
the manliest way to play Dota. Just right click at the enemy and that's it. Maybe press the BKB. Maybe.
Just sit back and see if you can win the man fight with some lifesteal. I think that's always the greatest. You see like an Ursa who's sitting around on 10 HP or maybe even an Axe with a few HP just trying to throw some dunks down. I want to ask you this question, Lizard. Okay, we're actually getting in the draft here.
You can still ask. Draft should not be a problem.
A lot of teams are starting to go with the Magnus towards the Lina. What's the reasoning behind the Magnus into Lina? Because it feels like it just loses the lane just as hard as any other offlaner does.
Well, it depends. The lane can be a little bit rough, right? But if you pair yourself with a good right-click damage ranged hero on the lane, I feel that you can actually contest her with denies. And you do have ways of getting on top of her for later on in the game. Like I think that's the main aspect of it. Like later on, one good RP and she's gone. Plus you can empower one of your carries. Like one of the there's layers to this, right? Like there's getting on top of her. The lane should not be that terrible, and you can empower your carry to match up the farming speed of the Lina too. So
Okay.
there's some
So,
stuff.
so drafting Magnus into Lina is like an onion. It has layers.
It's definitely like a really nice onion. Yeah, ogre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ogres have layers.
This is a very interesting opener from Poke as well, because when Meteor had Nature's Band against them, this is where they first picked the Riki. Last time around, they went Riki into a Death Prophet as well, but they played the Riki with a Disruptor as well. So it seems like Poke has understood the fact that Meteor want to try and go for one of these heroes that allows them to play fast, gives them a lot of vision. With the Disruptor, if you're on the front foot, very, very good hero to be able to catch some more people. So it seems like Meteor's gone, okay, we don't want to play Riki without a Disruptor, so we're just going to go for the Tusk and the DP.
Yeah, I feel like the opening on Meteor Hammer is great. I'm not sure why they open up with the Disruptor in first phase. Don't get me wrong, I think the hero is strong. Okay, now this makes sense. You want to combo it with the Naga, you want to have that sleep into Disruptor ulti. But like for me, there are just better heroes than the Disruptor, especially in the opening phase. Like Batrider is still in the pool. Like, and you had the last pick of the first stage, so you could have just rolled with that. Rubik is still in the pool.
Treant is still around as well.
Yeah,
Like,
there are some other flavors of the meta, but okay, they just want to play their Naga.
Yeah, we just want to play our hero. Give us our hero. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised this early on, but I guess you've picked it on the fourth pick, so you could get to take some bans against it now. But yeah, out of those really high contest rate heroes, I mean, the fact that Batrider's in the pool is kind of crazy. That's still a 100% contest. It's been banned all 7 games thus far.
yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it actually does slip all the way through now for either of these two teams. I think Poke definitely, if it comes out unscathed in this ban phase, it definitely could look to pick it up. I think that was the big thing that I found from Poke was they put a lot of emphasis on V. If you get him off to a good start on something like a Batrider, he can really start to set the tempo for you and really create a whole lot more space for Poke to play around with. So be surprised if Meteor do let it go this time around.
Yeah, I'm just looking at like what do you pick into the Naga? Do they have flex potential on Poke? By the way, overall, have you guys seen it? Like, are they fluffy enough to put the Naga on 4 or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. These guys played a Coddle off lane, so
Okay.
I wouldn't put a Naga support underneath them. So we'll see which way they decide to go with it.
Yeah, they get themselves some Granny here. A lot of AoE damage into the Naga.
I love Snapfire. I love this shard. This shard is so silly. Like
There's just something about you, Nomad. Like, shouldn't Snap be like your favorite hero? I don't know. It looks like your spirit animal.
I appreciate that. Snap's a cool grandma. I could.
She
Oh my
is.
god. Yeah, I hope
I imagine
half
you
as
like a
her when
cool
I'm
grandma,
old.
something
Yeah.
like that.
I'm down. I'm here for it.
She looks way cooler now with the new skin as well, the crocodile skin. Looking like a youthful grandma.
Oh, they make her young. That's not okay. That's ageist right there. Not having that, pal.
Well, they cover her face, so I don't know if there's any more defining features that make her look old in
interesting.
the current skin.
Fluke thinks old people should cover their faces.
No.
Interesting take there, buddy. I'll get down to that one. Meanwhile, I'm going to move the topic on as a responsible host. We've got a 2-Manda Rubik coming out from Poke Gaming. Me to respond with the Drow. So, yeah, so far, do you guys think they have enough catch to get on top of this Drow?
Well, there is perhaps not too much catch, but you have sleep, right? Like, you have sleep to get on top of her, follow up with, I don't know, whatever, Doom, Disruptor ulti. So you have ways. Meteor Gaming, like, you pick the Tusk into the Disruptor, so if you want to blink and save someone, it won't be that easy. There's always going to be Static Storm on top of you. We'll see. I think there is enough catch, but they still need some playmaker on the mid lane. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
they ban out this sniper and stuff. I don't think that's what Poke Gaming needs. I think Poke Gaming needs any sort of a spirit, any playmaker from the mid lane.
It's kind of funny that they ban out the sniper because that's exactly what they played against Team Mystic in their final draft. They went Riki, Death Prophet, Sniper, Disruptor, and Naga. So they seem to think it works pretty well.
Yeah, our budget sniper game. That was quite interesting. The
The
sniper was
Aldi
so
sniper,
poor
yeah.
and still was able to have impact.
But we already have. So who would be mid then? Like Doom or Rubik? If they're thinking that they need a carry, right? Because if you're banning out the sniper, you're thinking Naga isn't carry.
No, they ran the sniper mid. And it
No, I
just
mean in
ran
this
mid.
game, Meteor Gaming has banned it, right? Oh, you mean sniper mid with okay, yeah.
They're
I don't
banning
think-
out their own draft against Poke Gaming because that's the kind of guys they are.
But why would you play sniper and Naga in the same game?
I don't
They
know.
won with it.
I don't know. Yeah, Meteor won with it. So
Okay.
Just some confirmation bias from Meteor, I think. They're just like, yes, this worked for us. It must be good.
must be good. I'm still surprised it worked. I still don't quite understand
Yeah,
that one.
it still happens, right? Like sometimes you get ultra greed draft and the enemy team isn't able to pressure you for some reason. Like it happens.
I do
wanna
want to ask
see
actually. I always thought that Drow was pretty bad against illusion heroes. Like she has ways of dealing with them eventually with Shard and Ags, but I don't know. I feel like picking Drow into Nagasaran is a little bit risky. You don't really have the innate tools to deal with it. Am I wrong?
I think
Yep.
I think a lot of it is kind of the other heroes that are around her. Like they've got Snapfire who's good at dealing with. Obviously, later in the game doesn't feel all too great, but it could just be one of those things where they say, you know, into the Doom we're okay with it, and maybe our carry matchup might be a little bit weaker, but the rest of our heroes can play fast and deal with the Naga beforehand.
Yeah, they go with the Kotl mid, I suppose, right? I think that should be Kotl mid.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, and Meteor Gaming, they are going Kotl mid because they banned Quap. They want Kotl mid. It's like Quap is one of
Yeah.
the worst matchups. I think you just get any spirit here for Meteor Gaming. Is Ember still in the pool? Like you got Ember, you got Void Spirit, you got Storm Spirit, Puck as well is good. Like anything that anything assassin like that goes in the back. Like you can put Tusk mid too, but I would rather Puck is banned. Never mind. So I would rather just have anything that jumps the backlines. Like you're gonna feast on these heroes. You have Disruptor, Rubik, and Kotl. Like it would be any kind of that. Yeah, delicious meat.
Smorgasbord of heroes to snack on.
Yeah, I think Ember probably solves a lot more issues than maybe some of the other spirits do. I agree with Lizard here. I think that any spirit hero is going to be A-okay with whatever Meteor want to do. They do tend to try and win their lanes pretty hard a lot of the time. And I guess that's one of those lanes where Ember versus Kotl is like Kotl's just going to push out the wave and you're just going to farm as well with him. As long as you don't get hit by Illuminates.
Yeah, you kind of can lose the lane a little bit if the rotations are right, but later on, you have a hero that just eliminates him very simply.
I mean, if there's any really good support to pick, they flex the Tusk to mid, and nope, never mind. They're going to get the Ember.
Yeah, they just have to make sure to block a couple of camps for Kotl, so he doesn't get like Vessel BKB very early on. If he doesn't get these, like if he doesn't get an amazing time on the mid lane, like they won't be able to pressure you, because with what do they pressure you? Doom wants to be AFK. Disruptor and Rubik not really the strongest of the duos when it comes to rotations. So I'm leaning Meteor Gaming here, but I can definitely see some chances for Poke as well.
Alrighty, Fluke, what's your analysis?
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Lizard. I think they've got this interesting trio of heroes. They've got the Rubik Disruptor as well as the Kotl that can play really fast if he has a good lane here. They've got two kind of slower heroes, which may be the concern for me with how Meteor Gaming have been playing previously. So I'm going to give a very slight favor to Meteor here in game number 1.
Meteor like to play fast, we know that much for sure, and I'm not entirely convinced that they're going to be able to play at the pace they want to this game, and if they don't, they could run into some difficulties. We've seen them throw games by trying to push the high ground too early. They're playing against a Naga and a Disruptor. This is a pretty nasty combo. And Coddle everything in there as well. I'm gonna lean Poke for this one. I think I like what they've got, and I think that they've got some good strategies which they can pull off. And this Naga can just kind of giga carry this game. But let's find out how this one's going to go as we move into game number 1 of Poke Gaming versus Meteor with our casters of MLP and John X Fire.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into game number 1 here between Poke and, of course, Meteor Gaming. Jonathan, it's my first game back in China DPC, and we have Naga Disruptor straight away.
Yeah, heralding back to the old days when we used to cover China 2018, 2019, 2020. we would see this pop out no matter the mid,
Every game.
right? They would go for this. And the one thing lacking from that recipe is maybe the Centaur offlane, right? You have the Stampede with the Stomp into the Disruptor ult. It's the classic thing you fall back to, and I'm keen to see whether or not Poke can make it work. The one thing I will say, though, we've seen Poke pull out the Coddle before. They played it offlane last time. At the least mid, it makes a little bit more sense, but it doesn't quite boost my confidence. I mean, this is a tried and tested combo, Mike, but it can fall flat if you don't get that running start with how greedy it is.
Look at this, John. Could be a very early team fight to break out. Meteor, they've already grouped up by that tree line on the left side of the mid lane on the Radiant end of things, and Killer may not realize it. TZ, no, he's going to spot him out. T1 Tower will attack. They'll know that pretty much everyone's there on the side of Meteor. Luckily for Poke, not getting caught with their pants down. Should be just fine for now. In fact, hold that thought, because Aaron's been caught out. Aaron gets caught out, and he dies in the river. I'm not sure if they were trying to catch them off guard, maybe not assuming 5 heroes would be there, but that's first blood the way of Meteor.
Yeah, and you feel great about that pickup. You managed to equal out in the bounty rune trade as well. First blood going to Sound Woo. Not the best here to pick it up, but you don't really expect everyone grouped up there. You only saw the Tusk. They run up the ramp again. You have no vision in low ground, so you're like, all right, just Tusk checking for wards, and you get punished. Nice little start there for Meteor. Going to be keen to see if they can build up on that start. So we are taking a look at that mid here. YRG up against V. Ember versus Coddle. We haven't seen this in a while. It does feel like this is something the Coddle can dominate on. Early on with all the spell spam, you're not going to have a good time with Flame Guard. You're going to have to watch yourself here as the Ember really play with a sleight of fist, get some dodging out. You don't have vision here for Meteor to watch the channels from Vito. You did commit all of those wards on that early play on the triangle, so going to be a little bit trickier for YRG to dance around this lane if he's not careful.
Certainly so. It kind of goes back to the thing, though, right? Like, if you can get past this laning stage, Ember's going to have so much presence, and I think it was Lizard who kind of pointed out that they just need someone like a spirit hero to make the jump in this kind of game, and we'll have to tune back and see how they do go in this mid lane. What about the side lanes, though? How about that top lane? You're going to have and TZ against Aaron and Killer. Aaron, again, kind of being chased down here by TZ, but it's going to be just fine for now as Killer will zone them out. It does seem like quite a potent lane from the side of Meteor Gaming, considering you do have Drow Tusk. And in fact, they might try into Aaron again, but it seems like they don't have any spells to throw out. What are you thinking about this top lane, John?
It's going to be a little bit awkward for Poke, and Killer's just going to want to farm.
That's a
Nice
nice
shards
block.
again.
That's a really nice block. It's just not going to last long enough. But go on, finish your point off, John.
Yeah, once you have tag team up here, that would have definitely been a kill. And you can easily run down this Doom as well if he's not careful. The camps are blocked. Really good sentries coming out here, blocking up that large camp from TZ, just ensuring Killer's not going to have anything to play with the Devourer. And that just feels pretty key for the Doom if he wants to take a more active position in that lane. I mean, as a Doom, you don't necessarily want to be active anyway. You do just want to farm up, work towards Midas, get that initial build-up that you'd want, and scale from there. But without that presence in lane, you can't really shove this Drow back, and should have a pretty good time farming. God, I love seeing that.
Here we go again. TZ gets a nice shards block on Killer. Problem is Killer looks a lot more tankier than TZ is. In TZ, yeah, he's just going to drop. They don't have the damage output, even with the level 1 tag team. I mean, maybe if they'd made the jump onto the Ruby, it could be a bit of a different story, but not quite onto Killer.
Yeah, that goes back to his item buildup. He has Wraith Band early on in the lane, a little bit more armor, basically unkillable on the Doom. Remember the times? +1 armor in Doom. Unkillable. You have +2 now. Very nice for him. And up against a physical lineup, that does help massively. So a great investment coming out from Killa. He's nice. He's sniping out the bounty as well. And he's looking for some creeps that he could eat. So there's that way of bypassing that sentry. You could just play with that.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, we do have another kill coming out. Looks like Molasses able to pick off Run Fu Dao. You're going to have, of course, Len Fur there on the Naga Siren. And, of course, many people pronouncing this name very differently, Jonathan. I'm not French myself, but I'll say Len Fur. I'll try to pay respect to the pronunciation. Even though if it was Australia, we'd just say Len Fur. That's not going to happen this game. Top lane, TZ. Shards out, he's going to drop again. I'm not sure who he was trying to make the play on, but if it's the Doom, that's not the target you want.
Nah, he's just too durable. Again, this is a heads-up play from Killa to go for that Wraith Band, knowing he's up against his physical lane, knowing there's a lot of output with the tag team up. But all that bonus is physical as well. And you've got the Rubik to cover you. Once you get that Fade balled out, reduced damage coming through, kill potential does go down. You've got to be a little bit cautious on the side of Meteor, and TZ's forced to walk back with his smoke. So, no TP back, no opportunity to refill mid bottle as well. You're feeling great right now in Poke, at least from the top. And even your bot lane, you talk about Lunfa, he's not being slowed down too badly. Though the levels are going up on Molasses, you can start to play a little bit more with the Spirit Siphon. But early on in that laning phase, you don't have the best ways of dealing with the illusion spam that Lunfa will get out. And with a Riptide up, a couple of lucky clicks, you can get easily run down. Ranfu can punish you if you're overly aggressive as well.
Absolutely. That's kind of important. Oh, hold that thought, because top lane, there is going to be a kill to fly out. Looks like TZ tried for the third time, and this time around it does pay off. He does at least find himself killer. In fact, was the one to get it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ma Blue does end up dropping. Runfu able to find him out. And kind of goes back to your point. They still have very good kill potential here on the side of Poke for this bottom lane. If you do get caught out, but I suppose it's only a support for now. Not the biggest deal in the world. Still, I mean, I kind of agree with your point. In fact, top lane, Aaron's being caught out this time, and they'll find him. Able to pick up the kill on the Drow. And I kind of wonder, right? Because not having the best CS right now, but in terms of kills, he's already found 2. Would you say this is a really great lane compared to, say, the Naga lane right now?
I think it's ramping up. Drow can get in line a little bit quicker, although Naga doesn't take too much as well. Down mid, YRG's dropping pretty low here.
He certainly is. Continuing to move in. Ma Blue just helping set up, and oh, never mind. Never mind. You know, I thought they had V there for a moment, but apparently not quite.
Not quite. Had the stick charges up, was in the spirit form. Really good juking around, really good bait coming out. And the heals coming out, of course, when you're in spirit form with the Illuminate is pretty massive. Not only that, but you've had a great time here for V and just stacking up this medium camp as well on the side. He's just able to farm up so much quicker. 3k already from this laning phase with that kill under his belt. No one to stop him from just clearing out these stacks. And there was some scouting coming out from Meteor, but they haven't been able to contest. This is going to lead to that fast start for V. Spirit Vessel not going to take too long, and he's going to be able to run around, make the space for these 2 greedy cores while they farm off. Just be active.
Well, this is one of the things I like from this region, right? Because you don't get to see mid coddle very much in this meta as top lane. They do find killer once again, so having a fantastic time. But going back to the point I was trying to make there, John, as a coddle player, right? Like you lost the small camp in an earlier patch, which kind of sucked for the mid lane coddle, but now you have this large camp, you can still stack yourself with the Illuminate and still farm very effectively. And I've kind of been wondering, why has mid coddle not been that popular in other regions? Seems like at the very least for China Div 2, it seems to be kind of the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, the timings are great. Again, the matchup for the Ember is not the best for him. They're trying to get some rundown here on Sanwu.
Oh, they've got a nice rotation. V's got the boots to travel up now, and that's going to be 2. Getting taken down there on the Drow Ranger, and of course you found TZ as well by Killer. And that's the thing, you don't expect that fast of a boot to travel to come out from the mid lane, but he doesn't bother going for the Spirit Vessel Rush, rather just finishing off the boots. And it does pay off. Those are 2 massive pickoffs.
Yeah, they're not able to stop the Coddle. They're not able to punish that squishy target just at the moment. You don't have the output on YRG to really go for the burst plays just yet. No Orb of Corrosion, no phase boots, so his right clicks aren't quite where you'd want them to be to get that commitment out. And your side lanes are opening up nicely. Like, you're finding these kills on the off lane for Killa. You're getting space up for Lanfa. He's already in that jungle. Again, no forward vision coming out here just yet, although there's one ward watching Lanfa. But they don't have the levels to punish yet. The supports are not quite there. You've got X already on Molasses, but he would much prefer to push. And you don't mind that too much as long as your jungle's uncontested. So all in all, a really strong start for Poke. For Meteor, they need to find a way to maybe start playing around with rotations from their Tusk. We haven't seen TZ leave top too often. And the Tusk really enables this lineup to just play aggressive with Sanwu's chasing down.
Aaron kind of revealed himself here down at the bot lane, but there's a lot of TPs coming in, so he buys a lot of time for that tier 1 tower to survive. And well, with that, Doom's committed. There's no way out now for the DP, so Molasses is going to drop, and Ma Blue, well, he's going to go for a run, but they've got the chase down very easily, thanks to the vision setup of Ranfu. And well, V, on this Keeper of the Light, he is just destroying them right now.
Yeah, he's just everywhere. Has his fresh urn, so he gets a lot of charges up. He's ready to go. And this is exactly what Poke needs to do. This is exactly what their lineup needs, just a super active mid that has this massive early timing that you can't quite deal with on Meteor. You still need to farm up on you used your Exorcism, but didn't manage to get the push off. And it's just pixel perfect so far. Side of Poke, and at this rate, Kill is going to have his Midas at a good time, despite that lane going a little bit more back and forth. Lanfa has all the space in the world.
Jump in.
Onto the Yasha, and they're making moves.
Mid lane, they're going to try into Eren. It's not too hard of a pick-off here. Eren does eventually get taken down there by YRG. Is that something for your trouble? Obviously, you'd much rather find the Keeper of the Light, but they're not going to get so lucky. Meanwhile, bottom side, Molasses might go for a bit of a chase into Killer, but doesn't want to go too deep without vision in that Radiant jungle. So we'll just leave the Doom, bring a beat. And of course, for Molasses right now, he is just pretty much interested in trying to take the bottom tier 1. So he'll just go back for that. Problem is, it's going to be a bit of a slower process without the Exorcism up. But chase on again for Killer. It's actually a lot of damage being dealt the Doom's way. Molasses, he might just keep going for this. No TP rotations yet, but there's one incoming. Is it going to be in time? Not quite. V will still try to fight, but Molasses going to try and juke him out the best he possibly can and does do so. The Illuminate missing. V is still trying, but Molasses can heal himself up. V now in pretty big danger, but the cookie's not going to land. Scatterblast does, however. V still trying to juke out in that tree line. Still alive. Instead, now Mar Blue going to drop on the Snapfire. Molasses unable to help out whatsoever there for Mar Blue. And well, with that, the T1 bottom tower, it will remain protected.
They might be able to find more. Molasses is still here.
Oh, they've got Glimpse up in one. There it is. Glimpse him right back. Molasses sticking around a bit too long, and that's going to cost him his own life now. No helping out. Meteor Gaming, they're trying to bring more heroes down, but it's way too late.
They're just not able to connect in the nick of time. And it's good to see Sanwoo taking that active position here on the snap, but TZ, it does feel like you need a Tusk to be there a couple more times. He was there earlier on in an early engagement, but you need to play around your DP. She's the person that's strong right now. YRG's farming, M's farming. These cores are not ready to go just yet. And they're very close to finding that bot tier 1, but it's 180 HP. They just need to kind of commit for it.
They're going to try again, it seems. Molasses has rotated back down, and this time does have Exorcism if he does need to force a fight. They won't need it, though. Few right clicks. Looks like the side of Poke, they've kind of accepted the fact that the tier 1 is going to drop. See, they've got quite a bit of punishment out of it anyway, so they won't mind too much. So it seems like now Poke might try to focus into the mid lane instead, maybe try to focus down that mid tier 1 tower. Of course, you've got the Ember around and Killer. He's trying to rotate over. Maybe get a Doom off on. In fact, Static Storm will do the job. They'll hold him down more than long enough. They'll even Doom on top just in case. And they will find YRG. No one willing to try and deny him off. Meanwhile, V, however, does get caught. I'd say that's well worth it for the side of Meteor Gaming. Is Eren, when he'll get a deny off, he'll get a nice remnant back the other way. But at the end of the day, this mid-tier 1 tower now going to be in danger. Molasses, he has got the Exo going. But they'll glyph up, but it's a great trade of the mid lane for the side of Meteor.
Yeah, it's a huge trade. 2 ults dropped just for 1 hero, opening up this opportunity for the mid. Showing up early just with the Dragonlance, feeling confident this push potential out from MG is pretty damn high. So with that mid taken out, with the bot taken out, bot jungle opens up a lot more. You can start contesting that farm coming out from Lanfa and from Hilla much more consistently. Although, to be fair, you do have really good defensive wards coming out here from Poke. And they are still in a slight lead. Despite that, V is still on top, has the full Spirit Vessel up. So you still have some issues coming out here for the side of Meteor. You're close to the Guardian Greaves timing for Molasses, and that's going to be the big one. Once you've got that self-dispel away from the Spirit Vessel charge, you feel a lot more durable up front, and you can just kind of tank your team going forward. They need to really be aware, though, as you leave Lanfa alone, the Manta coming out, Naga with Manta is almost ready to go. Maybe you just work yourself towards one part of the Scotty, just one more Ultimate Orb on top, and you've got the stats to kind of just join your team.
Certainly so. I mean, YRG's already kind of setting up with a Maelstrom, of course, to be able to kind of fight back, but Poke, they're going to smoke up. Mid lane is where they're looking. They'd love to catch YRG again if they can. Ms. V's already broken his smoke, but it won't matter. YRG won't see him. Aaron trying to move in for a lift up, does find it. Static Storm will be dropped once again. They've locked him down and they should have plenty of damage, and they will. Very easy pick off here for Poke. No vision on the high ground there for their Ember, is what I was trying to say, is now Ma Blue trying to back off and does do so. But they found the Ember again. Obviously, YRG's not having the greatest time in the world at the moment in this game. His rotation's down towards the bottom side now. They'd love the Drow as well. Killer, he'll rush forward. Glimpse is going to be there. They just wanted the vision. Still trying to run is the Drow, and looks like he's going to be just fine. He'll get right out of there. Aaron does at least get himself a cookie. Shards way off the mark. And TZ, oh, he can't go too much further than that. Lift back towards the Coddle. TZ trying to make his own way out now. Should be okay to do so as the Illuminate will not connect. Glimpse back, however, still just chipping away at the tusks. Ma Blue going to try and move back in onto the Rubik. Aaron dropping low. Snowball will be there. Killer is out with the Doom onto the Ember. Kisses have been committed, however. Can they at least get the Ember out? It looks like they can. Killer's the one to drop. Aaron will as well. And Molasses will happily pop the ulti, just preemptively to make sure the fight cannot continue. And with that, Meteor, I mean, they can just keep chasing if they really want. Looks like V's going to get away just fine, but they will win out the team fight.
They went out in a big way, and they've got vision under Lanfeur right now, starting to make their way out. Not that much time left on the EXO, but they can get some good punishment. No points in the song leveled up here by Lanfeur.
No, certainly not Lanfeur. I mean, he's been silenced up anyway. There's your point up in the song now, but it's too late. The double silence making it a bit too challenging. And the problem was, John, his Manta, it was on cooldown. I believe he used it to farm the creeps.
Yeah, just popped it under vision as well. Really good board coming out there from Meteor, understanding where Poke would want to get that farm up. They are still a good net worth lead here on Poke's end, though. I mean, you've got the Doom, you've got a Coddle. You do want to maintain that net worth lead here, but it doesn't feel like you care too much on Meteor. You're hitting your early spikes on you're hitting those early spikes on YRG. Love that he's going for the early BKB here as well, so that will force the Doom usage onto him, but it will make Static Storm kind of useless. And we've seen what Poke wants to do. They always commit on that Ember. Every single spell they have coming out onto YRG, the BKB will at least force the Doom to consistently be on him at that point.
Well, here we go, a bit of a hunt coming out. Chance to scout the high ground, won't find any vision. YRG, can he juke this one out? He'll get a remnant anyway, but Ranfu, he does have the Static Storm up, so we'll just commit it straight away. Illusion's out, stun is there, however. The Ember, a nice force away, will save the day. As Meteor, they wanted to go for a bit more, but won't test V on the Coddle. They'll let him run. It's still a pretty massive pickup here into Killer.
Yeah, they're suppressing that Doom quite well. He's relatively underfarmed for a Doom right there with Molasses, who has been more active as well in that DP. So you are keeping some of these cores in control. Lanfeur is still farming like a madman, though. Orchid almost off. But doesn't look like they care too much. Core-to-core matchup for Meteor. You don't really care too much about the Naga. I mean, you've got the Ember counter. You can go for the Ag-Sound line from if you feel the need to. Probably not necessary. Multi-shot alone with a hypothermia earlier on is more than enough.
Well, Ma Blue's going to drop here on the bottom side of the map. Nice pick off there from Poke as they go for more now. YRG sticking around, but not afraid as they don't have the Static Storm available. Killer tried to blink in for the Doom, but won't be able to get it off in time. YRG just fine to remnant his way out. Still playing on the edge a little bit there as the Ember, but that's how you tend to play as Ember Spirit. Going back to, of course, Lanfeur, like you've mentioned, John, multiple times, he's just been completely free-farming this game. I kind of wonder, like, surely there comes a point as the Naga where you do start to outscale everybody else on the side of Meteor Gaming, but it is still pretty challenging into the Drow and Ember, that's for sure. You ask yourself the question as well, and I know we never see this itemization, but it might be actually a decent game for Ags on Drow.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't know if they feel it's necessary. Hypothermia, along with multi-shot, it feels more than enough to kind of deal with it. And you've got the Ember anyway with the Slight and the Maelstrom. So, yeah, it's not an immediate pickup, but maybe as a 6th item pickup, maybe the Blessing down the line. And once these illusions are tankier, because at the moment they're more than manageable at the moment. You don't have the heart up on Lanfa. He is working on that next. But as it stands, these illusions are not the tankiest. So no need for the Ags just yet from. It's so weird to transition to just making sound there. I'm having fun with it. It's just also the strangest thing to ever do in a cast. It's the most interesting name.
Oh, we've done it before, John. I'm pretty sure we've done a few names like that before. This one's very interesting, though. I do agree with you. Mid lane, Aaron, it's not really the target you want for a 5-man smoke. They'll try to avoid the Rubik. Instead, go into that Radiant Triangle. Oh, they'd love Lunfer. Vision down. They will not see the Naga. And it seems like Poke, they're very well aware a big smoke's happened. So instead, Meteor Gaming, they're going to rush into that Roshan pit. They've got great vision in that Radiant Triangle to scout out any rotations incoming. And this Roshan, it is not going to last very long. In fact, it seems like Aaron's got a good idea what's happening right now, but it's way too late to respond to this. Roshan's gone. We'll pick up the Aegis. We'll be very happy with that, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're all set, and even TP's in to defend the spot tier 1.
Uh-oh. Yeah, quick glimpse back. It's a classic. What do you do? I mean, sometimes you don't see the disruptor. Sometimes you just get glimpsed back to the other end of the map.
It is what it is. You don't miss out on too much. They didn't mass TP as well, Meteor, so that probably saved the Aegis life. For no one else came in besides this Tusk.
They will find TZ though. So at the very least, they get something for their trouble here. The side of Poke, they'll find the Tusk. Not too big of a deal.
Lanfa.
There's going to be Lanfa. Lanfa gets caught top lane.
He was playing tag with YRG. YRG was forcing the issue, but he had backup. He had his Snapfire. Cookie came out after the Manta usage, and in comes to just melt them away. It's not what you want to see here. It's still smoking up in Poke, but no one's on this side of the map. Tier 2 just slowly being shoved in. It does look like Meteor is aware that after that kill on TZ, they ain't playing down there. They're just gonna push top, get that tower out. And that's the one thing we've seen as well. Once you take that top tier 1, top tier 2, it doesn't take too long either, especially with the Drow here.
That it will not. And they'll get started. Just getting to work. Tier 2 tower, like you mentioned. Going to be a very fast process here for Meteor Gaming. Of course, they got the siege creep as well. V's are eventually going to rotate, try to set up. Does just illuminate the siege creep. The annoying thing there for Killer was, had you not thrown that Illuminate out, you may have been able to try for that Drow's life. Now, I realize she still has Aegis anyway, so maybe you don't want to try for that, but it does still look like you have plenty of burst potential. It's the walk in, mid lane. I mean, he gets the song off. Instead, though, Meteor, they've rotated onto Killer. They've got so much vision in that triangle. They'll force out the BKB usage. This is not the fight for Poke. So they'll commit the Doom on TZ. Or rather, the DP, I should say. They'll find one. Keeps going. He'll find Ranfu. And it seems like you just can't fight these guys right now. Even with the Doom committed on the Death Prophet, it just means nothing.
Oh, and that's the last target you want to Doom out there. You do stop the Exo for a while, but you're just free to dance on YRG.
Chains out onto V. He's still going to be okay to back himself out. In fact, now YRG, the one being chased down. Lift up, very, very nice, but YRG is still going to be able to just remnant away and barely survives with his life intact.
Bail out there. No Doom for the next team fight. You still have the Static Storm at the least, but with the BKB up on YRG, that's not going to be enough to pin him down. And it just comes back to that poke. Lunfa ran up to YRG solo, got the root off along with the Orchid, but immediately songed away. He couldn't contribute to that fight at all. And it does feel like that's one of the situations where you want that song to set up. You want to get them in that choke point with a Static Storm, but it just wasn't there.
Certainly was not. With that, I mean, Poke, they've had such a free time farming this whole game, and they've still got a 1k advantage, but it means nothing. 23.5 minutes in. And sure, Lunfa, he's going for the Heart of Tarask now, but even then, like, I question whether he's going to be that tanky against this Drow at the moment, because it just feels like he's got so much damage.
Yeah, the output's ridiculous, and that's just with Hurricane Pike and Manta with a shard. Like, it's ridiculous how much a Drow is allowed when no one jumps onto her. And for his part, has been keeping his distance well. The only thing you have to jump in is this blink on Killa. And even then, he's forced to make that choice between going for the Drow or going for YRG.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
On we go. Tier 3 bottom tower now under siege.
Tower is under attack.
See if they do try and come back to defend this. I mean, you kind of have to as Poke.
Radiant structures.
Thing is, it doesn't seem like they have many buybacks available. The only buyback that's currently available is the Naga Siren on the side of Poke, so if you get wiped, they might just go for more. Mind you, the tier 2 towers in the mid and top lane are still standing. So Meteor would have to try for tier 4 towers if they did get an advantage here. But it won't matter anyway. Meteor, they're going to back off. It seems like they're more than happy with the rotations being forced here on the side of Poke. And with that, they'll go back and defend that top lane for now. Still a lot of damage being dealt onto that tier 3 bottom tower, and well, Poke, they're kind of just being run around the map at the moment.
Yeah, it goes back to what the panel was saying, right? The last time they saw Meteor, they immediately tried to force high ground issue way too early on. They respect the fact that there's a Coddle. They respect the fact that it's a lot harder to siege the high ground than it should be. And their Aegis was set to expire, so they play it safe, but they immediately smoke here. Fresh Heart picked up by Lanfa, but they've still got the damage to deal with him if they find a good angle in the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit more HP, but like you said, I feel like the damage is still there, and well, Meteor, for now, going to hang around the top lane. Won't try to go too fast. Just hanging around that dire jungle. Looks like they had some vision taken out as well. Poke. Setting up for the mid-tier 1, it seems. Molasses going to be around. Cookie not going to be on the mark. In fact, Killer's going to make a jump right in. With the Doom out onto the DP, they just want to burst her down, and it looks like they'll get away with it. Molasses is gone.
Dire's middle tower is under
Kind of wishful thinking to run into a whole team like that for the DP, but it's exactly what happens. At the very least, you know Doom's not up now. Problem is they found the Ember as well. Follow-up stuns are there from Killer. YRG, he'll get the BKB off eventually, trying to still fight, but eventually will run him back away. Meteor. And do they want to keep this fight going?
Radiant's top tower is
Mar Blue, slowed up by the Solar Bind. He's going to be okay. Tips out there for Mar Blue. That'll be about it. Chains out onto the Naga now as well, but it's just chip damage. It doesn't seem like Meteor are 100% ready to try and force another fight as Mar Blue. He'll cookie away. Killer's found the Drow though. In that dire triangle, he's right underneath vision. Who's going to try and force stuff away, but the lift back is there. Lock down the Drow. There is no surviving. Oh, this is not a good team fight at all for Meteor. Mar Blue, he is barely getting out as Molasses is going to try and trade with Killer. He does pick off the Doom. Can they find V as well? They'll move on to the Keeper, ensnare him up for a moment. V still running. The kisses are not going to reach. He's going to survive just barely. YRG the one to go down. They do at least find Eren. But now the chase is on.
Oh, boy.
Lenfa, he's too big, this Naga now. Not without the Drow. You won't have the damage. He'll song up. They'll snowball right back into the Naga Siren. But Lunfer, still okay. Still running. We'll turn back around to TZ now. So TZ overextends. We'll go down to the Tusk. The chase is still on for this Naga Siren. But the glimpse is there. Or rather the TP is there and he is okay. Without the Drow, there's no way you kill him.
I think they would have been very, very close. Just good dancing around coming out from the side of Poke. Eventually, if you just whittle him down without any mana, you don't have any counterplay coming out from Lunfa. So you could just control him up. Do want to say, coming up here from Meteor, this double Lotus Orb has saved him a lot of times. Like, it's managed to bail out YRG when he overcommits in some circumstances. It allows them to get some counterspell usage back as well. The one thing that's really messing up for Meteor is the fact that you don't have any protective items yet on All he has is that Manta. If he had a BKB there, managed to BKB off the Glimpse, that might have ended up a lot better, but it was a chaotic fight from both sides. Like, a lot of great kisses coming out from San Wu and just good angles. Just not enough, considering just how well the jump in from Poke was.
Close but no cigar. That's the thing as well, like, you can't catch, or rather, like, he was right in the division that whole time. You just can't get caught out like that as the Drow Ranger. And look at that Poke. They've got a Roshan open for them at the moment. They'll move in. Here we go. Tables have really quickly turned here as Poke. We'll have first dibs on second Roshan. It is a much slower process than what Meteor had. So Meteor, they certainly have the time to try and rotate in and force a fight here, but it seems like without the EXO up, they don't want to try and fight. Scan is out, but well, can they make it? TP's in here from Molasses, but they're just not ready for it. Roshan, it's gone.
Yeah, now you have to deal with the Ag Shard reset on Lanfa. That Song healing. Combine that with the healing coming out from your Kotl in spirit form. It's a lot of durability. Without that, you know, you might still be able to take a fight or two. With that reset, it feels a lot tougher for Meteor. They don't quite have that burst here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Now Meteor Gaming just trying to play a bit of a slower game. As looks like Killer's going to find TZ, but a nice blink away, at least for now. They just want to keep vision for the glimpse back, and they will get it eventually. That'll be TZ to drop. I suppose you could argue he's buying a little bit of space for his team. Take the outpost back as well here for the side of Poke. And they'll hold on to a 6k advantage. Almost 30 minutes into the game. The Meteor, I mean, they've got a lot of catching up to do now. Silver Edge is the build-up here from but it's still a long time away for that, and it seems like Poke are going to try and poke that T2 mid tower.
Yeah. They've got manpower, they've got all these spells available as well. Forces fight out. Oh.
Killer, he's popped his BKB here, trying to chase down the Drown. Oh, he gets the vision. Will get doomed up immediately, but do they have the follow-up for this? Very preemptive Doom, but nobody there to lock down the Drow. Instead, they're going to try and move on to the Ember, but he's okay. YRG will survive. But now with the Doom down, you could definitely try for a fight here as Meteor. Chains out onto the Tusk, or rather the Kotl. The Tusk will jump in, but TZ going to be forced to run right back out, and it's a bit of a scattered team fight. Nothing really working out for Meteor as they'll jump in once again onto the Tusk. TZ is gone. YRG going to try and force the fight in the middle of nowhere at the moment. Molasses will be there to back him up. They'll find at least one onto Ranfu. As they continue on to Lenfer, they might have the damage this time. The Naga is going to drop, at least for the first life. Still has the song available if need be, though. Lunfer, he'll get silenced up here by our Drow, getting taken down very, very quickly. There's your buyback from Ranfu. Another silence out. Just such a long duration for this Naga Siren, but Lunfer is still okay to TP away. They won't be able to hold him down long enough. But you kind of see, as long as they have those silences, as long as there's no mantra available, you've certainly got the control. You just need a little bit more for that secondary life.
Yeah, and it just kind of went sideways there for Poke when the Static Storm just completely missed. Like, they didn't manage to lock in the Drought, they didn't manage to lock in the DP in that usage, and that just provided that opportunity to commit onto Lanfa. It's still not a positive trade coming out for Meteor, though. They're behind, they lost 3 heroes, they only really found the Disruptor. They couldn't take care of the Naga's secondary life, and now the full Scotty's up for Lanfa. So much more durable coming out here. Love the pickup from Killa. Aetherlance into the Octarine. Even just the Aetherlance added Rage on Doom. Gonna make it so much easier for him to catch out someone like YRG.
Marblu, is he baiting here? He does get caught, Killer, the one being chased down on the Doom, but he got his BKB off in time. So they do lose Marblu. They might even lose TZ on the Tusk. Still being chipped away at with the Spirit Vessel. He does go down, and now Molasses. He's a much bigger target. In fact, they even found the Drow, but they can't deal with him at the moment. He'll turn back around onto that Doom. Does take him down. Lunfer, he's trying to run with the song, but has the BKB up. TP away. It should be enough, and it will be. He'll be just fine to back his way out of there. And the rest of Poke, they'll also be able to do the same. Problem is, though, you trade a Tusk for a Doom. It's not the best here for Poke.
No, it's not. At the least, you hold on to the Doom. They didn't manage to expend it, so on the respawn, you will have that for any follow-through fights. No big objectives to go for here for Meteor just yet. Roshan still a long ways off, as it has been freshly taken still. And you are still seeing the signs of life come out. Like this Drow, if you don't get on top of her, if you don't handle her, and just allow her to get the hits off with the Frost Arrows, with that Hypothermia, all the stats in the world still aren't enough to save Lanfa. You can still pierce through with your marksmanship, and you can still handle that. It's just the positioning of Poke is so damn good. They're just so far apart, and they've hit from miles away that only Lanfa and Killa have to go up. You can't deal with the backline. Like all the lifts, all the stolen spells coming out from Aaron, even stealing Spirit Siphons in some fights for the Fear. It's massive. and you only have YRG to kind of break it up in the back consistently. You could try with TZ, but he's not durable enough in that Tusk, and he doesn't have the burst damage to one-shot these supports. So that's where the challenge comes in for Meteor. They've got to get themselves into the fight somehow. Maybe this full Silver Edge will help out in terms of repositioning. They're going to need to rely on that, just somehow find a way of taking away these saves from Poke.
Yeah, certainly so. But we'll see how it all pans out. I mean, there is a bit of a group up once again here from Poke in that dire jungle. Kind of the opposite effect here for Meteor, just hanging around that dire triangle for now, but slowly moving their way back up. Bit of a scout out here from They'll see a Naga illusion, but that's about it for now. When I say that, Lunfer, now under vision. The Drow gonna find the real one and does move in. That's a lot of damage output, but the song is there. YRG not gonna allow the TP away with the song. In fact, Doom is committed. Killer, he's gonna try and help turn this one around, but do they have the control? It doesn't seem like it yet, but no, a nice static storm. It's gonna hold down Molasses. The DP in trouble, but just so tanky. Molasses is still going, still surviving. They don't have the burst damage. He will survive. Meanwhile, chase is on. They'll find at least Runfu. Molasses once again being the target of this team fight, but surviving once again is Lunfer. He'll try to move in. Stolen Kisses out, needing to back off here on the Drow. Does force staff away, but nobody dying. Molasses, he'll move back in again. Lunfer, he's ensnared himself up on the Naga. He's in so much trouble.
Oh my God.
And he's gone. How does Molasses survive? In we go for more. Snowball out. Aaron, he'll try to run, but they have the vision. What a team fight for Meteor Gaming.
For a moment, it looked like Poke were baiting them in, right? Getting that chase on Lonfer, having Killa come in with the Doom, but it just falls flat once more. The follow-through Static Storm didn't manage to stick. The Blinding Light actually saving them, pushing them away from the kinetic field before it was fully up. And then it just devolved into chaos. Like, once that backline's exposed, once those spells are down, and again, they didn't jump. He was just allowed to twack away. He saved his BKBUs. Very confident in that fight to rely only on the Manta going off cooldown to dispel a lot of their control. And having that BKB at the end for the man fight. That was just great patience coming out from Meteor and Poke. I mean, they still have this 4K lead, but this is with a lineup that wants to be extremely ahead. They do have the Hex up here, though.
Bottom lane, yeah, they'll find Molasses with that Hex, and he will not be able to survive through it. V just pumping out so much magic damage. It's Killer now, but he does get caught by TZ. Nice shots to lock him in. Do you have the follow-up, though? Well, now you certainly do with him being around. TZ, he will be able to survive just barely, as now the multi-shot. Not killing off Killer quite yet, but the kisses will fly in just to make sure. So Marblue will secure the kill on the Snapfire. I'll find a decent trade here, offlane for offlane. Meanwhile, Lunfer, not out of danger yet. The Ember Illusion will chase him down just a little bit. Going to give enough info away for Lunfer to back his way out of there. Realizing he is not invincible in this game, number one. Still such a close game between these two teams, though. Only a 3k advantage the way of Poke. And that is considering you have a Doom Naga on their side of things.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like that's a considerable enough lead for you to feel comfy here for Poke. Like, they can still split push these lanes. There's no opportunity for Meteor to go onto the high ground. They will have to group up, though. Big fight here. If they win this on Meteor's end, Roche is open for them.
Here we go. Aaron immediately caught out on the Rubik. Does get caught and does get taken down. Surely he's trying to run, but it's not enough. Song of him being committed, but they hold down V for just a moment. He'll try for the TP away and he is going to have enough. But Lunfer, nah, he just walks. He is all right. Does have that Trickster's Cloak up, and that allows him to just get away very safely. But like you said, Roshan is up. Maybe you force the fight, even with the Rubik just down. It's still something.
It's just a bit scary to fight into that tight area, but Meteor, they want some pickoffs first.
They're going to try Radiant Triangle. Nobody around. Only Naga illusions at the moment. But it is even scarier trying for Roshan when you know those illusions are just going to come into the pit to check every single time. Dagon up as well now for V, by the way, so even more burst damage available on this Keeper of the Line.
And the great news is there's no Pipe of Insight to kind of block off the magical output here. So this is great
Ouch.
scaling damage coming out from V. You haven't been able to itemize for that here in Molasses. On the other hand, it does leave you very exposed once that Hex is down. He'll smoke up here in Poke's End, trying to look for an angle out.
Oh, they found the Ember. YRG immediately caught and is set to fall. They'll keep trying to fight anyway. Killer is going to be the sacrificial lamb here for the side of Poke, though the Glimmer Cape is buying just a little bit of time. Meanwhile, was getting taken down by Lunfer. YRG, he brought back in the middle of the team fight. V does go down. They've lost the Coddle. Lunfer, at the very least, going to be able to song TP out just fine. But they've lost 3 for
Roche.
their trouble. A fantastic buyback here from the Ember. What's so funny, John?
Just for a moment, I saw YRG holding 2 gems. He's like, yeah, 1 for each eye. We've seen 2 boots before, not 2 gems. Does hand it
Right.
away. And Roche doesn't take too long to melt. Refresh shard on hand as well. Massive for Molasses. They have that secondary exo to go onto the high ground. And it was actually rather interesting how was positioning himself. He stood next to the Naga, did not care, was not dying. And, you know, they didn't manage to find her. No one else was there to commit. When that Doom is down, you just have a massive opening and for YRG to jump in. This is still a slightly risky spot, but he has Aegis to protect. There will be Doom on the respawn thanks to the Octarine on Killa, but the high ground's not going to hold for long here.
It certainly won't. The T3 mid tower dropping so darn quickly. And here we go. Mid-rack's under siege now. Poke. They can slow this down with the Fade Bolt, but it's not going to do too much in the way of protecting the racks.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Eventually it will just fall here to damage. At the least, they know that they can't Mega Creeps them at the moment, because there is still a top T2 tower. And it seems like Meteor, they are still willing to play this very safely. They won't rotate down to the bot lane. Instead, Lunfer, this is a risky play from the Naga. All by himself, but will not get punished. Meteor believing maybe the full team was behind him.
Dire's bottom tower. is
And with
under
that,
attack.
Meteor, they'll just reset for now. Again, no need to rush. They have the Aegis, they have the cheese. They have a Refresher Shard available on our DP. So you're going to have double EXO very, very soon.
Scanning.
Meanwhile, Poke, they want to try and force the fight right here, right now. Into that Dive Triangle they go. They've just got to find a way in. In fact, never mind, they'll go through the bottom lane. Or at least they'll try. YRG going to reveal himself on that creep wave. Does have a remnant available. Jump in. Hex is there. They should have the lockdown. With the follow-up stun. With the static storm. Why? No, never mind. He'll be able to BKB remnant out just in the nick of time. Some is being chased down the Drow Ranger. Killer is there to back them up. The follow-up stun. The kisses. Everything hurts so much, but the Drow are surviving. Cookie back in though. That is not going to help their cause. He just wants out of there. Lenfer still trying. Might find YRG, but that's just the Aegis down. How do you deal with the Drow Ranger? Killer right behind him with the Lincoln Sphere. It will pop. They just don't have the damage. The Drow is still running. Oh, he will survive. Disgusting.
Oh, no,
This
Lunfer.
Lunfer gets caught by the remnant, but no, the slide of fist is too late. Still a pretty decent team fight. And this Drow John, he just won't die.
No, they really won't. They were forced to just, again, a really chaotic fight. They didn't commit Doom on YRG, so he could get the BKB off. You don't have the Yags up on Ranfu. So you just don't have enough lockdown to burst YRG down. And he gets that window to escape. Sure, he still loses Aegis, but you find some good trades. Widow spells committed, high ground's opened up. No Doom for 40 seconds. You will have Doom on respawn, again, thanks to that Octarine build-up. But you're ready to go here. Full Ags up and running for YRG. No buyback for 4 minutes still. So if you do manage to find December this time, that will push Meteor all the way back across the map.
Here we go. Bottom T2 tower. Again, not going to last very long at this rate.
Radiant's bottom tower.
More Lincolns being brought out here from Meteor just to make it as hard as humanly possible for these Dooms to come out. Wait for a creep wave here, Meteor. It's kind of hard against the Keeper of the Light. He's always going to be able to just every single time. So they will back off and wait for another day. This time around, they will not have the safety of the Aegis up. Farm a bit of the neutrals instead, here in the jungle. Poke. in the mid lane. Looking to set up.
Poke really needs his ags to be up and
Oh, they
running
might
and kill
jump in. YRG. Lincoln's broken. He's going to be okay, but the Doom is out. They've caught the Ember, but can they keep this fight going? Looks like TZ is in on the task. They have found Killer, but not for long. TZ, he will be the first one to drop. Even the Doom out onto the DP now. Static Storm even being dropped just to make sure she can't keep going. Onto that Naga Siren they go, but he is just fine. Like now the chase is back on here from Poke. Will move in. They still want the DP and they will take her down. Molasses is gone. And it seems like Meteor, they can't keep this up, or can they? Jumps in onto the Coddle. The damage is there. They've got enough. But now a huge song setup. There's just no follow-up to it. Remnants forward. Lunfer maybe sticking around a bit too long. Still trying to dance and jive here with the Ember. Killer will jump in as well. The stun is there, but the Force Staff's away. YRG. He will be okay for now. Lunfer needs to get the hell out of there. Shards will block his path, however. He'll have to run the other way. Force Staff into the high ground, so he's going to be okay. Back into the Doom they go. Killer trying to save the day, but it may cost him his own life. And it does seem like it will. Lunfer? I don't know about this. He wants to keep the fight going. Aaron's going to go down to a cookie here from Blue. And the Naga has stuck around a bit too long. And he is surely just dead. And he will go down.
Oh, God, those fights are just so chaotic. All the Lotus Orbs, all the Lincoln stuff. This is really smart itemization from the side of Meteor. It's so chaotic for Poke. They don't know when to commit. They don't know when to throw the Doom out. They don't know who to Doom up because of all these saves. And they pop the Static Storm. They get a good kinetic field, but no follow through. And now you could gun for the end here if you're inside of Meteor, and they will.
Tier 4 Tower's under siege now. Just not enough buybacks available at the moment. They'll commit onto the Naga. So Lunfer, he'll be back into this fight. Meteor, it seems like they're more than happy with that buyback committal. They won't try to force T4s any longer. Just go back and control the rest of the map. That they will. It's no rush.
Yeah. I was having this debate in my head for is level 25 as well. He opts for the marksmanship chance, so it's a 52% chance to pierce through the base armor of the Naga. It makes sense. 12%, I'm not sure if it weighs more than a multi-shot, because output through multi-shot is massive as well. 3 waves is just so much DPS coming through. So we'll see whether or not RNG favors him, and the 52% chance just guarantees 100% onto Lanfa, removing that base armor. He looks so squishy, right? Like, that marksmanship, if you don't disable it, if you just pierce through, I mean, it's so squishy. Like, your EHP just shoots down to almost 0. You have all this HP, but no armor. Doesn't matter.
It's a very, very painful hit for Lunfer, and he's trying his best to remain in these fights, like just reset and go back in, but the problem is his team doesn't have the same durability on their own heroes, so unless you have everyone else up, you can't really afford to stick around too long. And well, now Tier 2 tower has gone top lane, so all outer towers are down. Of course, you'd love to just secure the Megas here as Meteor Gaming if you can, and have a very easy path into the win for this game 1. And with the Exo popped, it's not going to take very long. Meteor, they'll just keep it up. That's the Tier 3 gone. But Meteor, they won't try to force anything more. Seems like they're, again, very happy to play very conservative gameplay here from Meteor Gaming. Roshan, it's going to be a decent timer as well. 1 minute, 10 seconds away. So not too long to wait. And if you want to just play ultra safe, you may as well here at Meteor.
Yeah. Play it safe. Poke's the one forced to run out here. They've smoked up. We do have a few buybacks ready at least, but no buyback from Lunfa if he's caught out of position.
The Courier
What's
of the Ember just sitting there,
Is it
almost.
bait? It's bait.
I guess it is. And there it
There you
is.
go. Now they know smoke's up.
I
They
mean,
know.
is that bait, John? It had a full Gleipnir on it.
Yeah, maybe. You probably didn't want to lose the Gleipnir for sure. It's 3.5 minutes without it. But
I mean,
at the same time, you know there's a smoke. Molasses knows he's in trouble right now.
that's it's a very interesting position to leave your Courier in. It's almost like a
It's next
BM
level
move.
one.
It's like, here's a Gleipnir. Enjoy. Let's take
No, I
this
think,
out.
see what he's trying to do. Look, he's showing in lane. He wanted to remnant back, pick up the Gleipnir without showing it, right?
Right.
That's the play. He's just
Right.
hiding the Gleipnir. I mean, you would expect him to have an item up because he hasn't changed since getting the Ags. But still, one of those things he tried to be sneaky about, I suppose.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Perchance.
It happens though. What can you do? You lose the courier. Things happen. Molasses. Jump in. This will be a nice pick-off. They found the DP once again, so Killer, no hesitation, will throw out the Doom. Does secure the kill. For more though, they'll find TZ. He's a bit of a tankier target here on this task, at the very least from before, but TZ eventually will drop as well. In goes after the Naga. But not feeling confident without his other two team members. They will back off. Luckily for them, the Roshan's still 5 seconds away, but unluckily for them, it's only 5 seconds away. So Poke... Oh, they don't spot it out. Roshan spawns right after they walk out of the pit. This is so unfortunate.
One more.
I mean, they found the Drow, but it's not that easy. Lincoln's broken,
Oh.
lift up, Ensnare's there as well. Morby glimpse back. Okay, this could be a huge pickup on that Drow Ranger, but the BKB TP away might just prove to be enough, and it will be. Sure, you waste the BKB at the very least on the Drow, so it's going to be down for another 80 seconds. But can you even think about high ground before that?
Dire's courier has been killed.
They're going to try. They've still got the Naga, they've got the illusions. You do have Kisses to stall this out from Sanwu, and he will use it. He's got the impact damage, melts right through the illusions. They need to make use of this on Poke. Respawns, especially for Molasses, not too far off. No TP point for Meteor though, as it is taken away. That's a big Roshan to take. Ag's Blessing on deck, everything you could ask for there. Full Ag's now up on Killa, while Doom is off cooldown. This fight could easily go Poke's way now. It's a lot harder for Meteor to fight into that AoE Doom.
Certainly is. Roshan going down quite quickly here for the side of Poke. No vision around the area. I mean, it's quite obvious Roshan's probably happening anywhere here for Meteor Gaming, but it won't matter. They won't try to force the fight. That's going to be 4 items from Roshan being handed the way of Poke. See who takes what. He'll pick up the Axe Blessing himself on the Keeper. Will-O-Wisp now available. That's going to be quite annoying in the middle of these team fights. By the way, Blink was lost on M's Courier, so he won't be able to buy out the Swift Blink, and he's just queued up a Divine Rapier instead.
That makes sense. It's kind of a do or die, ride or die kind of scenario now. Right away. And I do see our panel molding. I see Fluke molding that we don't have the Ags on the Disruptor. Well, to be fair, you have Ags Doom. I mean, you would love 2 AoE Dooms on hand, but Will-O-Wisp, much bigger. And you're still going Dagons here for V anyway. He's still going all in on that burst. The side of Meteor, this is a really awkward game for them to fight into all of that control now. They've got to be really smart with their positioning. AoE Doom just ruins them, BKB or not. Your Lincolns aren't going to save you. Your Lotus Orbs aren't going to save you. So they need to be a lot more cautious going in. And maybe this is where not committing onto that high ground bites them. Like, we heard the panel say Meteor was a bit too quick to jump the gun in their high ground pushes in their last series. This time, they were way too cautious. There's still the bot racks and top racks. They've only taken mid. Not enough for them to keep these lanes constantly shoved out against a Naga and a Kotl. You've given us opportunity for Poke to sway this game back into their way. They just need to be really careful. This is a scary fight that can come out from Poke if Killa's around.
Well, they aren't going to try and force high ground yet, but like you mentioned, the control's back the way of Poke. And they can just keep dominating the map and catching up on that farm that they feel like they're lacking right now, even though they are still the ones 4k ahead. But I mean, why not make that a 10 to 20k lead before you try to make high ground a reality here for the side of Poke? Looks like M's decided he's not going to go for the Divine Rapier, but rather will build a Refresher Orb for himself.
Shame.
Certainly a shame, John. Not what you want to
Lovely
see.
AC pickup here as well from Lonfa. So now you have some 15 armor to block off the marksmanship pierce. So you do have a lot more EHP. That's actually a huge amount of EHP, considering that's compared to 0 when marksmanship is up. So Lunfer is going to be a lot more durable now. I'm not sure if you have enough on the Drought to still take care of her as fast as she did last time.
We'll find out very soon, I'm sure. I say that though, again, it seems like Poke are more than happy to just control the map and farm all the camps. That's fair. I mean, if you are Meteor Gaming, considering the state of the game, you might just want to wait out the ages to expire before you try to force a fight. And that may be the idea. Like, they have decent high ground defense here with their own draft. There's no real reason to try and force a fight yet. Especially if Poke aren't coming to you. And with Poke, I mean, at least you're getting more and more time for V to finish off that Dagon 5. That's something.
He's always there. Yeah. He's got the Octarine and the Spell Prism with Chakra. That's actually almost a 6-second cooldown between Dagon uses. That's actually pretty big. You know, BKBs only last 6 seconds. So there you go. Still no
Very
pipe
nice.
as well to negate some of that magic damage out. Although, to be fair, you could end up in a situation where you Dagon on someone with Lotus Orb. Then that's
Right.
not quite as fun.
No. I mean, there are a lot of Lotus Orbs this game. So I guess it could happen, but you know, not going to be as impactful as, say, you know, the Solar Bind into the Dagon. Unless you Solar Bind yourself as well. That would be very nice. Poke. Again, just holding the low ground for now.
There we
Meteor,
go.
they are refusing to try and move low ground, and there's your Dagon 5.
Look at that. 9.9 second cooldown with Chakra. That's going to be 3 seconds in between usage. 3.9
Excellent.
seconds. Very nice. Love to see it. I mean, we're at the point where we're 5 minutes away from the 60-minute mark. You know,
Oh, I
some
love
big items could come out there.
It's a nice welcome
Giant
to
Ring,
the,
of course, on Doom. Always
nice
good.
welcome to China Div 2 as well, Jonathan, for us. Or at least for me.
Takes me back. Takes me back. Those days, Mikey. Those days when we'd see nothing but 60, 70-minute games. With Naga and Disruptor as well. And a
Every time.
Gyrocopter IO on the other side. That would always be it. That would legitimately be a lot of the matches we casted in, like, say, DPL CDA Season 1.
It was amazing.
Amazing's a word, Mike. Smoke out here.
Swift
This
link
could be
up from
amazing.
M. So the Drow Ranger does have the Swift Blink available. Aaron's going to get jumped on, but a nice blink away, though. No, Static Storm. It's been kind of whiffed here by TZ. Or rather, Run Fu. TZ the one to avoid it with the Snowball. Now Snowball being stolen here by Aru because TZ's going to get glimpsed back into the loving arms of Lun Fur. There's your counter Snowball out onto Molasses. Meanwhile, Killer in the backside causing so much havoc with this Aghanim Scepter Doom. Nobody can do anything right now on the side of Meteor. Just back off. Though Aaron and V both getting caught out by the Drow Ranger. She snuck up right from the backside. Finding a couple. There goes Killer. He'll find a triple. But can he find Lunfer? The Naga is the big one. The song is committed. Lunfer, BKB, TP away. Should be just fine. And we'll make it out. And so will the rest of Poke. But this Drow just really saving the team fight. Just coming right from the behind and just catching all these people off guard.
Ham's been playing perfectly. Just spectacular. He knows what to do. His itemization's been great. That early shard pickup enabling them early on, and now just his angling, where he's finding a way back into these fights. Now, the AoE Doom is massive, but they did have to pop... I believe a refresh shard was used up there. I saw Doom go off cooldown once more. And it does look like that was the case. So you don't have that instant secondary Doom coming out now. And now, Meteor, they forced out 2 buybacks. You find V once more. You know, he might regret that Dagon 5 pickup, Mike. He might be
I
regretting
don't
it
know.
if he gets caught out again.
I suppose so. It's kind of like, what else is he meant to build at this point? But I suppose it's a fair point, John.
BKB, E-Blade, perhaps.
Oh, well, here we go. Jump in from our Snapfire. Static Storm
No,
again
not
being
again.
sent out. I mean, it is a 1 minute
blinding
cooldown,
light.
to be fair. He's alright. He'll be able to get out just fine, but he does pop his own BKB. Lunfer still trying to move forward. Feeling very confident with the song. And I know, John, he did get blinding lighted out of the Static Storm. The thing is, this has happened so many times now with the blinding light or the lift up. It just keeps happening.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. But BKB pop from is pretty big, I suppose. So you can kind of hold back in that. Roche in 20 seconds, we'll see that respawn. They could... I mean, you don't have a clear advantage right now on Meteor or Poke. And you do buy out the refresh now on while still having buyback. So that's massive. Double BKB use. It's going to save you in quite a few circumstances here where it does feel like is limited by his BKB duration now. So a secondary charge is going to be big. Fairly quick Roche, 40 seconds away. Both sides ready to take that fight as well here, Mike. All spells off cooldown. It's all down to how well you can angle here on Meteor, because up front, Poke has way better initiation. So Meteor have to poke and prod, find these awkward angles, work their drow with that Silver Edge. And
YRG doomed himself. YRG gets caught. There's no way out of this one, and he is just down. Another big pick off here for the Ember, or rather on the Ember, is Killer. Really easy to set up once he has the Ags up. And Meteor Gaming, well, they're still thinking about Roshan. They're still hanging around the Roshan pit at the very least, as another smoke will be popped. Lunthur will break his own. Both smokes broken now. They won't see the Drow though. Runfu's the target. Multi-shot will connect, but it's not going to be enough damage. Lunthur in the middle of everything, but he's just so tanky now. With the BKB up, he is afraid of nothing. He'll get out. Look for a reset. Blink up now available on Lunthur. At least on the Courier. No BKB available. In they go. Killer. He'll make the jump in. Onto TZ, but the Tusk is just fine to survive through it as YRG will move in for a bit of revenge onto that Doom. Problem is, that ball of light going to make it rather hard to chase. And there's that Swiftling. Available on the Naga now. 60 minutes in. Tier 5 items up. How fast can you find them?
Ooh, they've got a few camps here. With no luck on Meteor. You need it.
Literally no luck.
Gotta find something. Mirror
Not
shield
one.
would be nice. Come on. There you go.
Oh,
Giant
there it
Scream.
is.
Oh no. Poor our Doom.
For the Naga.
Give it. No, no. Oh yeah, okay. Naga I can get behind as well. Look at that. How big does she get? Wow. Look at those illusions.
They are massive.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Thing is, they found a Stygian Desolator on the Drow. He's going to move it on to
nice,
Killer.
but
The Doom already so much trouble. It's so much damage, but no, the cheese is there. The cheese is there. It's gone too quickly. Force-staff him away. They'll try to save, but the glimpse back is out onto the Drow Ranger. She is trapped up and she is gone. Commits the buyback though. YRG now also caught out, will drop. No buyback available on the Ember. It's TZ. TZ gets caught. TZ is gone to boot. And then they go for more. They even found another. Mar Blue. He gets doomed up. He'll be okay to back off, it seems, though Lenfer is still chasing him down. They'll get the Solar Bind. They'll have the control. They'll have the Snapfire. That's 3 down now. Another buyback committed. An ultra kill for Lenfer. He wants a rampage. He'll chase down the Drow Ranger. He'll get the Solar Bind put on him. Just so slowed up at the moment.
God.
They'll dig on him down. Where's your rampage? It should come out, but no V. V keeps denying it away from his Naga Siren. Let him have it. Let him have it. Oh, it's too late. It's too late for the rampage, but it won't matter. That'll be a GG the way of Poke. They will pick up the Game 1 victory against Meteor Gaming. And in what fashion? 2 racks is down, but they still managed to make it happen.
That was ridiculous. They were only 1 racks down, to be fair. They didn't manage to clear any more racks there on Meteor's end. But the back and forth, both teams bring out their A game. Maybe going back again, Meteor, they didn't manage to clear out those racks when they had time. And at the end, we saw V's Dagon pay off there. So it all kind of lined up for Poke. And just eventually, you get Ags, Doom. You have all these spells to throw out. You just don't have counterplay left.
All right, well, with that, John, that's enough from us. We're going to throw it back to our panel to see what they thought about this Game 1.
Poke's turn to prods in game number 1 as Poke do eventually turn things around and get the victory in this first match. But my goodness, that was a bit of a romp. But I mean, I'll let you guys go. I'll let you go first, Fluke. Give me your thoughts on this game.
60-minute banger for game number 1 of our second day here for the China DPC is always exciting for us. I think for me, that game went really back and forth and really eventually came down to some very key decisions. I believe it was around about, I think it was 26 minutes in, was when they first got the Aegis on for Meteor Gaming. They looked like they were doing really, really well. Then they went for a smoke play up in their top side of the jungle. They rotated back towards mid, and Molasses got cookied in by Marblue onto the creep wave. I have a feeling that they felt like that the two illusions that were, well, the two Nagas that were in the mid lane, one of them was not the real Naga, and they got cookied in from Marblue. They eventually blew up Molasses. They started to crumble a little bit because they tried to have a little bit of save your mate syndrome. They had lots of tier 2 tower. And that's when we really started to see Poke, really start to knock on their front door. And then it just got to a point where a lot of these decisions, you kind of had to play perfect for both these two teams, and there was a lot of mistakes going back and forth, and it eventually got to 60 minutes where Naga and Doom take over.
Absolutely, yeah. This late game was just kind of unplayable eventually for the side of Meteor. Listen, I mean, what do you think the major mistakes were from the side of Meteor? Because they were in the lead at several points in this game.
Yeah, I don't even know, man. The game was super fun, like just enjoyable to watch. Like, Division 2 games can either give you the worst possible games, or they can give you something like this, which, okay, the execution from both teams wasn't stellar, wasn't perfect. Like I still stand behind of my words. I think that Dire had but a better draft overall. I love the way they kited the Naga in team fights, like around minute 40 mark, like the amount of plays that they did with 5% HP. It was enjoyable to watch. One cookie here, one cookie there. That Prophet surviving on 5% HP, still fighting out, still going strong. Still trying to fight the Naga. But this game needed to end for them a little bit earlier than the ultra late game. Even though I feel that Drow should be stronger in this position, it takes only a couple of times for him to get caught. By the way, let me just pronounce his nickname.
There we go. Yeah, Mike was doing an excellent job on the cast that, by the way. Like, to the point where I was like, is he hesitating? Or, oh no, it's just the carry again. Mike doesn't hesitate in fights, but it was really funny. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, got caught a couple of times and that's it. But overall, I feel like Naga should not be the ultimate scaler. Like, this is a hero that peaks at a certain point, and then other carries like Drow can take over.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta ask the question, like, what happened to Meteor from 2 days ago? Like, what happened to them since then? Because Meteor were just the team running at the high ground. Like, the moment they had a tiny little advantage, they were taking full use of that. They were pushing hard. This game, like, they just didn't want to go up there. It was like me trying to invite my friends out, They're always like, oh, no, we're going to push high ground, but it's my brother's dog's birthday, and I said I'd come along, and I'm just like, all right, fine. But that's what it felt like. They did not get up there at all.
I invited you over, and you were like, oh, I have to check with my girlfriend. Oh, I don't know. Like, what do you mean, your friends? Your friends are inviting you.
Anyway, moving on. MVP, Fluke. We're going to give it to the cuddle here.
Yeah, I think he played well in that mid lane. I think he could have definitely rotated a little bit more earlier on, but I think him being able to have a lot of utility in a lot of these fights towards the mid game definitely would have felt pretty good. I think an honorable mention is going to have to go out to Killer as well towards the end, getting the Aghanim Scepter, being able to catch out, YRG as well as a couple of times is exactly what you need out of your Doom, and him being able to find those members after a few failed attempts and still be able to keep at it and keep going is kind of the reason why that poke got over the line, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, was there any possibility of Meteor taking this in like the super late game list, or is it just like the drafts didn't work when it hit that 60-minute mark?
Well, you are playing into a Disruptor and Doom, so that's kind of hard, right? Like, there are some heroes that are just very strong in the late game, like in super late game. It's Doom, it's Enigma, it's Disruptor, right? Like, these heroes that make it unplayable for you no matter what you've got, unless you have some dispositioning tools that also work versus Static Storm plus versus the Doom. But it's kind of hard. They didn't have that. They didn't have any Rubik's or anything like that. They had a Tusk, which is kind of fine, but not good enough.
not good enough. Yeah, unfortunately, Meteor don't quite get the win here, and game number one will go to Poke with a really back and forth romp of a game number one. 60 minutes plus is the timer on that one. So we're going to throw it over to a short break, and then we shall return for the second game of this series. We'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the panel, which unfortunately doesn't look quite as good as those opening graphics do, but we're trying our best as we move into game number 2 in this series between Meteor and the lovely, lovely side of Poke Gaming. Game number 1, a bit of a back and forth, a bit of struggling, a bit of fighting, but in the end it is Poke that take out the victory, and now we move on to game number 2. Fluke, Lizard, we talked a little bit about V in that last game, but were there any other standouts for you from that game, maybe in the different roles?
I think for me, in this first game, seeing Killer on a hero that allowed him to have a little bit of kind of control in the mid game felt pretty nice. His lane did go a little bit bad once he did lose his lane partner, but I think seeing Killer on a much more traditional offlaner gives me some hope.
Good stuff. What about you, Lizard?
I liked Molasses.
On the TV, just hanging out.
Yeah, I like he was fearless, like for real.
Yeah.
Like the team fights that did go their way, like he was a focal point of them almost always. I was like halfway through the game when I thought that they already won it. I was like, okay, he's my MVP, but they didn't win it eventually, so.
They didn't know. I mean, it almost went on script for me, because I said that they'd go high ground, they'd mess it up, and then Poke would win. And that did happen, but then Poke also messed up a bunch of times, and then it came back the other way, and I was going, oh man, there goes my script, there goes my boasting rights. But yeah, it was a bit of a flip-flop, but I'll take the win. I'll take the win. I also thought deserves a bit of a shout out as well. It was some really nice Drow performance. So I wasn't able to seal it up in the end, but honestly, like, he was getting work done in those fights. Like, what an absolute beast. But game number 2, we have Alina coming out from Meteor Gaming. Poke, what is the response? Well, there it comes, thick and fast, and it'll be the Ricky and the DP.
Yeah, Ricky DP response to Alina. I don't know, man. I've seen the story before. You give the Alina away, you lose to Alina, you ban the Alina next game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, the lane itself is already decent. Like, you have a DP and a Ricky. It doesn't beat the Alina, but at least you have some setups for her later on. I don't think they'll have kill potential between the two of them. I don't know. If you're running Ricky, I don't think you should be focusing on getting heroes that tend to snowball, tend to like get, just take objectives and that's their main purpose. I feel like you need these Nature's Prophets, you need these Miranas, you need these heroes that can actually benefit from your Sleeping Dart much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know where you're coming from. You kind of want to abuse the setup, right? But hopefully they'll be able to do that later on in the draft. For now, they just want to get something which can be kind of the core of the fight, something which brings in all the attention, just like last game for Molasses. And then allow the Ricky to hopefully slip around the back and find his target. But yeah, Lina Beastmaster, I mean, these two heroes, very, very high win rate, very high contest rate as well. Same with the Ricky, though. He's also got, I think, the highest he's got the highest win rate out of heroes with over 50 games in the DPC as a whole. 72 games, 65% win rate. So, it's statistically a stronger pick than Lina, but we all know that that's not the case.
He's one of those heroes as well that China doesn't really put too much stock into, from what I've seen from some of the Div 1 teams. So it's interesting that he's starting to see a little bit more contention this time around between a lot of these different teams and stuff. Media Gaming, though, they've basically just replaced the Nature's Prophet with their Lina from their Game 2 draft that they won up against Team Mystique as well. They just want these heroes that can go fast, they can go into towers. Their Beastmaster was really, really good last time we saw it as well. And they've, again, just got these low cooldown heroes. They've got very straightforward setup for them. They can go into a tower, they can defend their towers, they can take towers. I'm really liking this very straightforward draft coming in from Meteor.
One thing I would say regarding the Ricky thing is that you're absolutely right. For Div 1, they didn't really pick him much. So far in Div 2, we've seen him picked a lot more. He's had a over average contestant rate here in the Div 2.
I just don't see the point. I don't see the point of Ricky in this game. Like,
yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from.
Yeah. It's like it's solid. It's gonna give you info. It's gonna go behind enemy lines, whatnot. Like you'll have that dart to set up with. But what are you setting up? A tombstone or an exorcism? Like you're gonna sleeping dart into run in with a DP. Like
Maybe the DP and the Drow are just really bad at landing their silencers. You know, their AoE's just not quite big enough for them.
Yeah.
I do agree with you, Lizard. It's like the idea that I was thinking with the Riki into the Lina is you get the sleep dart, you sleep her, and then you just chain stun her, right? And you just be like, okay, you can't get your BKB or your Satanic off or any of those other items, but Poke have no stuns. They literally have no stuns. So unless this final hero coming in from Poke is going to be their wombo combo, we're going to insta-delete Lina every time we see her, then I feel like this is probably going to go to a game 3.
Yeah, no stuns gaming. Like, you know what? Actually, like in the last DPC season, I've seen more and more teams just not care about that. I don't know what's up. Maybe it's these new kids in the block, you know, they're too cool for school, too cool for stuns.
Stuns are training wheels, bro. Real chads don't need them. Real gamers don't need stuns.
Meanwhile, Meteor Gaming all in on the stuns.
Yeah, they're like, we will take all the cracks we can get. Thank you very much.
And it's decent from Meteor Gaming as well that they can ball up. Something that Fluke was mentioning little bit, like you have this Beastmaster to play around. Same like Poke Gaming more or less with the DP, but the problem is for Poke Gaming is like your supports are very slowish. Meanwhile, on Meteor Gaming, if you're balling up, if you're going for towers, like you can get pickoffs so simply. You have this snap and clock. They're extremely aggressive. Yeah, we'll see. But do you guys value the Lina over the Drow? I guess everyone does, right?
Yes, I think so. I think like when there was a lot of the Shadow Fiends and a lot of these other range calls, we were seeing the Drow in response to that, I believe, around the TI time. But I think Lina just does so much more and goes so much faster than what the Drow can, and it's very, very hard for her to keep up. So I think at this point, I'm definitely feeling like Lina is better, way better than Drow, just with how fast that she can farm early on and how dominant she is in the lane.
Final pick now for Meteor Gaming. They don't need stuns. Maybe could use a little bit of team fight from this pick, and that's exactly what they think as well. So they will go for the Mars as a final pick up here. That'll be their mid, I would guess. So Poke Gaming, over to you guys. But first, any thoughts on the Mars, Lizard?
Yeah, just solid with the Lina, right? Like setups the fights with Snapfire too. But also decent versus the Drow, right? Like you get that arena too. Like it's decent versus the right clicks, but multi-shot always works. So there are still some ways of dealing with it. We'll see. Like Mars is considered cursed by JT and some other Chinese players on the offlane. Basically, they call this Mars a cursed hero. Like who picks it loses with it. But Meteor Hammer, for me, they've got the looks. They're all kind of on that red spectrum. They've got the heroes. They've got the stuns. I don't know. It's hard to go against them in the second game, even though they just lost. But yeah.
Well, in regards to Mars being a cursed hero, so far it's been picked twice in Div 2 and it's won both of the games.
Oh, there you go. So in Div 2, it's not cursed.
Yeah, Div 2 not cursed. Easy. Same with Riki. Div 2, it's a much more contested pick. Div 1, they don't like it.
And the final pickup from Poke Gaming is going to be V's Dragon Knight in the middle lane. So two big tanky boys battling it out in the mid. And yeah, again, it still doesn't really seem like the Riki's kind of got anyone to play with, but you know, I guess he can jump in and sleep them, and then DK can come over and stun them. It's something, I guess, but yeah, feels a little disconnected. It definitely gives them that stun you were looking for, though, but is it enough to sway you in the direction of Poke Fluke?
I think they have to play really fast with Eren and V. I think if V can get off to a good start and try and run around the map, but Meteor Gaming's draft just seems so easy to execute, man. Like they just go around, they get their level 6s, they can run into a tower with a Beastmaster, they've got the Snapfire, like they've just got so much extra stuff to be able to utilize as soon as they hit level 6 that I think it's going to be a little bit too hard for Poke Gaming to come over the top of it.
Listen?
Yeah, I think we might see game 3. At the same time, I love Dragon Knight into the Lina, like any hero that can get on top of her and stun her for a longer time. Plus you have, what do you have? You have the Draw Aura with you, so that also helps. Like they've found some ways of eliminating the weaknesses of their draft. They can bowl up with the Dead Prophet, Dragon Knight, Dead Prophet Draw. I don't know, I'm 50-50. Like after the last game, I'm 50-50, even though I would side with Luke that one draft just looks way easier to execute.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go Meteor, to be honest. I think I've learned my lesson about underestimating Lena, and she's so strong as a 1 that you don't really need a 2. You just need a 1 and then 2 3s. But anyway, let's throw in our casters as we've got 2 10s on the mic. It's John and Mike.
Thank you so much, Nomad. I mean, giving us a 10, Jonathan, that's a bit that's a bit of a stretch from Nomad, but we'll take the compliment. Going into this matchup, Lena has been allowed for Meteor Gaming. Now, Jonathan, we've seen a lot of Lena being played throughout DPC, at least for Division 1. It's never a really good idea to hand this over.
Yeah, it isn't. Now, you've got ideal lineup here for Meteor as well. I mean, Clockwork Lena combinations, very bog standard. You've got the front line for Lena to get her spacing out. It's rather interesting that Poke have gone for the Drow themselves. I mean, in theory, it's like a range core that kind of matches how far Lena can hit. So you can't stand a million miles away. Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of rushed in here on his own. Battery Assault's going to hold him down. Of course, you're going to have the Light Strike Array, and there's just no survival. TZ, he's going to be very happy with that kill. Securing first blood on the Clockwork, he'll buy out some brown boots and a mango, or rather 2 mangoes and a brown boots. And that's a fantastic start here for Poke. Or rather, Meteor Gaming, excuse me.
Yeah, they're going to have a great time starting. You're going to have even more presence coming out here on her Clockwork. And aside of Poke, they've got to be a bit cautious. That's something that could happen over and over again with this Ricky support. You can get some stuff done in lane. Your laning partner with a DP, it can get aggressive off the Blink Strike slow. You can kind of maximize it there and try to run in with Spirit Siphons, but it's just risky. The Clockwork is just such a great foil to that. And I think for Poke, yeah, it's a matter of waiting till minute 15. You know, you get that shard, you feel a lot better in that Ricky.
Talk to me about this mid lane for a moment, John. We're seeing Dragon Knight versus Mars. DK, you know, it's one of those heroes, right? Like, I wouldn't say it's very good in the current meta. What are you thinking about this? Like, do you feel like maybe in conjunction with the DP, it offers enough? I'm just trying to look for kind of the shining light here with this pickup.
It's push. It's all about push. You've got DP, you've got DK, and Drow. You're looking to end this game very quick on the side of Poke. Now take out the objectives, prevent the farm for the Lena, maybe take away some of the impact that the Beastmaster will want to do in some split push as well, and just kind of go from there. So it's just a matter about playing around objectives for the side of Poke. They've got to be able to play around that spike early on for V and for Killa, but it's going to be a rather boring mid. Like, this is a 1v1 that doesn't tend to land into kills. Just all farm, not real action coming out.
Molasses,
maybe some rotation, so.
He's barely going to be okay just getting out of the range of the multi-shot. You just can't be too confident against the Undying with all those decays being taken away here from Molasses. So much damage to be taken out. Instead, though, Mar Blue's now the one to be chased down by Lon Fur, but won't have the control for it. Just level 1 frost arrows at the moment, so just not enough slow. And it seems like Meteor at this top lane, they're just going to keep going for the creep pulls. They're not interested in trying to force the 2v2 scenario. Obviously, very unfavorable matchup here for the Beastmaster against Drow Undying. So they make the right move. They just keep pulling creeps, and that way you never have to deal with this duo.
Yeah, you've got the summoned boar anyway to tank through those creeps. You can just get your EXP gain here from Molasses, work your way towards that Dominator. You are surrendering a lot of free farm out onto Lunfa, though. And the Drow timings can feel maybe slightly faster than Lena. I say that, it's arguable. Like, it feels like Needland's times are just better across the board than basically every core. So the key thing is just to have this Drow ready to go to join in some push action. Because, again, you tie in with the DK, you tie in with the DP. With all that output, you can melt this map quite fast.
Speaking of that DP, Killer right now being chased down. Cogs will land, so TZ catches a couple, but the problem is his battery assault will wear off and they won't have the follow-up damage. It's like, was just more interested in hitting creeps. He is only level 2 to be fair, so doesn't really have the damage output. No, you're looking back at that Radiant Triangle as well. Nice creep pulls happening here by the boar of this Beastmaster. And I believe he found a double stack. The Ancients as well. Very, very good.
Yeah, just been highly efficient playing with the Axis and the Boars, which is something we used to see Beastmasters emphasize a lot more. Not in recent time. It's all about lane domination, but having the room to get that build up for the Lena, massive. even the Morris is going to enjoy that flash farm, work onto the blink, and just have more activity if they want that way.
Cookie out. Lunfer getting caught on the drow is still going to try for a run, and it's going to be okay to back off, but Marblu kind of proving a point here that he can dish out a hell of a lot of damage on that Snapfire. Lunfer can't feel too safe even against that snap. Molasses, of course, just more than happy to keep hitting creeps on the Beastmaster for now, just looking for that hood of the, rather, Helm of the Dominator timing. And here we go again, Marblu. Another creep pull away. Nothing really stopped this from happening. And even more stacks being made in that radiant triangle, just with the boars.
That is pretty ridiculous. Surely at some point they scout it out. And they could easily steal it for themselves just with Drow multi-shot. But the angle to work their way in there, going up against Hawk Vision potentially down the line, you're not going to be getting that angle. So again, a strong start for Meteor from the top. They're still trying to get aggressive bot.
Tricks of the Trade is barely there for Aaron, but the final hit will come in, and TZ was actually the one to take the kill with the battery assault. They do find Aaron here on the Ricky. It's been a very good laning stage from him so far on the Lena. Again, you kind of said this already, but you kind of expect the Lena to have a very good laning stage no matter what happens. So far, 2 CS ahead of the Drow. There's really just nothing they can do to slow her down, and here we go again. The stack's being made. Let's see if he gets it this time. He won't get the large camp, but more importantly, he got the Ancients, which you always want over the large camp if you can.
That's just so much farm. Like, Jesus, that's way too much farm to give out later on. It's going to be key now for Poke to take this mid-tier one so they can invade the triangle if they can't. Eventually, this Lena will have Maelstrom. Eventually, the Mars will just run up with God's Rebuke and clear it out himself, and you're going to have to deal with quite the net worth bump here coming out from Meteor with her early spikes that both of these heroes can give them.
That mid lane's the one we haven't really gone back to yet either.
Yeah, because it's boring, Mike.
It's
DK
very
versus
boring.
Mars. Nothing
I
happens. Look
appreciate
at
that,
CS. It's almost dead even. A slight lead for V, but more denies out for YRG. No support rotations out. Without support rotations, you are just stuck farming. That does force V to go Dragon's Blood at the least, but he's still farming.
I mean, I love the fact that you just try to rush through the analysis. You obviously find this lane very, very boring.
It's literally nothing. It's like what used to be the matchup that was also boring. DP versus DK was equally boring.
Right.
It's just, no one's going to die. You're just going to farm on both ends. Kill is being caught out here, though, speaking of the DP.
He might die. The DP going to go for a run, but the battery assault right behind him. Buying enough time, I think, for this Lena. The Light Strike Ray is going to land. Killer eventually will just drop. Just no chance of survival through that. At least Aaron does find a courier to trade, but it's going to mean really nothing.
Yeah, not the biggest kill to find, at least on that courier. You're more than happy for to get that build up. Mithril Hammer already up, not too far away from the Maelstrom. So those stacks not going to last too long here. A 3-0 start for Meteor. And the side of Poke, they've already popped a Dragon form on V. He had a siege creep. They've got the mid down to around half, but they need more. They need to take that out and just invade. They do scout with Ranfu at least.
And he's spotted out all the stacks, so you've got that info now. Go for a Soul Rip, but it won't really heal him up too much. Does avoid the Wild Axes, but the chase is still going. Marblu does have a Scatter Blast up in just a moment. Ranfu, he dodges it! Very cheeky sidestep, breaking the ankles of Marblu, but it won't matter in the end. They will catch him out. Or even YRG was running in, just in case they missed all the spells. And so you do find the Undying, but more importantly for the side of Poke, they know the stacks have been made now.
They know there are massive stacks. They get space out for Lunfa to basically free farm solo as well. So your Drow, again, isn't lagging too far behind the Lena despite not having too many kills under your belt. Killa? Caught the Laguna, but it's just no follow-through from TZ that time around.
Ouch. You won't mind too much. I mean, Laguna is just such a low cooldown anyway. It's not that big of a deal.
Why is it so short? It makes me think of Lion and that level 1 finger cooldown. Like, why?
That's the joke I always make, because people always argue, in fact, hold that thought, because top lane, Molasses going to try for a TP out, is going to make it. He's alright, just one right click away from dying, but will survive. going back to your point about Lion, John, everyone argues to me it's about the Hex and how he's got Hex and Stun. But I agree with you. I think that cooldown's way too long on the Finger of Death.
Yeah, it's atrocious. What's not atrocious is Poke grouping up mid, although...
Oh, it might be, John. Arena's down. Poke not going to be able to find much out of this. They have dropped the Tombstone, but it is going to buy some space for V to move in. Onto that tier 1 mid tower. TZ's going to show up in the clockwork. Glyph being forced. Mar Blue, he'll show up as well. Even more rotations now as they found the Lena, but there is a stun out. But he will just wait it out. A nice spear back, but V, he is
tanky.
somehow still alive. Level 4 Dragon's Blood just making him so tanky, but eventually he will finally drop. Thing is, the tier 1 tower is still under siege. Killer going for a chase, but this might cost him his own life. He'll try to Spirit Siphon, but it's not going to be enough. Aaron's still running. Tricks of the trade away. The chase is still on. Do they have any spells to throw? The Dragon Slave will connect. It's enough. And the chase from Poke, it will get punished.
If Poke just stayed to clear out that tier 1 mid, they could easily just invade jungle at that point. They did have the right idea. Again, they clump up to try and push, but right now you're basically playing 4 heroes. Your Ricky just doesn't contribute as much. That was a good smoke screen out though. The silence stalling out to get his spell follow through early on, giving a little bit more time for V to try and survive, but you didn't have enough save. At the least, Dragon form not too far off until you get that use back up, but so is Arena. They've got the numbers to defend here.
I mean, V's going to try again for the mid-tier 1, I think. Here we go. Pops the Dragon form, and yeah. There's no real defending. Like, YRG might try for a deny, but won't even bother for that. I suppose it's time to work on that bottom tier 1 tower, and speaking of... Lena may get caught out. Laguna Black out onto Killer. Spirit Siphon is going, but a very nice stun, and now YRG. He'll rotate at the perfect time. Killer and Aaron both to drop. Trying to chase down this Lena. YRG, though, he's there on the Mars to make sure it never happens.
Just a great TP and great read coming out there from the side of Meteor. And they have also managed to already clear out the large camp stacks, and slowly but surely Molasses is clearing out the Ancients as well with his level 3 axis. So it's not going to take too long. Does have to pop a couple of clarities, but even with the Meteor 1 falling, Poke aren't really able to use that space. And without taking the triangle, the flash farm does still find its way going through here for Meteor. Maybe not in the Lena, but considering the game of it doesn't almost feels unnecessary to pour it onto her because she's just gonna find a farm anyway. Maelstrom flying out, Travel's coming through next. 9-2 start for Meteor, but Poke aren't out of it. You know, they're being really efficient with Lunfa. They're working their way up. Once you have this blink up on V, and once you do hit that 15-minute mark, maybe we can see some plays. Again, the follow-through for the Ricky. It's not amazing this game, but Sleeping Dart is Sleeping Dart. It's one of those spells that just ruins you if you do manage to get max utility out of it.
I love the analysis as well about Lena, right? Like as a carry, you said, oh, this could happen, that could happen, but at the end of the day, it's still Lena. She's still going to farm. It doesn't matter. That's all you need to know. It's Lena. She'll find farm. Trust me. TZ. He might just die here, John. Spirit Siphon's out. Slow him down with the smoke screen. TZ's still running though. We'll get the cogs off and that's going to be enough. He's fine. Exo was popped. They want the tier 1 bottom tower anyway. And that'll go just fine. Mind you, does find the top tier 1, so it is going to be a bit of a direct trade here for tier 1 towers. Meteor, they can slowly start looking at that mid tier 1 tower. In fact, they might even find V on this Dragon Knight. He's a very tanky boy though. It may not be that simple, but they do have the Mortimer's Kisses available if they want to. They won't be able to get in range to catch him though.
Yep. Has the haste and has the blink up from that little farm there as well. So they do have good initiation now on Poke, at least for the single target pickoff. With a follow through from Smoke Screen, you're going to be able to lock in someone and just burst them down while the BKBs aren't up. It's going to be the big target, of course, but you are smoked up here on Meteor as well, though. Ooh.
Yeah, Aaron right into Aaron. Nice hook shot from TZ. At least catches him out. The spear will land as well, and he will not have time for tricks of the trade. So you get a pause for Ricky, but it costs you a 4-man smoke. It's not going to feel good at all.
Nah. It's not the kill you want, and again, that's one of the strengths of the Ricky. You hit 6, you break smokes, you're happy. They are surrounding in a way. They haven't pincered in, but
Run through. He's the real target. He'll get the tombstone down, completely surrounded. He will just drop. Nobody around to try and protect the tombstone. Problem is, on the other side, TZ is going to get found out by Lon Fur, and V will be the one to take the kill on the Dragon Knight. So 1-for-1 in the position 5s. Mid-tier 1 tower is under pressure now. Aaron will delay things with the smoke screen, but you are still up against the Lena, so we'll just move. Rest of Poke trying to move in to set up for a defense, but it's not going to be that simple. They have the arena up, they have the kisses up, they'll try to jump in on the Lena, but he only takes a Dragon Tail stun and he's fine. He'll just walk away. Thing is, they can't really turn on V too much. He's a very tanky boy, but never mind. He's down. YRG catching the Drow. In goes CZ with the cogs, catching that Drow completely. And Lunfer, he is not going to survive through it. Meanwhile, Killer sticking around trying to keep the fight going. But look at this Lena. What a hero. Takes down another 2, finds a triple kill. Into the mid-tier 1 tower they go. He'll find that as well.
greatest creation you've seen just yet in Dota 2 here, Mike. You come in, it comes back to this draft, right? You have this blink initiation coming in from V, but where's your follow through? Smoke screen's nice, sure, but there's nothing else to hard lock in these heroes. Your only stun is Dragon Tail. And it just feels like this Ricky doesn't get max value because of it. You know, maybe in a drawn out fight, you get the tombstone down in a good spot, and you get good position out for your drow, and you feel a lot better. But in that circumstance, you force out that fight for the defense. They're 4K behind now on Poke and Meteor. And they've got everything they could ask for. And Lunfer is getting a bit of a chase.
They will be able to catch out Marbleu in the meantime. So you do get something for your trouble. It's just, it does go back to that point, right? Like, there's no stuns. There's no follow-up. So for at least the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes, you've really got nothing to do here as Poke with push towers. That's what it feels like.
And that's what their lineup is geared towards. But even then, and right now, they're not finding the opportunities to do so. They've got Exo and Dragon Form up. That's the moment you should kind of group up and look for that opportunity. Heck, they even have the Hurricane fight fully done now on Lunfa. So it's a little bit safer from the clockwork. Without BKBs, it's still a bit tricky. Poke will smoke with V and around Fu, but that doesn't sound like the burstiest do it to go smoke here.
Certainly not. They are still going to try and run into Molasses, and they will just do so. V, he'll make the jump in. Tombstone is there. Where's the follow-up stun? Did he stun something else? No, it just never came out.
No. Oh,
so they dropped Tombstone, but they never got the stun. Aaron's there with the sleeping dart at the lead, so they still catch the Beastmaster, but now the cavalry is here. Arena and hookshot in, but do they have the follow-up? It looks like they found Lunfer on the Drow. It is going to be plenty of damage, though. No, the cogs push back. No, Lunfer has made it. He has made it out somehow. Is still being chased down. They should have the follow-up here for the leader. He's trying to fight back, but it's not going to be enough. The 4-staff into the cogs pushback, proving to be more than enough for Lunfer to survive. Oh, that's going to hurt. That's a full team wipe.
Oh my god. It's a full team wipe coming off from hesitation. V didn't immediately Dragon Tail because Molasses was so close to his creeps. He couldn't find a hitbox. It's one of those things, you're mousing over, you're noticing, I can't find the Beastmaster. I can't find this target I want. And they just bail out. Yeah, just they get the setup, but it's the sustain. You had the mech up, you had the soul rip running. It was enough to keep them alive.
Oh, the perfect reposition as well off the cogs, and I think it was the magic wand that came in clutch for Lunfer at the end. That's gonna hurt so much. That's such a big team fight to hand back the other way.
And that you lose your 4K gold lead now. You've got the Drow who just feels like a really good fall. Heck, even this DK pick into Lina, it makes sense in terms of when you think about what Alina does for damage. Right? She doesn't have the biggest right clicks in the world. She has a lot of right clicks. So you get a high EHP hero like the DK. Early on, it just rips through Lina. It just stands up to that damage.
TZ will be put to sleep here by Aaron. V there with the follow-up. Even the Gust being committed just in case the clock was thinking about doing something cheeky. And they'll actually have the night. So they want V towards that BKB ASAP. Meanwhile, though, Killer top lane going to get caught as well. Arena was committed as well as the Raw for that, but it's well worth it for the Death Prophet. So a much bigger kill being handed the way of Meteor Gaming. Poke, meanwhile, still chasing, are going to find right under dire vision, but Eren needs some help. He needs the backup. In they come. Slowly but surely, they are going to make their way there. Sleeping Dart is out. YRG's right around the corner, but he knows they haven't got the follow-up, and he speeds them up. There's your Undying caught out. Is still just rushing away. With the cookie, he finds plenty of distances. Now TZ, he jumps in onto V. The Drow very tanky, but trying to help out as well on the Drow. Oh, that's a great cast. He catches out the Mars. He even caught the Snapfire with that silence. They're going to turn another team fight. He's going to try and help out Melina. He does catch at least one, but they've lost Molasses. Needs to run. He will barely survive. 100 HP for the leader. But now Roshan's open.
Yeah, Poke. They're playing so well. Like, we talked about no follow-through for that Sleeping Dart, but they're managing to find these isolated heroes. They're getting the scouting potential out with this Ricky, and they're using that vision in a big way. Mind you, it's not an easy game to just out-vision the side of Meteor here. They've got Clockwork, they've got Beastmaster, they have good vision as well. But they're just able to sneak around with these angles. Really good wards being dropped. No sentries in response coming out from Meteor. And the first Aegis goes the way of Poke. You've got security now in Lanfa. Again, we're seeing that early shard pickup on Lanfa work out. Like we saw it in game 1. Early Frost Arrows with Hypothermia paying off for this time. Lanfa is just showing how menacing that heal reduction is. They find Eren, but it's a Ricky. Even if it dies like that, you really don't mind too much.
Yeah, it's just creating more space here for the Drow. And it's again, it's very rough here for Meteor. Well, now Lunfer, he's going to find a trade. The clock gets caught. No way out of that one. And they know they're on the top side of the map, so the Clockwork just by himself in the mid lane does get caught. At least the kind of battlefield is kind of evened out now because both carries have a Growpo to play with. But still playing so aggressively. Does get caught. Is still somehow alive. Mind you, he does have Aegis up anyway, so they don't want to follow up too far. But it feels like he probably should have lost that first life. Somehow, though, still walking away with it.
They don't fully commit onto Lanfa, so he gets to bail out. Arena's down. It's only a minute, not the biggest deal in the world, but that's more than enough time to maybe go for a push of your own. Connecting with V here down bot. We're reaching a point as well where the BKBs will start to get built up here on the side of Poke.
Poke is out. They caught the Undying. 4 staff away. They're going to allow Runfu to have a secondary chance at life. Instead, they're going to find V on that Dragon Knight, and they'll have the damage with the Mortimer's Kisses. Runfu is to move in and does find Marblue. And eventually, well, Cookie away is going to allow the space. Back onto the Beastmaster. Molasses gets caught with his pants down. All by himself. Somehow, the Snapfire is still running, by the way. Ranfu is trying his best to keep up, but does end up handing his own life back the way of Meteor. A very confusing team fight. Everyone just splitting up and going their own way.
It's certainly a bit split apart. They're still going, though.
This is dangerous. Punishment is there. YRG's in with the spear, but M's not around to help out. Multi-shot will connect TZ. TZ will still drop. Lun first, being punished for that.
I mean, they have the spear, they don't have the kisses follow through. Lena's a bit cut off from that angle as well to jump that Drow. And you just have free access now to this tier 2. Access into the outpost as well. And Poke, they're playing to their strengths, you know, playing around that push potential coming out here. The side of Meteor, they have to connect with this team fight. Like, that was just a little bit too split apart. They take that fight without Arena ready on YRG, because if he made that move on mid to Lanfa, losing out in that added control with the kisses coming out makes it a lot rougher. And you can see the confidence in Lanfa here as well. He's going straight for Butterfly. And he's not going for anything big defensive. He knows that even if he's roared, you can probably force staff him out, get some saves going. Oh,
Book is there. They're going to find the Ricky again. Cookie to follow up, and this time it really won't be too hard onto Eren, but V, well, never mind YG. Does find Lunfer again. Spear is there, but not onto the arena walls, and they don't want the fight. They want to back the hell out of there. The Aegis is still up, so it's not the greatest fight to force. They do get a buyback at least out of Eren, so it's still a decent team fight for the Radiant side of things. Problem is, though, the mid-tier 2 tower is going to be under siege, and it seems like they may just get away with this. The glyph is out, but it's not quite enough to force them back yet.
And they got the Kisses usage out as well. So they don't have to worry about that for the next minute and a half. Big opportunity to take some of these fights much more confidently from the side of Poke. Age is still running, which means they're not going to be able to line up for anything like Roshan anytime soon. But they've got themselves time and space. Fresh BKB up for V. Lanfa, he's been holding on to that BKB charge with the Aegis up and running. Been very patient with that as well. And you're also going to inch on to kill his BKB. So triple core BKB timing going to line up quite nicely here. And that ruins a lot of what Meteor has in terms of control, in terms of magic damage. You're going to have to rely on Roar to catch at least one hero out. You're going to leave a lot of room for the rest to dance around.
Here we go again. Lanfa, very confident. 30 seconds on the Aegis. Will eventually move out. Meteor Gaming, they're just going to wait for the Aegis to compile. My thing is as well, like, with the BKB up on V now, like every other team fight you've had, V's just been bursted down. So they are forced to throw basically everything at him to make that happen. Now with the BKB up, you aren't going to have the safety of knowing the Dragon Knight's just dead every team fight.
Yeah, he's got opportunities to play. He can commit much harder with the less cares in the world, and Meteor, they'll try to smoke up here. They do have Arena back up, no kisses, but it's going to be up shortly. If they can find someone to burst, well, they don't have a quick objective to go for, but they could gun for a tier 2 at least.
They'll try for something. Ward's down. They'll see V on the Dragon Knight. Smoke is broken. No, blink away. They wanted to go for someone else. They found Killer, but he has his own BKB up, so he'll happily walk towards them. Hands up as well, looking for a high five. Just wave him away. I suppose you get a BKB usage out of that. You're going to lose that dominated creep. Plus 250 for Killer. It's a bit of a failed smoke attempt here from the side of Meteor.
That's actually pretty alright for Poke. Like, they force out Arena and Roar. If they manage to get a pick-off, or if they line up for a pick-off in that time span, there's no big counterfight, no big control to worry about coming out from Meteor. And for Meteor's part, they jump. Again, these heroes are just so tanky. If you don't jump the Drow or the supports, jumping the DK, jumping the DP, they are so hard to kill with the BKBs and just how they scale naturally in terms of EHP. That opportunity, Poke just guns for the top tier 1. Again, we've seen this before. Really easy to line up for that top tier 2 right after if you want to.
Here we go. Poke will move in. The Poke will move in.
Radiant's top tower is under
You can tell I'm hungry, Jonathan, thinking of pork right now. It's Poke.
Dire's
Would you like a
bottom tower
pulled
is under
Poke
attack.
sandwich?
Oh, that's terrible, John. That's actually legitimately terrible.
I know it is. I take great joy in that, Mike.
Yeah.
It's my middle name. It's my middle name.
Yeah. Poke, here we go again. Sleeping Dart is out. They found the Mars. YRG, still okay to back off though. They don't really have the vision anymore on that high ground. There's still about a minute left till we find when Roshan's going to come up. Poke, sticking as a unit right now. Like, you've got this Lena you're still up against, but in terms of net worth, hasn't gone kind of crazy. Only 1k ahead of this Drow at the moment. Not feeling quite safe in these team fights either, as they are going to smoke up as 5.
Dire's middle tower
Thing is, it
is
might
under
prove to be a very obvious smoke, but
Radiant's top tower is under
well,
attack.
Poke, we'll see if they get caught with this. Perfect angle for Meteor to try and make a jump in with a nice Arena. They're all grouped up right now. They're going to jump in for the Roar instead. Where's the Arena? YRG, he'll finally get it off. Killer, he's the one being bursted down, and they do get him, but Molasses also went with him. Still, can just get right to work onto Ranfu and does find the Undying. Onto the Drow they go. That's the real target they wanted. And Lunfer, he cannot fight back. He is gone. In fact, they even find Eren. The Ricky's still just trying to run. Dust will wear off. Cookie does actually land and they have enough. Well, there you go. The smoke does work out this time for Meteor Game.
And they find a really good angle to use there with a Hawk. It just runs right over them as they climb into the triangle. They don't manage to get the Roar usage out, but it doesn't matter. They isolate, they pin down the DP, they burst her down before she can get any use out of her own spells. And for the side of Poke right now, they're going to have to try and hold. At the least, it's going to be a tier 2 objective, which at this point, you probably don't mind losing out on too much. Full MKB out for though, does mean that the smoke screen is not going to stop the output from Arlena. And the respawns are short enough on Poke that they can contest the next Roshan. The itemization coming out here from Meteor though, we are seeing the Lotus Orbs come back into play. Sanwoo already has his as well. So, again, more ways of just holding back, protecting your cores. The Ags needs to come out from V. Like this DK Black Dragon has to be up there. You've got to be able to help follow through, get some good damage going, get some mobility out as well for your team. Your free patting, fly over. And they need a way to spot these Hawks. That's been a massive issue. Like again, the vision game from both sides is kind of even in terms of Ricky, but having Beastmaster and Clockwork makes things a lot harder for Poke to kind of angle in.
Here we go again, Poke. They'll group up with the smoke. There is going to be a quick pause here from YRG. In fact, a very quick pause. Go ahead is there. Gonna have a Psychic Headband as well for Aaron if he wants to use it for a bit of extra cast range on that Ricky, but we'll leave it for now. 5 seconds away for Roshan to be back up. This is a huge objective for both teams. Problem is, you are fighting into the Hawk Vision.
Yeah, it's difficult. Flares coming out all the time too. It makes it so much harder to just commit into these objectives. So it's all about jump. When it comes down to these tighter team fights, Meteor are in a better position with the arena with the kisses up. It's so much easier to take these big clump ups.
Quick sleep there from Aaron. Not going to amount to too much. The thing is, YRG, like, if he lands a nice arena into that double spear, it can be so painful, but he's the one to get caught out first. 4 staffs away. They will force the EXO, and well, with that, of course, Meteor Gaming, they just want to get the hell out of there. They know the EXO is down. They can just wait for it to expire and just go straight for Roshan. And it goes back to the Hawk and Rocket Flare vision. You can't take Roshan right now as Poke. Not without taking a team fight.
I'll try with a
They'll
smoke
try.
again, though.
If they're going to find one. Look at the snap to start. Arena is down. Killer, he'll just keep going after the Lena, but the Roar is committed. Meanwhile, this Dragon Knight V, he just melts. It's not even close. The damage output is way too high. Still, they are continuing here, Poke trying to find something for their trouble, but nothing is caught. And now IRG, he'll find the Death Prophet once again, this time without a BKB. 4 staffs will save for now, but instead, they'll find a Drow Ranger, Lunfer. He'll try to man up against the Mars, but it's not doing enough. 4 staffs back the other way. TZ does drop. Lunfer still a man on the run. And so is Eren. And so is Killer. The YRG may have gone a bit too far this time around. He'll hold the shield up, but it's not going to be enough to survive. They'll still catch Lunfer in the backside. They'll even find Killer on the Death Prophet. And now Meteor. They'll have access to that mid-tier 2 tower. No buybacks available here for Poke. So Roshan is completely free for Meteor Gaming.
It's not going to take too long for that to melt with how much output is on And again, the big issue right now for Poke is their team fight. It's really not there. I mean, Sleeping Dart, you try to stun, the 4 staff saves are up and running for Meteor. So it's a lot harder to even look for that single target pick-off. And now you've got the dive bomb ready to go on Molasses, secondary life for and the side of Poke, this game gets harder and harder. You can still find angles, but you have to work that pick-off. You're not getting any opportunities out. Now full Satanic up and running for he's going to be just fine holding his ground in the middle of these engagements when the BKB's up and running as well. 9k lead coming out here for Meteor. 33 to 22, 32 minutes in. For the side of Poke, if they manage to catch these heroes out one by one, like even if you find only the supports, that's more than enough to kind of make these team fights easier for you, but you have to go for the burst play. And every time they jump these supports, again, they're always next to each other with 4 staffs.
Roar is out. They're going to find Eren here. M's going to move in. Eren still running. Tricks the trade barely going to come out in time. But you see how confident this Lena is now. Full Satanic up to boot. Just knows there's no real killing her at the moment. You know, my real problem goes back to this Dragon Knight pick, John. Like, what's it actually done this whole game?
And earlier on, it did really well in the pickoffs. It kind of added to their push. And to be fair, while the Lena didn't have too much output, did survive through, but with the Maelstrom procs, with the MKB Pierce, giving some magic damage as well, you're just not as durable anymore on V. So it's past the point where he can just kind of cop a couple of hits from that Lena. He just completely melts, which again highlights just how great a hero Lena is. What a hero. What a character.
What a hero indeed. I wonder if it's going to get nerfed before the major starts. I really do. It scares me, John. It scares me a lot.
Well, there's the Lena Major, Mike.
It is. Makes enough sense. Here we go. Dire Triangle. It's going to be the location for the next fight, it seems, as Aaron may get caught. Hookshot is there. Spear is out as well. They even found V in that. He'll be forced to BKB and try to run. The damage flying in already, and now the Raw to come out. Oh, it's such a hard game for V. He's just got no gameplay. There's Ranfu. He'll get battery assaulted so he cannot TP away. Did they just find a DP? Oh, they did.
Oh my god.
Oh, they found two of the spear.
Dire's bottom tower has
I couldn't see it for a moment, but YRG with a perfect spear angle found an extra fish for his trouble. Meanwhile, getting kind of taken out here by the Drow, but never mind. He's the one who wants to force the fight. There's your Satanic Guard, and Lunfer is gone.
Yikes.
burns.
Lena's a hero. It's a great
Lena
hero.
is a hero. Lena is one of the heroes of Dota 2, one of the heroes of all time. Look at that range, look at that attack speed, look at her go. As they gun for the tier 4s, I don't see any comeback for Poke. They don't have the best team fight hold. They don't have as many buybacks they need. They're going to be up there with 4 heroes, but without the Drow, you don't have output here.
No, you don't. That's the thing with this kind of lineup. You know, you got this Lena hero. You don't even need to think about going for racks. You just know you got tier 4 towers.
Dire's middle
The respawn timers aren't too long here, at least for the Dragon Knight, but without the Drow, you've just got 0 damage. Killer, he's gonna try. V jumps in, stun is out, they've caught the snap. That's what. If they can take her down, and they do. Marblue is gone. Can they get the Lena, though? That's the big question. Will stand his ground. Oh, look at this. No fear in the world. 0 fear in the world. Triple kill for the Lena. Back for the rack she goes. It seems like they won't overextend too much, but she's still got the Aegis up. Aaron almost dies. Just jumping in
the
casually.
spear.
It's my RG with a spear setup. They're still trying to defend it. It's just so rough to see it. TZ with a great cogs out. Just moving forward. He will eventually back off. Sleeping Dart is out. They'll catch the Snapfire. They might find Marblue. He's still running though. This could be a dieback at least if they do catch Marblue. It looks like they will. Marblue will run back the other way. The thing was with that as well, John, they do back off because Lunfer is back. But I swear they could have just taken the team fight and ended the game. Like, who was contesting this Lena? That's my question.
No one. No one. You had more than enough time as well. But instead, you know what? You go back. You come in with a Scotty. You have more stats, more damage, more HP, more of everything. Along with a nice slow to come on hand. And just go again. Like, because nothing gets fixed for Poke despite finding those kills. They still don't have that great team fight. They still have very limited angles into these engagements. There's no quick fix item to sort these issues out. To be fair, the multiple 4-staffs they do have on hand have been making it equally as tough for Meteor Gaming to maybe catch some of these kills. Now, with the Aegis expiring now as well, you might maybe play a little bit more cautiously on Meteor. Just for a moment. Inside of Poke, their condition now, Mike, is if Lunfer can actually become this gigantic right-clicking monster, then maybe you can deal with Lena. That's a big maybe. That's a maybe that I would lean towards a no here, Mike.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that, John. It's the thing, right? Like, she doesn't lack the damage. She just lacks someone to hold her down long enough. Like, just gonna BKB, pop Satanic, and survive every single time. I don't see where the follow-up's gonna come from. So here we go. Again, smoke up, smoke on smoke scenario. This has to be the one. If Poke can't win this team fight, the game's over, and they'll run right into each other. They'll make the jump in. TZ's the first target, but look at that arena. It's locked down 4 of them. This is not looking good already for Poke. They'll try to kite them out. Eren is gone, though. YRG, he will drop, but it's Selena you have to worry about. Roar is out. They caught the Drow. There's no escape. She is dead. Lunfer is down. And I believe a GG call will be incoming very, very soon. 3 down without buyback. They can go right for the Ancient. There's no saving this game.
Nope. Not much you can do with a DK and a DP in this scenario without Exo running as well. The creep wave is it's inching its way forward. No?
GG.
Yeah,
it's
there
it's
you go.
a little bit late, but it comes in.
Yeah, they weighed their options. Maybe take the time to just talk to the team. What went wrong? For Poke, it looked like they had an angle in, right? Like they were taking these early objectives. They're playing around the strengths of their lineup. But it came back to the draft. Like you have a Ricky with no follow through. You let the Lena through, and well, this is what happens, Mike.
I mean, if there's one hero you've got to ban in the current meta, like if there's just one hero, if you don't have first pick, it's got to be Lena. I don't think it's going to get nerfed before the major either, John, which is going to be hilarious to just see it getting banned every single game, first ban. Otherwise, you just lose the game. It's a fantastic hero. I love this kind of hero in Dota 2. Still with that, I mean, that is game 2 in the books. That does mean a 1-for-1 here between Meteor Gaming and Poke. John, before we throw it back, do you have any predictions for game 3? Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?
Lena banned from either team. That's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I think we could have all guessed that was going to be your commitment there, John. We'll head over to the panel, see what they thought about this game number 2.
Another day, another Lena pick, another easy win. I mean, how many times are we going to say it, folks? How many times are we going to go through this whole, Lena's is a pretty strong hero? Fluke, I don't know, man. Why didn't it work? Why didn't the Lena counter work?
I think that they kind of just needed to play around this Ricky first pick a little bit more, right? Like, we saw that there was a moment in towards the mid game where there was a lot of opportunity for Poke to be able to really start to get a hold of the game. They did have a pretty good hold. I think it was around about the 26-minute mark before that big team fight broke out towards the Radiant top tier 2. But they were doing a good job at being able to pick people off with Eren. Like, they were coming in with the sleep dart. They were finding where the Lena was farming. They were catching her out pre-BKB. They were able to get some kills on her, turn it back around, and meant that a lot of these fights weren't on the terms of Meteor. But as soon as that fight happened towards the top tier 2, I think that's where Meteor really kind of realized they're like, hey, as long as we get these team fights going the way that we want them to go, either a hookshot coming in or YRG getting a nice little arena, it just allows our Lena to do whatever she wants. But if, on the other side, if Poke are the ones that are getting on top of Lena, forcing her to constantly reposition and what have you, then they can't utilize their low cooldown, easy to use stuns, and that's when they can really start to fall a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. It was I mean, and Poke had it in the bag at some point as well. You know, they had a small advantage. They were kind of pushing it, but in the end, they weren't able to close it off. I mean, other than the obvious, what were the main mistakes which Poke made, which led to them this game slipping out of their hands?
It was just a couple of poorly taken team fights off of the fact that the Ricky had no one to play with. Fluke mentioned it briefly. It's just like you have this hero that goes into the triangle undetected. He goes on top of... By the way, this is a fight I'm talking about that they kind of won because Lena was the only one surviving on the enemy team and they took Roshan afterwards. But you just have this Ricky who goes in, darts, and then there's absolutely no follow-up. Like, you can't have a team like that. Like, the Ricky needs to have teammates to play around with. Like, that's what activates this hero, and that's how this hero activates his teammates. Any global presence heroes, any global potential is amazing with him. Anything that benefits from that long-ass sleep also is good with the Ricky. So, from Meteor, I think if they cleaned it up a little bit, if they had at least one more hero that benefited from it, which isn't a Dragonite with the follow-up stun, it would have looked much, much nicer.
Yeah, agreed. Did feel a little bit disconnected on their side as well. The draft didn't really fit together super well. A lot of AoE damage as well, which really doesn't help with the whole sleep dart thing. You know, it means that I mean, at the very least, if you're not going to draft something which combos well with the Ricky, then at least don't draft things which kind of yes, Lena's MVP, we know. At the very least, pick things which.
Oh, so this is
don't
allowed in
counter the
Division
Ricky.
2. Okay, in Division 1, Lena being an MVP is not allowed. Like, it's just like you play the Lena, you don't get to be most valuable player. Chill out, you know, like get out of here.
True. You should give it to the position 5 for going and clicking Lena's portrait and then clicking pick hero, actually, or whoever was drafted.
Yeah, just give it to anyone else, just not to the Lena. Give it to Nomad, it's fine.
Oh, as if.
Words
I've
per
never-
minute, 900.
Words per minute.
That's a lot of words
That's a
per
lot
minute.
of words, yeah.
That'd be that's some OD level words per minute. I don't think I'm quite there yet, and I don't think that's a good thing for a host anyway. But yeah, final thoughts on this series before we throw it to a break, Fluke.
I think both these two teams are very evenly matched. I would like to see what they look like without Alina on one side or the other. So hopefully we get no Lena in game number 3.
Is it?
No Lena game number 3. I'm down for that.
Okay, number 3, all right. I think I would say, the one thing I would say, which I know they had Alina, but I did like seeing the good old friends over on the side of Meteor playing at their old pacing once again. You know, that was really nice that they were, the moment they kind of got a slight advantage, they were just running themselves, slamming themselves into the side of Poke. And that's something we kind of missed out from them last time around and what led to their defeat. So good to see them back on that pacing again. And hopefully we can see a similar thing in game number 3. But we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with the third and final game of this series. So we'll see you then. Another easy win. I mean, how many times are we gonna say it, folks? How many times are we gonna go through this whole Lena's is Hello and welcome back to the China Div 2 DPC region. Do I need to get a little closer there? It's I'm sure you can be able to guess what it says. I'll remove it when the hero is banned, but yeah, just a gentle reminder for everybody as we move into this third and final draft of the day. Don't want to see it anymore, guys. Don't want to see it anymore. But yeah, how are you guys doing? What's your expectations for this game? Actually, who do you predict is going to win this one, Lizard?
It's kind of hard because even the Lina game that they had right now wasn't the cleanest one. So because of that, I would preferably lean in the other direction. It was Meteor that had Lina, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would perhaps lean towards Poke. I think that they looked a little crispier. They just played into Alina and lost, right? If you play into
Hooray!
Alina and lose, it's whatever. It's not a real loss.
Oh, that was on
Not a real
tight.
loss.
Some wax.
I feel like that's a pretty fair statement, especially these days from what we've seen from that hero. So at least now we get to have a legitimate game, a fair game. Ricky has been picked up though by Meteor, so I'd imagine from what we've seen from both these teams so far, Meteor like to play this in combination with something like a Disruptor. They also like to play it with other heroes that are also allowed to play fast with. They've seemed to have fallen back to this second pick, Beastmaster, when they're in a bit of a pickle more than once. So I'd imagine that might be something that's going to be along the lines here for Meteor Gaming to pick up one of their calls, considering they've seen the offlane, as well as the Rubik now from Poke.
Yep, Centaur and Rubik going to be the pickups for Poke Gaming. Not a conventional opening duo, but definitely a pretty strong combination. Pretty decent in lane as well, right? Lizard?
It's an old school one. You cover each other's weaknesses, kind of. You set up for each other in the lane too. Like lift into the stun, always solid. But it's interesting because usually you like the Centaur because there's a big hero that you need to get on top of, like, and she or he or whatever is in the back. You have like some Drow or Lina or Nature's Prophet, so you stampede on top of them, or you disengage with these heroes. I don't think that Centaur is first phase material though. Like, that's something that I would disagree with from the drafting perspective right now in the meta, but maybe they know something I don't. Maybe they have some really good idea around the Centaur. We'll see. In contrast, I like Meteor Gaming's opening better. I don't like the DP plus Ricky that much, but if you patch up what's missing in the next couple of picks, I think it can work.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like where you're coming from. I mean, again, they should have learned from the mistakes of Poke last game. And hopefully they move in a better direction with it. You know, I'm still not super keen on this Ricky Death Prophet thing, but I guess Death Prophet is a strong enough laner to be able to survive by herself if you do put it in the offlane, which is the most common role here. So in the laning phase, it makes sense because obviously Ricky is kind of a weird position for where he does actually trade all right, but you still want someone who can kind of be independent in that lane by themselves.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well is it kind of just allows you to not really worry about all too many of the safe laners that are coming out from Poke. Obviously, you can ban out some of the real scary ones that they've got going for. You know, the Drow and the Sniper, just heroes that can kind of outrange the Death Prophet and Poker from range without getting Spirit Siphons. So I think at this point, Meteor are pretty happy with a lot of the matchups they're going to get. Surprisingly enough, once again, Treant has been touched by these two teams. I believe this is 3 games in a row that it might not get touched at all between either of these 3. There still is the Bat Rider that's left in the pool as well, so wouldn't hate to see that coming in from Poke. If they're able to pick up the Bat Rider, you're able to utilize the Stampede to get him in good positions. Does really well against the Death Prophet a little bit later on as well, so
Yeah.
that could be a good pickup.
I like all of these things that you mentioned, but they ban it out themselves instead. And they pick up a Warlock.
What?
Yeah.
Again? This
Again?
was so bad
they do
last
this
time we
last
saw
time?
it.
So did you guys...
yes, they did.
something tells me you guys did not enjoy when they picked Warlock the last time.
No, they lost in 30 minutes to LBZS. It was a last pick Warlock as well. That was when they were playing against the Lina.
5 seconds remaining.
So
I know what'll beat this Lina Zeus combo, the Warlock, and it did not. And I think we're gonna head the same way again. I mean, I don't know. What does a Warlock Rubik support duo sound like to you, Lizard?
Yeah, it sounds like, I don't know, like a party on the outskirts in a bar. I don't know, like you have 2 supports that are kind of on the back lines. A Warlock doesn't obviously need pretty much anything. He can... Basically, whatever he buys, it's good when it comes to items. So you're not going to suffer from ultra greed. He doesn't really need to farm a lot. He just needs levels. Obviously, he can do a ton with the refresher axe later on, but that's probably not going to happen. You have a Centaur, basically. Centaur is going to frontline. You can follow up with the Warlock and Rubik. Usually, if there's a Warlock, there's some ultra hard carry on the safe lane that will be healed up by him. Back in the day, that was something like a Spectre, and basically you don't win the lane, but you don't ever lose it. You're just healing constantly.
Yep.
However, that isn't the case for a really long while now. It kind of fell off, and Spectre got stolen
stole
from
it.
them.
Rude.
I was going to say, from Poke Gaming's first game, they did play a Spectre in that game as well, so they're not impartial to the Spectre this time around. And Pangolier has been another hero that we haven't seen all too much as of late, but when I was looking back at the stats throughout DPC, he is one of the highest win rate heroes with, I think he has like a 21%, 21 games picked, and he has like some bonkers win rate. Let me
Yeah. He's like 60-something% at least.
Yeah, I think it was like 67 or something. Yeah.
He's just ridiculous. Like, he's been one of the most contested ones. It was basically like Tusk, Rubik, and Pango. But yeah, Poke Gaming hit back hard on the Spectre. You steal our Spectre, we are gonna take some break. We're gonna take the Viper. But you can, I suppose you can put the Viper mid, still have a hard carry on the safe lane. Actually, a hero.
They did that.
Mm-hmm.
They did that last time with the Viper. Last time they picked it for Poke. YRG played it in the mid lane.
Like, it's kind of solid. You have these two tanky boys up front. You can follow up with Fatal Bonds and the Golem. Like, their draft doesn't look that bad. I still prefer Meteor Gaming's, but yeah, they could have taken a different route as well. They could have picked a normal mid laner and then PA as the last pick, and then PA gets the shard. You still deal well with the Spectre. That was an option too.
Yeah, like I don't know. I'm never that scared about Viper. If you're the Spectre, it's never that big a deal. You have Haunt, you have Axe, you have Dagger. Like, there's so many ways for you to get around. Like, you're not squishy enough to usually be blown up just inside of that Nether Toxin. So I really don't think it's too bad for the Spectre this matchup.
Maybe Fluke sees something that we don't, like from Poke.
What do your Elf Eyes see, Fluke?
Your third eye open.
Your Aussie Eyes see?
I mean, I wouldn't. I have to agree with Lizard. I think the PA is like probably the hero that you're looking for, right? Like, if you're Poke, you need that break. You need a hero that can play fast. You need a hero that can kind of scale a little bit here. On the other side, though, for Meteor, I do think they need a hero to play with the Riki again. I think Pango can do a good job, but I would like to see kind of their like position. I guess it's a 5 hero that wants to kind of go in for them. It has another stun.
Yeah, like
Clock?
Get behind the clock. Good. I could groove with that.
I'm trying to think of the lane versus Rubik and Centaur, whether or not that's going to be, not a completely terrible lane for the Spectre and the Clock.
Yeah, Clock is an option. 3 was maybe,
three.
yeah.
Oh, he's still there.
There you
Hey,
go.
bud.
He gets picked. Right on time. Basically, so the idea behind 3 is a little bit different than the one behind the Clockwork. The Clockwork will be a bit aggressive early on. Meanwhile, 3 will, I guess, help protect your objectives until Spectre comes online, heal the Spectre in the lane. Leech Seed isn't that bad. Like, you can still die easily to the Rubik and Centaur, but if you're careful enough, the lane should be alrighty for you. What carries can we look at? Like, I'm seeing PA as an option, but you already have a break, so maybe you don't have to think that way. The other option is push the tempo with something like an Ursa, and maybe, what was the third one that I thought of?
Is it like, could you play Monkey here?
Decent as well, yeah. I had the third hero that I blanked out completely now. Yeah, Bloodseeker, something like that. Like, you counter the Pango and you play the tempo too. So maybe that's option. We'll see.
Yeah, I think I just want to see Ursa. Just tear someone apart. I'm here for it.
I'm just trying to think along the lines of...
Ooh,
what we've seen.
SF, okay.
Okay, from Poke, they like to really have their position 1 as a super hard carry, so I don't hate the Shadow Fiend.
Yep.
Interested to see how the lane goes though with Warlock SF. Feels like it's going to be a pretty nothing lane for both those two teams. I think Poke's just going to be okay with the SF sitting there and farming, raising out the crits and being okay.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like SF should not have problems in that lane unless they make some huge mistakes. I think you should be able to farm up. If they approach you, you raise them to death. I do like they have a funky draft, you know, like a Centaur with Stampede plus Viper plus SF, 2 sluggish Slowpokes, but then activated by the Centaur. Also peak very early on, so there's maybe an opportunity for them to take this game early on, but I still see the Spectre just out farming them eventually.
Yeah, and there are backliners to pick on as well. Fluke, final thoughts quickly?
Yeah, I think I agree with Lizard. I think the Spectre's going to be able to outfarm them. If they can play at a really fast pace for Poke, win some lanes and go hard early, they might be able to get it done. But yeah, I might lean towards media for this one.
The one thing I will say is that they have very, very good reset versus the Death Prophet. You know, that Golem and the Stampede gives you 2 options to be able to just hit that hard reset button, get away from the DP, waste your Exorcism. Maybe that's something they can play around. Maybe that is a way they can get an advantage over Meteor Gaming. So I'm going to go Poke for this one. I feel like they played pretty well in this series and they stand a decent chance. But let's find out what our casters think as we throw it over to MLP and John X Fire.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into game number 3 here between the side of Poke and, of course, Meteor Gaming. Jonathan, we're sitting at a 1-1 here between these two teams. I'm wondering, do you like the draft here from Poke this time around? Do you think they've got what it takes?
From Poke, well, I'm a Warlock enjoyer. I have not enjoyed seeing Warlock. We saw it in day 1. At the least here, look, let me huff some cope. You do have really good combinations with your Fatal Bonds, plus the raise damage getting amped up. It's nice. And I guess you could start with the Centaur. You initiate with Centaur, you get that follow through, you get the Fatal Bonds off. It can feel good. You get some good pacing coming out there, and you can kind of get going from there. But I don't know. If it goes way too long, I want to say past 35 minutes, maybe 40 minutes here, you do have to kind of deal with the Spectres somehow. Your supports will just die. Warlock's not going to be able to survive too long. If the Rubik gets jumped as well, it's going to just get blown apart by a well-farmed Spec. And there's some good momentum here coming out from Meteor as well. They've got the Treant to stall out the push. They have a lot of ways of just dragging this game out if they want to.
They certainly do. It seems like you don't have much confidence in the Warlock here, John, though I appreciate the coping you've provided. Let me ask you another question before we do get into this game, John. What are the odds this Warlock hero gets buffed rather in the next patch, I should say?
Warlock buffs?
Yeah.
Yeah. You trying to tell me a joke, Mike? April Fool's is a bit too far off. Warlock buffs. What do you mean? We had a moment when Warlock was a top contender hero. When everyone wanted the Shadow Word, when the talented 15 felt a little bit better.
Yeah.
But no. The one issue with Warlock is always going to be if you overbuff Shadow Word, it's way too strong. And if you somehow tweak Chaotic Offering to be less kind of long cooldown garbage, it's going to be too strong as well. So the hero's just at the point where tweaking it just a little bit too much will drive it insane. Although I guess some small touches in there. You know what? Buff Upheaval. That could be funny.
What if they just rework the hero, John? Would you like that?
No. I would actually prefer it to stay the same. I'm a miserable person, Mike. I like suffering.
You know who else is
Warlock
miserable right now, John? YRG's very miserable. He's up against the Viper here. Not a very fun laning stage. Mind you, he does still have more CS than the Viper at the moment. Thing is, as the levels go on here for V, it's kind of like, how do you contest this lane as a Pango? This top lane, well, Molasses is going to be okay, but tell me, John, what does the Pango do this game?
Just try to hold back, play with your swash, see the angles for shield crash. V only has 1 mango, although he's going to have a bottle up sooner rather than later. That will cause some issues. Fu is playing really ballsy on that Warlock, just running up, getting the Shadow Words off. It is holding Molasses back. It is a slower lane for Molasses. I mean, it's a Ricky lane, so you can get away with a lot more here for Fu than you normally would be able to. And that's providing a lot of room out for Lunfa to just kind of farm uncontested. So he's doing his job well. He's getting his value from the Warlock in lane. Only has the 1 mango left, but you're kind of fine with that. You're not healing up your carry anyway. You can afford to basically just go for a reset at some point. Although ideally you would want First Blood on your side first. But yeah, you've done your job.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Bot lane, of course, the one we haven't really talked about too much. You're going to have there on the Spectre, which our panel seemed to believe was going to have a pretty free game, assuming he can get to the, not much in the way of contest, because he's got TZ there to make sure he does lane that bot lane. Of course, Killer Aaron going to be against him. You do seem to have some pretty decent kill potential. Lift into a hoof stomp. See, plenty of damage can be done here from the Centaur with the double edge. But I don't know, for now it just feels like the Spectre's going to be just fine.
Yeah, you're not really going to be able to stop him from farming up either. It's a very static lane in that sense. The supports can trade a little bit better. And they've done a great job here on Poke to at least just cut the tree line.
Is he really? Oh my god. There's no way. He was just sitting there right-clicking the Viper for the last 20 seconds, doing no damage. And it turns out eventually it was enough.
It's one of those things. You don't expect the Ricky to rotate, but when it does, you know, you're caught off guard.
He was
you're like, wow,
there
that
for
just
20
happened.
seconds, John. He was just
Yeah, but
attacking
it's
the
a Ricky,
Viper.
right? You just don't respect it, right? It's like, all right, it's a Ricky. I have level 2 corrosive skin. I shouldn't die. And you fall anyway.
Oh, well, there he goes. Marblu, he does end up dying top lane. He just cops 2 raises, and that'll be enough from Lenfer. Oh, my goodness. Well, there you go. They do get a bit of revenge, but still a massive pickup onto the Viper. The YRG, he's still suffering here against that Viper, but ultimately, seems like he is still okay. So as I say that, he's getting even more damage in, but he will survive through it, I believe.
Yeah, okay is a word I wouldn't use there, Mikey. He killed a Viper, sure. In a way, he gets a reset. He comes in full HP, fresh bottle, gets his water rune. He's going to be able to just spit at you constantly. And I'm pretty sure, you know, it's one of those things where you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, that's shame on me. V is not going to let that happen again.
Right.
He's just going to farm up, be fine, and just kind of get that build up. And so far, it's rather even in lanes. You are coming off a stronger start up top for Lanfa, which is to be expected. The SF just has an uncontested lane. There's not too much you can really do here from our blue. You have to be cautious about the clump up on the creep wave because of the fatal bonds. Plus the raises just gets out of control really fast. And for the side of Meteor, you're very happy about this lane for it's not being contested out. He is going for the blade mail, so he has some flash farm potential there as well. And Killer is really trying to force this out.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of slow out on Killer, but they won't be able to follow up. Aaron will be there just in case. The Fade Bolt, obviously, will be more than enough to just hold them back anyway. So they won't come really anywhere close to killing off that Centaur. Meanwhile, Mar Blue top side, trying to get a bit of a pull off on the creep wave. Ranfu does end up getting the small camp to aggro here, so the creep wave never really follows Mar Blue apart from that one creep. Meanwhile, as I look away, bottom lane, TZ ends up going down here to Killer, and it goes back to that thing, like if you can land the hoof stomp into the double edge, it's a stupid amount of damage.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount. You can easily melt through the tree, and they've done a great job of just ensuring there are not too many trees to deal with early on. So you doesn't have as many escape angles. YRG getting chased down a bit here, though.
Does have a swash, we'll try, but the poison attack damage way too high at this stage. We'll find him.
Dire's middle tower.
That's the thing, it seems like every single lane at this stage of the game seems quite challenging for Meteor Gaming, right? Like, mid lane's not going well, top lane's not going great either, and bottom lane, it starts to get very, very difficult against Killer, even just on his own. But once the Rubik gets into the equation, it feels impossible.
Yeah, it's a bit tough for you to get any play coming out there. You're at the point where Killer's just going to have a Vanguard ready to go at some point, and he's just going to be set. You don't have enough magical output to focus onto the Centaur early on, and you will have to stall for the Spec to farm up rather fast, and you will have to wait for Mar Blue to just hit his 15-minute shard time, which it's going to leave a lot of openings that Poke can poke into themselves as well. Just use to their biggest advantage.
Getting caught out. Living armor will be there. Killer gonna back off for a little bit. Does have another double edge up, but doesn't seem to want to risk his own life for this. And that's fair, because he probably would end up just killing himself with that double edge. It's with the dispersion damage to reflect. Not going to be fun at all. But he has very nice regen. He'll just reset just a little bit in the laning stage. And eventually you can just keep this harassment up. Like, there's not too much you can do as Again, luckily he does have the regen flying in from TZ, so I suppose he gets his own reset here. Killer. Bit of a chase, but won't amount to anything. They don't have the lockdown. I suppose he does have level 6 up now, so Stampede is available if he needs to. And it seems like perhaps the bottom lane isn't as challenging as it once was.
Yeah, it's something he can work on his own now with the Hood of Defiance. You can leave the Centaur solo, try to rotate now with Aaron. He does manage to spot YRG. The roll is ready, but not going to commit, just trying to get some stacks up on the medium camp on the side there. On the side of Poke, I mean, they've got this really comfy 3k lead. You've got this SF that's been uncontested. It's going to find its timing to the Dragonlance. Eventually, around Fu can threaten with Golem when that's up as well. And this earlier timing just isn't to the favor of Meteor. And they have a lineup that just feels like it's going to take a lot longer to hit that point where it can overtake.
Bottom. Chase again on some, but again, with the living armor, he's just going to tank through it. So much heal coming out. And on top of that, now you've got the blade mail up, so he can kind of just start returning damage back the way of the Centaur if he really wants to. Literally double up the double edge.
Yeah. Just try to bring them down with that blade mail. Of course, it does lead to faster flash form as well for Meteor, but you don't really have the stacks for the Spectre to just sit there with Dispersion blade mail. The no flash farm kind of lined up here for
Here we go. The Stomp is out. Raindrops will protect, but they've got the Viper this time, and that's going to be more than enough. Once you've got the Nether Toxin to add to the equation, it's certainly not very tanky, and that's a massive pickoff. Like, this is your POS 1 you'll be relying on throughout this whole game. No other laning has been really great for the side of Meteor Gaming. Like, this is their saving grace right now, and well, you see how easily they can just kind of burst down the Spectre when they wish.
Yeah, as long as they get an additional here with some output, as long as that V is around to kind of help with it, then it doesn't take too long. And there's really no counterplay from your tree. You can drop living armor, but you still melt on the Spectre there. You have to just be a little bit cautious. Meteor's game, a lot slower. They haven't really played this early role coming out from YRG, but they're clumping up top with Molasses and YRG. They're just looking for that push. You should be able to find that tier 1 objective for themselves. Still, you've already rotated out as Lunfa. He has his Mask of Madness up, and he's more than happy to just farm some small stacks that Round Fu built up for him.
Yeah, V. Double damage rune available as well. Mid lane, just pushing out that tier 1 tower. YRG, ready with the Rolling Thunder. Not the easiest target to go on, but they are bringing at least one more in. Problem is, it's only a support Ricky. Aaron will at least get caught out, so you find something. And that's going to be enough for the push of the mid lane. Poke will be forced to back off. I suppose at least you get that Rubik.
You find a Rubik. You ensure that the double damage isn't doing as much here for V as well, so he's not able to leverage that into a kill. And you're just stalling game. Name of the game here for Meteor is stall. Keep trying to just wait it out and get that build up. They are giving the stacks that YRG built up. The Blade Mail Dispersion, I mean, there was a time where this was super fast. Now it just doesn't feel as impressive. And you just barely live through. He has to use the Seeds of Serenity to even just stay alive there.
I mean, you know things are desperate when you have to use that item, John. It literally does nothing. I mean, it's like not even a great... It's not even a tango, basically, John. It's terrible.
It's
terrible.
some HP. Like, at least it's there. You know?
Yeah.
It's something to help you out, and you need everything you can get here on Meteor.
I mean, if I was to predict a neutral item to get deleted next patch, it's Seeds of Serenity. I just don't see what the point of this item is. Even, like, how depressing is it as a POS 5 when you see that item drop? Because you know you're going to have to carry it for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's not a fun time. They are trying to have a fun time here on Poco, pushing in bot.
But they are. Rolling Thunder is committed by YRG. It looks like he'll try for the Centaur, but Stampede is just going to allow them to run. Still, the chase is on after Aaron, but Swashbuckle was picked up, and now he's got Shield Crash. So he won't have the Rolling Thunder, but YRG basically finds nothing with this Rolling Thunder at all. And the chase is still on for him. Aaron, that's a cute little Shield Crash from the Rubik. They will not be able to get in range to punish the Pango in the end, so it looks like he's going to be okay. But ultimately, this bottom tier 1 tower, it does seem like it will eventually just drop.
And they've got the golem ready to go in round Fu as well. So our Warlock can actually contribute here in this fight if he does manage to live through it.
So he's thinking about dropping it. He might have to very, very soon. He's pump faking at the moment, but won't really drop the golem yet. Though Swashbuckle is going to catch him on the tail end. Very nice from Ranfu, and well, the tier 1 bottom tower, it remains protected.
That it does. And again, the stall game is still there on the side of Meteor. They're managing to just take this attention away from allow the Spectre to farm and ensure their objectives stand. That's all they need to do. Keep stalling out. They're going to go for a smoke play out here as well.
They are. Into the mid lane they go. You'd love to find this Viper another time if you can. Oh, they might run right into him. Marblu gonna try and find the vision. Won't quite yet. Seems like Veed seems to believe there's some wards down, and they will find the Ricky with that Sentry ward. Marblu kind of understanding his life is just gone, so we'll run right into them. And with that, the rest of the smoke rotation really won't pan out for anything. But they are going to head down bot with the rest of this smoke. They have Rolling Thunder back up, so maybe they can find themselves Aaron. Aaron's sticking around just a little bit longer, but they won't see him. So the Rubik going to be okay.
Managed to dodge out, and now it's Poke's turn to smoke. And they catch out Ranfu for a bit. He still has Chaotic Offering ready to go at least.
Mid lane, they'll group up. Killer, he's in with a Hoof Stomp. That's a great setup onto the Death Prophet. And Molasses, he just melts. Not even close to how much damage they really needed. They just delete him. Mid tier 1 tower, it is gone. No saving it this time around. Meanwhile, Marblu, he did get dusted up for a moment, but ultimately just wants to tank any kind of gank coming in for the Spectre. M obviously very low, trying to take those Ancients, but is going to be okay. But still, I mean, the tempo of the game right now is certainly Poke's way. Like, it's kind of hard to keep up with this draft at the moment. Mind you, you've got a question in about 10-15 minutes, is it going to be enough? Maybe not, because is going for the Aghanim Scepter, and he's getting relatively close to picking it up.
Yeah, I feel like it's still going to be a good time. Your supports will be in danger, but the counterplay here from Poke is you've got Stampede. If it's off cooldown, you can just avoid the sidestep and Shadow Step and maybe look for your own kill opportunity. So you have some counterplay coming out from Poke up against that timing that is going for, and even with the Ags, don't have anything like the Diffusal Manta, so outright killing the supports can be a little bit slower. That can give some time for Poke to just regroup and go again. Like this item timing that's coming out from Lanfa feels a lot scarier. BKB lined up for him, BKB lined up for V. A pipe coming out for Killa to mitigate some of the magical output you will be receiving from the DP and from the Pango. So a lot more durability to play with here for themselves. And some reason, 16 minutes in, Ranfu has not had the chance to use Chaotic Offering as well. Like, he hasn't had the need to, and he hasn't had the chance to. So it's actually rather interesting when you never play around that. They catch out TZ here.
They do. TZ going to be okay to walk back into the tree line. That's my big issue with this hero. It's like, when do you drop the golem? You know, it's... And when you do drop it, is it too late? Because you're 16.5 minutes in with a level 1 golem. It's not like it's going to do that much.
No. I mean, the stun is always valuable, but yeah, no, there you
go, John. They've dropped it.
Okay.
You can get rid of trees with the golem. That's very good.
Yeah. Warlock all in for deforestation here. And they do have a chance to regroup.
Killer. Right, he's going to try and run out of the smoke screen, and Well, Diffusal Blade is up. They do drain a bit of his mana as well, so Killer doesn't have the mana for the Stampede at the moment. He needs that stick available, but it's on cooldown for another 1 second. Aaron's going to drop. He's completely out of mana again, but the stick charges will be just enough to allow them to de-initiate. The Tier 1 bottom tower will remain standing. And Meteor Gaming, they'll just go after the bottom Tier 1 tower themselves now.
Yeah, not going to take too long to get that push going. Should have the damage to just melt through, and we're at the point where our Ricky is going to have that shard sooner rather than later. You've got the combination on hand. At the least, you have wider AoE control coming out from PZ. There is one thing I'd like to note about this game, Mike, and this is going to be a very deep take. Notice how we have Warlock, SF, and Treant in the game. If we could, for a moment, just have them spam cancel their ults, that would be the loudest sound on your speakers for all the viewers. All of them just spam. A while ago we got it, like the spam Golem stop and the spam Requiem stop. We didn't quite get the Overgrowth base drop stoppage, but those are some really great audio cues. God, I love the audio design in Dota 2. You know, it's just so recognizable. You can tell what spell is from just the sound, mostly.
It is very good, Jonathan. That might be pretty much all that Warlock has to offer in this kind of game anyway. So, you know, might want to get on top of that. He does need a bit of help though from his other band members, but hopefully they'll get together and they'll get it right soon. Music is not easy, Jonathan. It's not easy at all.
Certainly not, Mike. And this game is also not easy for either side. It's you have a 3k lead for Poke, but it just doesn't feel like they're fully in control. Like the fact that this bot tier 1 is standing up against a Treant, it's being healed up. You've got living armor maxed out, so it does heal up fairly well, not as quick as before, but still, you know, it's going to be back to full by the time Poke decide to go back in there. And this is just so much time for the Ags is pretty much done after this camp, maybe one more camp as well. So you have the Shadow Step to play with. You can try to jump the back line. You have some great initiation angles. Just run around with your Ricky, Shadow Step, and pick off a support. With the Dart going, that is the one way to actually set up and play globally here for and Poke. I mean, their BKBs are still coming through, but we have to see some action come out from them once that's up. They can't afford to try to take this into the long con, up against a Spec, up against a Treant who can stall this game out. It's not the comfiest position for you to be playing from that far behind here.
No, it certainly isn't. And this is the problem. This is just the problem, is Spectre's just getting way too much space. Meteor Gaming are probably more than happy with the way this game's gone. Yeah, you've got an SF you can rely on, but it's kind of easier said than done. Like, against a Spectre, it's just one of those heroes, always just the king of the late game. And we'll see what Lunfer can get done. Like, he's still top of the net worth board, but just not by much. Just about 600 gold ahead of the Spec. And you're going to get to that point where he's just way too big, way too tanky to just burst down. And here we go. Top lane. We'll just Shadow Step. Seems like he just wanted a Shadow Step for the sake of getting to that top lane to be able to farm up a little bit longer. Marblue's going to show up. Sleeping Dart is out onto the Centaur, but nobody's really close enough to hold Killer down. V will show up as well on the Viper. In his room, but there is a sentry to scout this out, so they know he's here. Rest of his team right behind him as well. There's your Stampede being committed, but they've only found a Ricky so far. There's the Train as well. Viper Strike will connect, so TZ may drop. So they'll find two supports for their trouble. Killer would love to blink in and stun for another, but instead they're going to try for Roshan. Blink was on cooldown. I suppose in the end, finding both supports does open up the Roshan pit.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the Overgrowth play. You could try for a steal still with a roll. It's just massively risky. They won't go for it. First rush going the way of Poke, it looks like here, although they're still playing tag.
Yeah, Aaron, gonna get stunned up here by YRG, and there's your Haunt coming in, but Lunfer, he does pick up the Aegis for himself. In they go, trying to force the fight. Golem was dropped as well. Nobody's dying quite yet, though. They'll try to focus on Killer, but the Requiem, with the Fear, it buys a little bit of time, but not much. A 1-for-1 as both offlaners will drop. You'd have to call that a victory for Poke, considering they got away with the Aegis. 4k advantage now for Poke as well. I suppose for Meteor, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, just keep trying to build up. Once the Spectre has the Manta, it becomes a lot easier to go for kill opportunities on the Shadow Step. For now, It's basically just farm, maybe a bit of threat, maybe follow through if you find the angle in. You do have a window where you don't have to worry about the golem drop, so that is actually a small opening for Meteor if they feel confident enough. But the side of Poke will just go for that bot tier 1. It is back to full, but you know, you've got the numbers now. It shouldn't take too long to melt this at this point. But they're not
Blue.
fully committing.
Sleeping Dart out, but look, it's so cheeky. They haven't dust up, but he's got his whole team behind him. YRG will happily take the kill onto Aaron, and he's thinking about Ranfu as well. Won't be able to go into that tier 2 tower quite yet, but oh, it's just that stage of the game. Sleeping Dart just set up everything. It's that was without the Spectre. And now they're gonna find the SF perhaps. Ranfu will reveal they can see him. Blue will try to go for a run. There's your Sleeping Dart out, and they won't want to make the jump in, because they know he's not alone. But there is going to come a point where this Spectre's just going to happily shadow step over and kind of just join in.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Manta timing. Once has that nice and easy time to find these solo pickoffs, you still maintain this network lead from Poke, but again, we have to see them do something with it. The bot tier 1 still stands. They didn't fully commit, half HP there. They're dragging the numbers now, and they don't quite have Golem up for this team fight though, but Stampede's ready for the retreat at least.
That it is. There goes your tier 1 bottom tower. No protection this time around.
Tower has fallen. Dire's structures
6k advantage now. The way of Poke. Looking towards that bottom tier 2 tower is the side of Poke. YRG, Rolling Thunder going to be popped. He'll try to move in. Maybe go after that Warlock, but Stampede is there, and now, well, at least they only gave away Shield Crash. He'll go for the Rolling Thunder TP away, and I suppose you could make the argument he was trying to get rid of that creep wave. I don't know if it's quite worth committing a Rolling Thunder for that, but it's something.
In the grand scheme of things, in a way that's worthwhile, because Rolling Thunder cooldown's lower than Stampede. It's not like you have a massive window where you're going to have Rolling and Stampede's not up. But now you don't have Stampede for the retreat on the side of Poke. And the side of Meteor can try to get cheeky. They've got the... Oh, no.
Yeah, TC. He's getting the Warlock experience.
Yeah,
This is...
Never
it's
mind.
actually so sad. Is this the tree encounter?
is under attack.
I don't know if I'd say that. It looks like it here, but I would not say that. No, Warlock is... It's
I mean,
looking
I'm
good
messing
here.
with you,
Ranfu's
Joe.
playing well. The Warlock's not a counter to anything, is what I'm trying to say. It's so bad. It's working, though. It's working. Even though the hero's, you know, not that good right now, but it's working out very nicely for the side of Poke. They're playing around this hero well. Heck, we haven't even seen the maximal usage of it, would say. Fatal Bond's on 5 with Requiem, with Erasers on top. That's when things can get really crazy, and they haven't even had to rely on that, which is good news for the side of Poke. What's more good news here, Mike, is that they are working their way onto that Silver Edge. Another break for Lunfer to have up against that Spec. And is still trailing behind in gold. Like, the Manta is almost done. But we're 25 minutes in, the SF and the Viper is still threats. And there's always Stampede to bail out when that Shadow Stepper Haunt's committed.
Here we go, Aaron. You get caught. Stampede pop, though. Aaron's still just going to try and run away and does actually make it away. He's all right. Mind you, there was a Stampede used for that, but I suppose for the side of Poke, they don't really care. It's still just a Stampede.
Yeah. There is a full smoke out from Meteor, though. Knowing Stampede's down, they know this is an opportunity, but same goes for Poke. They want to preempt it.
Yeah, and in we go. Smoke on smoke scenario. Into the mid-river they go. Arcane Rune's going to force them to break the smoke to try and move in. Looks like Molasses did pick it up in time. A massive overgrowth as well from TZ. That might have been the perfect setup, but there's no follow-up to it. They'll lose Aaron. YRG, oh, he's found a great angle for that Rolling Thunder. He caught 2 of them out. Ranfu's gone. Molasses will eventually drop, but it's for the price of 3 heroes on Poke. Definitely worth their trouble. On the side of Meteor Gaming. And they'll happily back after that. They even got a buyback from Aaron being forced.
Those are some quick fingers in that last fight. Instant BKB coming out from Molasses as the center comes into stun. There is that slight delay when you jump in. There is a cast point to hoof stomp, so there's a window for you to dodge out. Manages to find that window. The blink usage from TZ this time. giving them a massive opportunity in the middle of that fight. And for Poke, they forced that fight with 2 of their big spells down. No Stampede, no Golem. So they don't have a good way of getting some AoE control outside of Stomp.
This is a big pickoff. They found that mid Viper. Off the back of that sleeping dart, there was no way for him to get out. And sadly, 5 seconds away from Stampede, you didn't have that option either.
They're punishing well. And they're playing the pickoff game well. You still have that 5k lead for Poke, but it does start to reach the point where you're wondering whether or not it's enough. We need to see that coordination kick in. We need to see them play as a unit. That's where their lineup really shines. Is having the Golem threat, having the Stampede to engage, disengage, and engage is massive. And for the most part, we've been seeing it used for disengages. We need to see them be able to jump in, find these targets, maybe try to pin down or burst down Molasses a bit quicker. Heck, actually, I think the high priority is TZ. Every time they blow up the Treant, Meteor are not keen to fight. They know that Overgrowth's their only real control outside of Rolling Thunder, which is not reliable, and their only follow-through from the Dart in terms of holding someone down. So if you can find TZ here for Poke, then it will dissuade Meteor from trying to re-engage, and could be their opening to drive a bigger wedge in this game. But so far, that 5k lead holds steady, but it hasn't grown in some time.
No, it has not. Worrying signs for Poke, that's for sure. Here we go again. Shadow step out, and Ranfu is gone.
No.
Yeah. It's this combo, like, there's nothing you can do. Unless you stay as 5, you will get bursted down every single time. Look at Mark Blue.
Yep.
Behind the tier 2 tower in mid lane, just casually standing there. No sentry wall to scout him out. And they might pop a smoke too, which is the worst part. If they pop a smoke nearby, it's just going to be even worse. But no, they do find it.
Ooh.
There you go. They'll punish you.
It is only a Ricky, but you do manage to catch him out. Very unfortunate try to dodge with the tricks there into the hoof stomp as he came out. So, you're feeling good here on Poke, but Meteor are still smoked up together once more. Overgrowth is ready, but they don't really have good vision right now as to the whereabouts of Poke. Should just leave to Poke just kind of getting that build-up, grouping up themselves. They are at the full Silver Edge here for Lanfa, so he can break the spec. The issues they haven't found in quite some time. Meteor's done a fantastic job of protecting that spec and just playing around Haunt and Shadow Step rather than having this Spectre be up front.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Poke's still grouped up. Not wanting to allow that to happen again. There's your 4-man smoke out now. No vision to scout it out. Maybe a little bit obvious considering how long they've been missing, and Marbleu, he's going to break the smoke anyway. Hoof stopped way off the mark. The tricks of the trade was there, but they do have the lift up from Aaron. They really want this Ricky, but he just walks out freely. No problem. And Poke, they honestly seem a little bit lost now. It's kind of like, we can hit creeps, we can farm well on Lenfur, but after that, it's like, how are we going to initiate these fights at this stage?
Your only bet is like a blink hoof stomp, and all they're finding is this Ricky constantly breaking their movement up. You need to find TZ, and he's the target. TZ and YRG. You take away those teamfight spells, you have a much better chance here on the side of Poke, but Meteor, they're really using this Ricky well. Scouting out, even if the follow through is not there, just the threat of throwing Dart onto someone and the threat of the Shadow Step causes them to use Stampede so defensively on Poke that jumping into these fights is just a big challenge. Like we heard the panel talk about it, you're just slow on a lot of heroes here.
Well, Sleeping Dart himself here, because Killer had the Lotus Orb, but he's still fine. They just can't really keep up with him. Like, he smoke screens and just walks away. It's just kind of sad to watch. This Ricky is just annihilating them at the moment.
That's the Ricky for you, right? The perfectly balanced Ricky as well. You don't get the Lena move. You do get the next best thing here, Mike. Along with the tree.
You'd love to see.
Probably the top supports right now in terms of first phase priority. The side of Poke, going back to your point of them just kind of being lost. I mean, they've been trying though, right? Like they've been going in with these smokes, they've been trying to run around, but it's a Ricky problem. Marbleu is just way too much of a nuisance. really get anything done on. They could try for the Roche, but it's not safe when you don't have any pickoffs to go on. Just gonna clump up top. They've got the gem up on Killa at least. So spotting Mar Blue is not gonna be as hard.
Scan is out. Poke know exactly where they are at the moment, but obviously you don't want to really disengage, though I say that. There is going to be a 5-man smoke up. Mar Blue in perfect position to break said smoke. They'll wrap around through the Roshan pit instead, avoiding the Ricky altogether. Oh, they might run right into the Spectre. This is exactly what they'd love. Smoke is broken, but no, Killa. He had to try and do a blind. Now with the Haunt out, they can try to force a fight with the vision advantage they have. Killa, he's going to stampede in anyway. Onto the Spectre. Still, he is going to be just fine. Is running. V is on the chase, but do they have enough damage? He'll just TP right away. They can't hold him down. And he can always just rejoin the team fight if he really wants to. The DP, she'll keep going, keep healing up. Molasses is not going to die through this. They're onto the SF. TZ will stand his own ground. Sleeping Dart will slow him down just a little bit. Molasses now being forced to back off as Len Fur proving to be doing too much damage here on the SF. But they're going to move back in now with the Requiem gone. There's no defensive play for the side of Poke. So they'll just have their way with them. A 3-man swashbuckle out from YRG. It's taking a very long time to kill off the side of Poke, but they will eventually get it done. And Roshan is completely open now if you are Meteor Gaming.
And they can just easily go for it. Not the quickest Roche for them to take, but they've got the durability and the spec to just kind of play with that dispersion now. And the side of Poke, again, it's just so hard for them to go into these fights. They get their smoke broken, they have to jump in blind, they don't get the hoof stomp. They still get the chase, but without that initial control onto with a Haunt, it's just a chaotic team fight. And now we're at the point where the Spectre is a bit too big to handle. You've got the Scotty up, so much stats, so much HP and EHP to spread that dispersion damage around. You've got the full Aether Lens up and running on Mar Blue, so the range and Sleeping Guard is just that much funnier to see. And for Poke, maybe just goes back to the support duo. None of these supports just make plays. Maybe Rubik could with Blink, and you do have that in Aaron, but it's easier said than done in this game.
That it is. That it is, Jonathan. The Dire Triangle going to be occupied by Poke again, looking very lost at the moment as to what they could possibly do in this game. Lunfur continuing his itemization, going into the Satanic and Butterfly, but again, it's just a matter of can you actually stand there and hit people the whole team fight, and the answer is generally no. Here we go. 5-man smoke. They'll move into that Radiant jungle. You might find Mar Blue again. I mean, this is going to be so frustrating. Smoke's broken. The Ricky knows they are around. They'll see the courier of the Ricky. There's your dust out, but that's the only kill you're going to get. They even stampede away just in case. In fact, they're stampeding forward onto Molasses, but he's out of range. He does not get caught.
Every single time they are forced to use Stampede like this, it just feels so good for Meteor, because they know there's no disengage option. And Killa.
Yeah, I mean, Killa is enjoying the Centaur experience right now.
V.
Yeah, V's just going down to illusions. Your TP away. Golem has been dropped, but the Spectre is well on the chase. People being committed, but it won't matter because YRG's right behind him. That'll be a double kill for... They might not find any more, but it won't matter. Like, they're just kind of proving how dominant they are in this kind of match. This kind of game with these kind of drafts.
There's just no counterplay coming out from Poke. Again, their spell use is just not ideal. Now they're down Golem for any sort of defensive fight as well. And you've got good farm flowing in on Lunfa, but we've seen from the SF, it's not enough. It feels like this entire game's on his back. As even V in his output is not quite there. He is going for the instant Hex coming out here. So once that Hex is up, maybe that added control gives him the window they need to actually find these kills, especially since you do have that blink here on V. So you can be a pseudo blink initiator to follow through from the Centaur. Side of Meteor though, I mean, they don't really care. Just keep farming, keep building up. Work your way onto that Butterfly here for And there's just no stopping it. Like, his output in the Shadow Step's just ridiculous. Even onto a Viper, you can just easily melt him.
That you can. We go again. Who do they find?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nobody. Molasses, I mean, they see the Death Prophet. He's a bit of a tanky boy, though. Jump in, they'll try. Lift is up, he'll BKB and just look to try and fight back. And they just have to stampede and run. They're just not feeling confident whatsoever here, Poke.
I don't think that was a stampede to run either. I believe that was to initiate forward, but then they saw the BKB turn on, they couldn't get the hoof stomp off, instant disarm onto Lanfeur, and then it just turns into a retreat. And they're just not able to find angles. 4K lead suddenly coming out here from Meteor. You're just so big and tanky on that spec. You're just gonna smoke. They've got this opportunity. They've got everything ready to go here, except Haunt, but you have Shadow Step, and Haunt's gonna be off anyway.
Not going to be an easy fight, that's for sure for Poke. Let's see if they get caught here as the courier does go down. Lanfeur didn't have any items on it. They'll run into Aaron, he might just get deleted. Ranfu also just destroyed here by the Spectre as they're right in. Past the tier 3 towers, Overgrowth will hold V down. The Viper can do nothing. Literally nothing.
Yep. It doesn't even feel like a hero right now. And you're at the point where Shadow Step on a core, it's just melting right through him. Full butterfly for his damage output is just insane.
Dire's bottom tower
There's a ton of armor on top of it. You don't really have a good way of dealing with that, even with the break. And just onto the push. They don't have Stampede. Warlock will be up in 10. Maybe you get a defensive fight then.
Aaron. Oh, Aaron's gone. I mean, that just happened so quick. Lanfeur, he's gonna find the Ricky. So you get Marblue as a trade. But that's a dieback on your Ruby. The tier 3 tower just going to be focused down. Has absolutely zero fear right now. Aegis does expire, but I don't think he cares.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Even with a break on, you just don't have the output. You do have Stampede and Golem drop ready, but
Dire's bottom
doesn't feel like you can really work it here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The bottom racks is gone.
Bottom barracks is falling.
That'll be enough. The Hoof Stomp killer, he's going to try, but the Golem drop is out, and now the turnaround is incoming. They'll lose YRG. No, but no, that seems like it's enough. Like, they'll back out of there. Like, the way M's damage is with these illusions, you think he could just keep going? Considering that they are just dying to illusions only. But he just doesn't want to risk anything. He's just more than happy to just move out, keep the farm going, and play the long game.
Yeah, just play it safe. You're not in a rush. You've got the advantage. You've got the scaling core. You understand that Poke's window is just so tiny now. At least Lanfeur does have the Satanic up. I would argue maybe a Shard pickup here would feel really good for Lanfeur. Just having that fear can actually give you a little bit of a window to get that burst, to get some control, to not have to deal with that one hero trying to escape. He's not opting for it yet, and he's not even queuing it up. He is going for the Arcane Blink next, so we're going to reach that point where you can just keep trying to spam out the Requiem, and it is fairly annoying to have that AoE fear on hand, as BKBs do shrink down in duration here. The game's becoming harder and harder for Poke to find a way back in.
Jump in again. Aaron immediately deleted. Oh boy. I mean, we've all had these games, right, where you're just playing support against a Spectre like this, and you know you just can't survive. But what's he meant to do? He's going A on disc. I suppose. There'll come a point when the Spectre just gets tired of the saving items and just buys Nullify, right? Mid lane, they're gonna find YRG, but the Overgrowth is out. TZ, he's caught quite a few of them. Requiem, it does nothing. It does nada here against the Spectre. They will just chase him down. Lanfeur's gone. V's caught out of the Viper. He is dead as well. Godlike for That's four heroes down there, John. Gone.
Oh, just like
For
that.
nothing.
Killa gets to live, but Killa can't really stop a push by himself. And now they can just go for the rest of the tier 2s. They still have to take care of top. The creep wave is shoving in. They can swing around to top or just at least have one hero kind of handle that. If they wish, they're going to be able to find this angle onto the high ground.
boy, Aaron. Aaron, leave Aaron alone, man. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Yeah.
He just respawned.
Yeah. Just respawns and just dies. Like this dieback a while ago. There's not much you can really do.
Like the spawn
Unfortunately,
camping
for the
you,
side of
John.
Poke. I mean, you could with Spectre, right? Like, that's the one thing in pubs. You could just Shadow Step, Manta, and you could literally just kill people in base when you hit that timing. Fortunately, is not doing that, because honestly, that would be really depressing to see in a pro game. Like, you could easily do it onto Ranfu. Easily. Like, that here is just, well, it's Warlock. You know, it's haha.
Yeah.
Doesn't do much.
Don't worry, John. I'm sure to get buffed
Yeah.
in the next patch. Don't worry.
Oh, he
Patch
even
is
went for
coming.
the upheaval attack speed. Talent over Shadow Word at this point. He doesn't
Wow.
have the shard. Like, yeah, you can't even just be a healing bot right now because of this. You can drop upheaval, try to give some attack speed out. That's kind of good with the SF. At the same time, yeah, nah. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's a whole 12 attack speed per second. That's amazing. So good. I'm being sarcastic, in case you weren't aware, John.
It is good. It's not good. No, I never pick that up. Unless I'm like literally 5 levels ahead of the enemy team. Which, you know, it doesn't matter what you do in the Warlock, then you're just gonna win.
Yeah. Here we go again. Poke, double smoke, just in case the first one didn't work. And they run right into the side of Meteor. Golem is dropped. They're going to try and burst down YRC, but he is perfectly fine.
God.
He had an Aeon Disc up. Requiem, it does fly out. Does not care. He has his own BKB to just kind of ward that off, and Lunfer is just getting annihilated. Not even close. YRG, who'll hold down the Viper. This is one of those fights where you just think about calling it, right? Like, it's just
Yeah.
going so one-sided. 4 down again.
Yeah.
Ancients
this
exposed.
is
I think they just go for it.
pretty much. There's no point going for the Megas.
Middle tower
And the side of Pope don't really have defense. They call it. They call it.
Yeah.
The side of
Let the
Meteor,
torture end.
they play a nice fast game. And Poke learned the hard way again. I don't know if you can really fully blame it in the Warlock pick, but it certainly didn't feel like it helped their cause. Right? Because you'd see these team fights break out, and early team fights, he didn't drop Golem. Later team fights, he dropped Golem. Didn't feel impactful at all. So it's Poke that picked the Warlock last time as well, and I appreciate that they're Warlock appreciators. You know, as a Warlock lover, yes, I'm with you. It's just, it's not good right now, guys. Just don't give it a shot.
No. Don't even give it a crack. It's worthless as a hero right now. It pretty much always has been. There was like one patch where it was good. That was pretty much it. Hopefully Johnny gets buffed for your sake, because I know you get very upset at watching your Warlock get destroyed like that. Still, with that is that series over. Meteor Gaming getting a 2-1 here against Poke. Let's throw it back to our panel to see what they thought about this game 3.
Well, 3 games we got, and 3 close games we certainly got between these two teams. Another bit of a battle here. I have to be said though, like despite this SF seemingly had a pretty good start to the game, we never had that moment where he was really able to turn up to fights and just kind of be the big Giga Chad, like smacking everybody sort of damage machine you really want your SF to be. Lizard, why was that?
You ask him. I don't know. Like, he should be that machine. Like, he should be the one that hits hard. But yeah, you're playing versus a Living Armor. You're playing versus Ricky that can jump you, Pango, Tree, and there's just so many things that control you. So you want to be the tower, but at the same time, you can't really afford to stand your ground, or you're gonna get kited down and killed off easily. Like, some games, when you have like an SF plus Viper plus Centaur versus a Spectre, they can work, but usually those are the games in which you make 0 mistakes. Like, you need to play this game so cleanly to reach the late game, or to not actually reach the late game, to reach that 25-minute mark and have a full map control versus her. Like, if you don't control the map completely, like if she finds just a little bit of farm, things like this happen. She's just shadow stepping and killing off your cores.
Yeah, and she had a bad start as well. It was pretty awful. She was dying. She was trying to like just jungle with the Seeds of Serenity. Really looking bad, but came back into it. I mean, how did the team really enable the Spectre to find the late game fluke?
I think it was kind of a combination of they got a lot of information from Marblu walking around. I think Star or YRG did a really good job on the Pangolier to kind of just be an enabler across the map. I don't think they had any issues for the rest of their heroes. You know, TZ was the one that was soaking up all of these golems. I believe it was like the first 2 golems in the game. They were just dumping them in the trees to get rid of the treant protector. So I think if your position 5 is soaking up a spell like Chaotic Offering, then you're probably pretty happy if you're on the Spectre. The fact that he only died once in the early stages of that game kind of goes to show that Poke weren't able to find the angles to catch out their Spectre. They weren't able to get the kills that they needed. And then eventually it just started becoming this compounding factor of the Spectre getting another item after a team fight, getting half an item after a team fight. And if you can't kill her in the first place, then as soon as she starts getting this Manta Skadi, then I think she's actually untouchable.
So who would you say is your MVP for this game, was it? All right, yeah, I kind of agree. It was a great game from the Spectre. Can take it.
Maybe my series MVP would be Molasses, but can have this one. He can have the game.
And what was so impressive about the Spectre?
Nothing. he just played a normal Spectre game. He had a couple of good haunts, couple of good shadow steps. He itemized properly. Like the Skadi in this game. Obviously, you're gonna buy that Skadi no matter what, but Blade Mail plus Skadi into these ranged cores just feels so good. It halves the potential of the Viper and the SF. Like overall, didn't make too many mistakes. Only one death in a game in which there is a hero that can break you. You know, you carried the game. Good job.
Good job, buddy. And yeah, like I was saying about the Nether Toxin as well, it happened like once in the early game where they were able to rotate on the Spectre and kill him off and keep him inside the Nether Toxin, inside the Stomp. But from that point onwards, we didn't really see it come into effect. You know, it's way too easy for the Spectre to just leave, to go somewhere else. You know, that is the beauty of Haunt and Shadow Step and daggers as well. So not quite working out for them. Closing thoughts, Fluke, as we close up this series. And what's your thoughts on these two teams and how they kind of stand in the region as a whole?
I think Meteor is definitely starting to show as like potentially like a top 4 team right now. They are starting to. Obviously we haven't seen what outsiders from China look like. We haven't seen Meteor go up against the top tier teams right now, so we can't really put them in the upper echelon. But they're starting to look good, like as a middle of a pack team. I think they still have some issues that they need to work out. Obviously the fact that they've gone to all 3 games in both their series so far.
Yeah.
On the other side of things for Poke, I think they need to stop picking Warlock.
Yes, indeed. The Warlock pick, once again, not really working out for them. We saw some moments of kind of potential from it early on, but didn't quite fly.
Maybe get rid of that Warlock. Or if you are picking that Warlock, please don't use your ulti. Like, I feel like the only reason they're using it is because, okay, we can't catch that little shit treant hiding in the trees. Just rock him behind the tier 2. I mean, okay. And then you don't have the rock for the next fight. Sure.
Yeah, it was a bit of an issue for sure. That was a deforestation tool, which you kind of want a little bit more from your ultimate with like a 3-minute cooldown or whatever it is. So, with the back of that Warlock, we will be seeing the backs of Poke as they take another L here, resulting in 2 serious losses for them so far. Looking bad for their chances here in Division 2. But Meteor with a flying start. 2 big wins for them straight out of the bat. Maybe, just maybe, they can wiggle their way through if they come up against some of these top teams. But as Fluke mentioned, there is one top team who we haven't really seen a whole lot from just yet, and that is Outsiders from China. These guys have yet to play a series, but that's all going to change. It's after the break, we will have their matchup versus Team Cloud here in the Division 2 of the China region. So stick around for that one, as we've got some more awesome dotes coming up after this break. If you've been outside looking at the clouds, then it's time to come in and watch Outside versus Cloud, as that's our next series coming up for today. This team we haven't seen a whole lot from yet. Outsiders from the China region are going to be battling it up against Team Cloud, who did play last day. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Fluke and Lizard as we get into the final series of the day. Guys, I mean, I'm guessing we've got pretty high expectations from Outsiders from CN. Fluke, why don't you just walk us through a couple of the players and where they're all from?
Well, yeah, we're having a look at this roster coming into coming out of the break. Pardon me. So obviously, XM has been ex-Vici Gaming. Mid laner Echoes has also been from eHome. We've got SRF, who is another one. Basically, all of these players are pretty much all from Vici Gaming in one way or another, and a lot of them now have come together as kind of outcasts. They absolutely blasted through the closed qualifier as well. They only lost to YBB. They completely decimated everybody else. So coming into this, I think these guys are all really, really good players in their own right. They weren't able to make any of the top tier teams and not able to make the best team in Division 2 in Vici Gaming this time around. So it seems like they kind of got this ragtag crew together and really trying to give everybody in Division 2 what for, and I think they can do it.
Yeah, and in case you're wondering, by the way, in case these names might not be familiar to you, don't worry, don't panic, it's okay. It's the China region. They've swapped names, as they always do, because they hate us and want to make our lives harder. So YDS is, in fact, Xiaoma, and Outside is, in fact, Victoria. So if you guys are wondering who those guys are, that's who they are. They've just changed names once again, so keep up or get left behind. But yeah.
Who's on Cloud, though?
Who's on Cloud? That's an excellent question. Over on the side of Cloud, we've got Ice Limit, we've got Butterfly Effect, we've got CSJ, Mercy, and Starif.
I think Mercy is the only one I can kind of remember from his days in Magma. I believe he played for them. The rest of them are fairly unknown to me, like all new players, more or less relatively new. Played in some academy teams, but
yeah, a bit of IGV.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, right? Like they play in some IG Vitality teams, some academy teams, and then they try to spread their wings, fly away for greener, better pastures, for teams that will take them towards that Division 1. Do I think that will happen here? Probably not. Like, there are teams that are kind of difficult to beat, but at the same time, like, the last few years have been the years of upcoming teams. The new OG, the new Team Spirit, like
new LGD.
New LGD, like most of these teams have completely freshened their lineups. Maybe,
yeah, I mean, I would say the run of eHome last year has given these guys like a lot of hope, you know, like Planet and Shiro now being on LGD, you know, these guys came up from the bottom, they came up from Division 2. This is almost like very, very similar to how these Team Cloud guys are coming in now. So, you know, even if you might not be expecting a whole lot from these teams, this is where it starts, this is where it begins, this is where the journey begins. And who knows where it will end up. But yeah, I mean, Fluke, from what we've seen so far, obviously we only got one very, very quick series out of Cloud, as they did get smashed down a little bit. But anything promising you saw from these guys?
I think their game one was very promising. Their draft was really, really good going into Vici. Unfortunately, they kind of just got outlaned by all of the Vici players, and that's probably something that maybe a lot of these other teams in Div 2 are going to have happen to them as well. So I'm not quite sure if we can kind of just put a strike through Team Cloud just yet. That game number 2, to me, was a massive asterisk. I think that was kind of a game where they said, all right, what do we want to play? Let's play it. And they played that last pick Meepo, and it didn't really work out with the rest of their draft and the Zeus and what have you. So I think they've got some good ideas and they've got some good players as well. I just want to see them try and play around their players a little bit more. You know, we saw a whole lot coming out of Butterfly Effect. I know Ares is a big fan of Butterfly Effect, so hopefully he's able to spread his wings here today.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Butterfly Effect. We hope for big things. We hope for big things from these new upcoming mid laners. You know, mechanical skill is what we look towards when we're talking about these new guys. See if they can't out-strategize, then at least out-skill them as we move into the draft for game number 1 of Cloud versus Outsiders from CN.
What has happened to you, Nomad? Like, is this the same person? Okay, you got a haircut, that's fine. But there's a guy named Butterfly Effect, and you're not making a pun off of that. Like, I can't. I don't know. He's changed, Fluke. I think this is a lizard man in Nomad skin. Like, don't trust him. Don't trust anything he says.
All right, I'll take that. Maybe I've taken the puns from him. Maybe Nomad and I have just switched chairs.
Maybe.
Mayhaps.
That could be it. By the way, I love his hoodie. Look, top left. Oh my god, that looks so cozy.
I want to cuddle
Okay,
him.
I don't know what he's scratching right now, but the hoodie
Classic.
looks
The moment
cool.
you point him out, he's like, going to town.
Yeah, what's the best posture here? Like bottom right, probably Shauma, right? Like he has, like this is next level.
Yeah, some game of Foster right there for sure. Yeah, over here they're all actually pretty matching. Good job, everybody.
Yep.
Everyone's upright. Everyone's ready to go. Yeah, Guy and Fluffy Hoodie though, definitely looking very ready. Ice limit.
Team Cloud stealing the treant with DSF actually. Lina is banned out. So what were their options? Like 3 SF, 3 Drow, 3 Sniper. They go with the 3 SF. I think this is the last game we saw on SF didn't really accomplish much. Because he was surrounded by these heroes that can't really help you in team fights. 3 definitely helps in the lane and during the team fights. He's probably one of the best position 5s to have for these range cores.
And is that just because of the amount of slows and roots he offers with his spell kit, or because of the healing?
It's everything, right? Like he forces out BKBs very early on because of the overgrowth. The armor is nice, obviously. The healings, the slows, everything that this hero brings. And by the way, his damage is also significant. Something that people ignore. Just look at the team fight compositions. Like when it comes to damage done, Treant actually dishes out a ton if all of his spells are used. It's kind of ridiculous.
Also, another interesting tidbit as well here coming up from Team Cloud is they've had the exact same opener in their draft as what they had up against Vici Gaming. Vici almost have or had very similar picks and bans as well. In their game against Vici, they picked Rubik instead of the Tusk, and instead of the Riki, it was the Beastmaster ban. So from what we've seen so far, they went with the Morphling, Batrider ban, and a Dragon Knight last time around. I don't know if we'll see the DK ban coming in here for Team Cloud, but seems like they have a opener that they want to do in a lot of these series, Tree SF, and then if they can stick to that, then it seems like that's where they want to go.
Yeah, good to have a plan. I think it's always nice to have an opening which you want to rely on because, you know, you can get some bans out of it later down the line if it does end up going well for you. And consistency, always very important in these Div 2 matches. And if you're just changing up the entire concept of your draft every single game, it can be very difficult to find that.
Yeah, I kind of agree and disagree at the same time. Like, it depends. It depends. Like, it depends what you think is the problem. Like, if your execution is a problem, then you shouldn't probably be changing drafts way too much, because if you're changing the drafts way too much, you can't focus on the execution part. But if you do think that you execute properly and there's just something missing, you should change drafts as much as possible until you figure out what exactly works for you, what will enable you. Like it's weird, right? Like experimenting is always weird because you can always push yourself to a certain limit of experimenting, and if you continuously fail, the problem is like you'll lose yourself, like you'll lose all the morale in your team. So sometimes it's kind of nice to just be stable and win a game or two, even though you know that this probably we already know that this works. We could have picked something different, but you know, like you just need that +5 to happiness or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I also think it's important to, you know, if you are losing, sometimes it's not always about the draft, and sometimes the problems to work out. You know, you need to play the same kind of style of game a few times in a row to actually isolate those problems and find the patterns. Otherwise, you do just get stuck constantly switching things around and never actually finding the root of the issue. So,
what would you say is the last issue you found, Nomad, and you fixed?
In my game or in my life?
In your life.
It's getting deep.
In my life. Yeah, we are getting deep here. I found that I was changing myself too much for the situation I was in and just needed to kind of be a more, you know, genuine person. And I'm working on that, Lizard.
Okay, good for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, a Lich.
Anyway, Lich.
I was surprised about
the
whether
segue out
or
of that
not
one.
we were going to see either a Lich or a Shadow Demon being picked. I think outsiders from CN really took a lot of their time to toss up about what their pick was going to be. I think they were always going to ban the Ember because Ember and Snap were the 1-2 combination that Team Cloud went for after they banned the Batrider and the Morphling last time around. So I think right now we're looking at Team Cloud to be like, okay, we need to try and have a bit more of this mixed damage as well, because we saw Lich in the past be able to buff up these heroes like the Death Prophet, just throw the Frost Armor on top of her and say, hey, you can't really right-click her all too much now. And now with the Guardian Greaves and Pipe build as well, she's going to be very, very hard to kill. So I want to see Team Cloud to either pick a hero that can get into the backline and kill the Lich, or have a way of getting rid of this Frost Shield.
Yeah, too much armor, right? Another add on top of that a rate band, and you're unkillable, basically. By the way, you guys remember the CIS squad Outsiders? Is that where this Outsiders from CN is coming from? Probably, right? Because
I guess so.
yeah, they're kind of in a similar situation. Ex-pro stars, maybe never. Yeah, the old Outsiders probably had bigger stars, like in the CIS, considering how much they've achieved individually. But yeah, still nice little homage to them.
Yeah, a little nod across the pond. Of course,
There's no
they were
pond.
rejects, weren't they?
They're-
They
they're-
weren't outsiders, they were rejects.
No, there were Outsiders as well, and also
Outsiders was a VP rebrand, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, you're actually right. That's true. By the way, there's no pond. Doesn't matter. Come on,
True.
you're not American.
Across the dirt.
Exactly.
Doesn't quite sound as good, does it? Doesn't roll off the tongue as easily.
5 seconds.
I guess there's
Talk
a
about
pond if you
rolling.
go if you
We've
go
got
around the
Pangolier.
world. Yeah.
So now he's back, Lizard.
Do you like the
Little
Pango
point out there.
Kotl?
I think it gives them good team fight. It gives them a good way of, once again, finding the Lich in the backline. I don't know if it's going to be enough damage to try and kill this DP, though. I think that's my biggest concern right now for Team Cloud is if she's running in with Frost Armor and she's running in with, like, Greaves and maybe, like, a BKB, like, how are you supposed to kill her outside of your SF just being absolutely monstrous? So I think Outsiders, they pick another hero that's going to be very, very hard for them to kill right now, Templar Assassin. Have we even seen her at all in DPC?
Well, in Division 1s, yes. She was picked a couple of times into the Lina. She's probably one of the best answers to the hero as well. But overall, just a good answer to these long-ranged carries, right? Like, you can get on top of them, you can play the map very fast, you have DP to take rush with you. Like, you can come online way before the SF does. So, if the SF is position 1, which I believe he is, you don't care about the Illuminate. You don't care about the blast as well, right? Because of the shield.
Yeah. Pretty good win rate on the TA as well. 64% win rate out of 33 picks over across the whole DPC. So that's pretty good. Pretty good. Picked as a common answer. Wait, what? Oh yeah, picked as a answer to
Alina?
Bloodseeker mostly. Yeah.
Oh, the Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker and DP. Yeah. Weird.
Okay.
I mean, this is from 33 games, so not a great pool for determining counters and such.
Yeah, it's a solid pool overall. The hero is good. I feel like she can be played a bit more. There's like 2-3 heroes that fit the same bill. Like you get TA, Ursa, and Slark, something like that. These 3, if you want to push the tempo, you can pick them on the safe lane. Just try and roll with the game, which is, I don't know. If you're a team that's considered much better, and you also have this high tempo kind of a lineup, I think you should be able to just completely dominate and end the game 30 minutes in.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what Outsiders from CN are going to take the most from that VG Gaming series is, like, if you're able to really kind of pull Team Cloud apart in the laning phase, it's one of those things that really sets you up for success. So probably just going to be securing up the TA's lane here. I'd imagine they're probably looking for an offlaner for Team Cloud. If they want to put this Kotl as a support, you can have the Pangolier running in towards the mid lane.
Do you like? I feel like position 4 Kotl is the best here, right? I would like it on the support more than on the core.
Yeah, I think the reason why I wouldn't want to see it mid is it just has some. It doesn't have any good matchups to go into.
Okay, there's one problem with this puck pick. And that problem for me is Outsiders can just pick something safe lane and put TA into the puck. Like crush him on the mid lane. And then have also like a Bloodseeker on the safe lane into the Pangolier. Also dominate him. I don't know. I think Puck is solid for them when it comes to having control, but at the same time, maybe okay, they just go with the tiny. Yeah.
Well, that's another hero that does really well in the lane against the puck, right? So it's a very similar idea, but this time around they can just have XM playing the TA in the safe lane as originally thought, and they've just got another good lane here for Echoes.
Yeah, also works pretty damn well. I guess that's why they banned out the Kanka and the DK. They really wanted this puck. I'm not sure. It doesn't strike me as the most amazing puck game.
Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to agree with you there. I'm not super loving it. You already had the burst potential from the TA. If you get any lockdown with that, then that puck is going to be in a tricky situation. And now throw in the tiny as well. That does seem difficult. Fluke, what are your thoughts? Which way is this one going?
It's going the way of the TA. I think Outsiders are going to have game number 1.
Dino Canaries, over to you guys, I guess. No, unlucky Lizard.
That's all right. Chuck it over to me. Good. He has honestly.
Shut up,
his
Leo.
opinion is pretty valid, so it doesn't bring down all in. Where all got this covered? And I'm going today.
I'm doing well. Just before we do get into the game and talk a little bit more about it, I just want to say a shout out to Fluke. Happy birthday for today. It's nearly the end of the day for us, and I didn't forget, but I just wanted to make sure we got a chance to do it on air. So hope he's had a good one so far. And I mean, when you're casting Dota, that's the best place to be for spinning.
It is indeed. Have your extra age of wisdom will give you even better predictions to help out our draft and throughout the panels. But then for a debut of Outsiders from China, of course, their opponent versus Team Cloud, who we saw face a couple of days ago against Vici Gaming. And that was a pretty difficult series for Cloud. Do we feel like this draft puts them? Yeah, that might be a bit of an understatement. Do we feel like this draft puts them in maybe a winning position versus another very difficult opponent?
Up until the TA was picked, I was like, yes. And then TA was like, well, that's a pretty damn good TA pick. And then the puck comes out and both of us were like, huh? Like, what's going on here? Because it's not the greatest lane into the TA. Maybe they were just thinking that they didn't have amazing catch at the time, you know, just the Lich and the Tusk at the time. But Tiny just resolves that entirely, right? You've got Echo looking to play it, and he's just going to have a great time in that mid lane with his insane base damage and provides that extra lockdown that you're needing as well. So, yeah, I'm all about, let's just call him OFC for this one.
OFC. Okay, I like it. I was going to get a little bit confused, of course, with Victoria now going as outside. I don't know if this was a deliberate thing to make it more difficult for us just because of their team name now, but I liked his name before as Victoria, but it's okay. We, Nomad even mentioned, of course, YDS going as Yama now, but we weren't aware that SRF is also going as Ava. Of course, this is someone who also has been in the scene for quite some time. SRF, of course, playing on IG and RNG. Had stints on some Sparking Arrow teams as well. So definitely a lot of experience coming up from the position 3 on OFC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's where I've really known them mostly from, is that RNG, Sparking Arrow. They always tend to just swap players back and forth, right? Even Setsu, who's now part of this Vici Gaming lineup, was a mainstay of that for quite some time. I'm going to be looking at Starif most of all because, you know, OFC have clearly done their homework. They've cut out all these trees, so he's not going to have a lot to be able to play with. But this is 3 out of 3 games now that they've been able to pick the tree and protector for him. And in those first 2 games against Vici, I know it's a lot of stress to have to go up against all the pressure that they were putting onto you, but I just really didn't feel like he had the level of impact that you would want out of, like, a first pick tree and protector, you know?
Is that impact in one particular time throughout the game, or is it kind of spread over multiple occasions?
I would say it's multiple occasions, to be honest, right? Like, in the lane, you want to be abusing this Leech Seed as much as possible. It's ridiculously overpowered. Just the cast range plus the radius means that you're always going to get a really nice life return across the entire lane, which is going to be really helpful. Considering, you know, the lane spamming out, it basically ends up back into you. And then protecting the towers, it's something that I thought, did a pretty poor job on in that first series. And I mean, again, Tree and Protector, that is one of the reasons that you pick it. It just makes it so much harder for your opponent to be able to expand the area of map that they can look to play upon. And then even at the very end of the game, when he was spending a long time getting the Blink Dagger, there was no Blink Overgrowth that came at a really opportune time where Vici at the time were engaging up onto the high ground, could have potentially turned it around, but just didn't happen. So I have faith in him. He's, again, one of these Malaysian imports that comes through into the China scene and tries to make a success out of himself, but this is the game for him to do it. You can give people the understanding of, right, you might not be able to beat Vici, but let's take some games off maybe the slight tier below.
Also, that's going to be set up off the back of the lanes, and if they're able to find that early lead, maybe help defend some of these early towers as we see how the elf lane is shaping up at the moment. It's going to be the Pango in combination with the Keep of the Light. Is this something that a combo that's going to have a difficult time versus the Lich and the Templar Assassin, or will the Cloud Heroes find their farm?
I think they'll be
They
fine
might find
enough.
a kill instead.
They might. I mean, this is
Outside,
such
they
a
can
potent
refresh
combo,
with
right?
the Chakra. CSJ still not going to have enough. She'll crash on cooldown for far too long for the Chakra really to be able to help out, but it is a lot of damage onto the Lich nonetheless.
I mean, you can get incredibly active with this trio, right? Even just whenever I see a puck, I always want to see a position 4 that's able to do damage as a result of your Dream Coil. And when you think about Coddle, he is one of them. Not just using the Illuminate for it, but even just refreshing puck's cooldowns on a lot of the spells. And for the laning stage, it's going to be a pretty good combination together with CSJ. So I'm actually seeing this this roaming trio, once the laning stage does break down, to be able to do a pretty decent job.
Yeah. I like the point you just mentioned in regards to the damage, because everyone in the foot's going to consider about actually going for like a hood. I think it's going to be really important for OFC to make these early towers off the back of it. No, in that previous we saw Cloud in game 1 where they had this defending against it for, and I think it's very similar where a lot of the early out of his items is going to be cool. So I wonder consider this would just the early tower.
I really wouldn't hate to see it. I think what he might end up doing is going for like a casual cloak into the Guardian Greaves, just because Greaves is such value these days. We've seen Death Prophets do it, and you're against a Tree and Protector, right? So it gives you that dispel for the overgrowth.
That's a great call, actually. How much magic resist?
550. 15.
15. I mean, that's a lot for 50. So you look at that. If you can probably even play around with the range as well. That is the aim of the game here. OFC. It's a couple of the exos. You're going to be able to start rotating some of the cores. The Tiny with the Power Rune can get active. The Lich can even make some rotations and put the TA back in the jungle. So that's what we're looking for OFC in around like the 10-minute mark.
It's actually only 500 gold, not 550. I always get confused because, support player, I usually think of Cloak combining together with the Glimmer Cape and the recipe for that changed in price recently-ish. So mistake there on my behalf, but it just means it's even more enticing for the DP to pick up, so I really want to see him go down that route.
We do see both sides bringing their supports to try and secure the water runes. Butterfly Effect does find one. Unfortunately for Echo, he's unable to pick up a water rune, so won't be playing with the potential to refill the bottle. They also took the bounty rune as well, but luckily enough for the Tiny, he's got pretty good right-click damage.
I mean, Tiny's not going to be all that worried at all. You've already hit level 5 before the puck.
Top lane, Starif. I've been some trouble. Jama playing around with the shards means that Ava can get plenty of damage out of the Spirit Siphon, and one more right click from afar will secure first blood.
Again, it's a Tree and Protector, right? Probably shouldn't be putting yourself in this position. He made sure to wait out the Leech Seed.
They're going to go. Andy's in trouble. Jama's got the abilities back up to work with. The Tree's going to start to TP back in, but he's going to be a little bit too late. I love that play from OFC. You get the kill on the Tree Protector, you wait for your abilities to come off cooldown, and then you go straight away as you bait the range creep deny.
Didn't have a Tango to be able to play around with either, so meant that he was just at the mercy of these two really strong laning stage heroes in the Death Prophet and the Tusk. And again, from Star, really shouldn't be going down there as a result. They even get a kill up here onto the Keeper of the Light, giving it over to XM. Maybe just wanting to invade, check if there's any stacks built up, which there are. But, of course, a Coddle is one of those heroes that can actually look to take that away if you let him get too out of control in the levels department. So, very important that Outside as well as XM make that rotation to protect the camps.
Speaking of rotations, we'll see them once again to mid lane for the first power into the game. Butterfly in some trouble. He's already used the jaunt, but pops the avalanche slam to try and protect the rune instead. But even Mercy's going to be caught out of the river. Look at the damage. Yama's already level 4. Oh my lord.
I mean, that comes off the back of 2 kills, right, on the bottom side of the map. It just means that these rotations are so much more deadly. Really nice movement coming through from outside as well. I mean, I think they would have been happy enough just to be able to deny that rune away from the puck, who was in a good position to be able to pick it up at the time. Everything going well for outsiders right now? And you have to just ask yourself, like, what are they doing with things, with this on Cloud in response to it, right? You've got the lane, which is always, again, going to push out because of the Shadow Fiend spamming out those raises. It's, you know, the triple Shadow Raise level up here, not the right-click build that we've seen a lot of other times. And I can understand it if they want to see him get a little bit more active, again, with the Keeper of the Light, perhaps, for some of that early damage, but someone's going to need to take the towers, and right now you've got 0 heroes that are going to do it on Clouds, and I really don't think you can take this super late either. You've got some pretty good late-game heroes on Outsider's side.
Look at this smoke. Very early movement coming out from OSC, and they might not even need the extra members to bring down the Shadow Fiend. Echo will now reveal his position. Gets a kill along with the Courier as well for good measure, as this is starting to get a little bit out of control.
The thing, they make a lot of these quick rotations. That's what separates the tier 1 teams from the level below, right? You just don't give the enemy team time to react. Every movement in pro level becomes super obvious if you just give teams the understanding to be able to do it. But they were just really quick, making sure to even use the smoke for that extra little bit of movement speed, cutting off a few seconds and catching them out with their pants down.
Let's see if they're going to be able to defend the tower. Exo, he has about a quarter duration left, so looks like Team Cloud, they will be okay. They're going to have to bring an extra support down to protect it, however. So this will leave CSJ alone up top, but it doesn't seem like there's anything that Dyer can do to kind of penalize the Pangolier, as they're happy with leaving XM by himself as well. He's already fallen back and taken both the stacks that the Lich was able to create for him. That's a big reason why that XM is so far on top of the network.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically saying to them, all right, you want to leave our TA against a Pangolier? We're happy with that. You know, he, again, is our win condition on the TA, so we're just going to punish a Shadow Fiend. We know that it's going to be incredibly hard for us to be able to take out a TA with any kind of rotations. Certainly not the case the other way around, with Tiny moving to the SF's lane, causing him a couple of kills, and it's actually already pushed Ice Effect out of the lane entirely. He's back into the jungle, which is not where you want to be this early in, with a Treant Protector in your lane.
See, it was a kill across the map onto Mercy's Keeper of the Light. While that was going on as well, though, Dyer were able to get some information about the stacks down at Radiant's Triangle. I believe they only saw the hard camp stack, though, so they weren't able to scout out that juicy ancient stack that is also there. I'm sure that Tia would love to somehow steal that if she can get her hands onto it.
Oh, for sure. It's just a risk versus reward sort of scenario, right? Like, how much do you want to overextend yourself potentially on XM? Because if you are far enough away from the towers, you can delay your death by a decent amount of time on this TA, but not if you're completely away from any kind of reinforcements coming in to back you up. So I think he's just going to take use of the fact that he's playing on the Dire side and look to continue to farm a lot of these juicy camps that you can just farm back to back to back with little to no issue.
So do we like this setup that's going on at the moment from Cloud? Is actually mid lane. Andy, he's going to be caught out. The pogo stick wasn't fast enough to get over the shards, but they haven't been able to blow him up just yet, and now they could have the turnaround potential. Drops the coil with the rotation from CSG. They've got the Rolling Thunder, but the damage might be the thing in question. That's where the Puck's able to come into play, but Ava will use the Exo as a bit of a deterrent, but it won't stop CSJ. The Pangolier will find the finishing blow onto the Lich, but there's nowhere to run for himself. Attempts the shield crash, but the quick use of the toss will stop the damage mitigation being a factor in that kill.
Nicely done by Echoes there. Like you said, making sure that that shield crash damage reduction was not a factor. And essentially, he got a little bit greedy there. Could have kept running, had the TP available, had 20 stick charges, but just wasn't able to pop it.
Oh, Shadow Fiend. Since last time... Oh, even man, he got a bit too close to my comfort. last time we cast a card, he had the Chinese characters. Now it's Andy. I don't know if he wants Andy. I don't know if he wants Ice Limit.
You know, we know this about the Chinese players, right? They'll do what they want. We can't start to question it. You know, this is a team that just wants to keep us guessing.
Well, what do you want to do?
Radiant's top tower is
Oracle,
under
Mr.
attack.
Denog, if it's your choice.
I want to keep my name the same. I've kept my name the same for 15 years.
No, doesn't mean it's a good call though, but that's okay. I'm sure now with your wise age, you could come up with a better name than Gonad.
Well, good thing it's not Gonad. It's literally the opposite.
Like, we can do some brainstorming later on if you want.
Okay, sounds good.
You gotta. There you go. I mean, you can roast my name if you want. It's not much better. It's definitely not unique.
It's definitely not unique, I'll give you that.
There's no creativity there with Ares, but
Nothing at all. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that they're just letting this top tower go for free, to be honest, on Outsiders. You know, it's not like they're getting anything amazing in response to it. If they wanted to, they could TP down here. I guess Puck doesn't have the TP, actually. He used it to be able to get up, to get back mid, excuse me, after taking that top tower. And I kind of feel like when you've got Overgrowth, Rolling Thunder, and Dream Coil, this is the time to be able to defend that tower. Now, TA doesn't necessarily need to farm her jungle. You can just let her farm the Radiant jungle, and then you're not only, you know, still keeping the lanes with these supports.
Echoes with the blink reel. The control has to be perfect, and it is with Xiaoma's punch at the last second. Beautifully done, and we're already starting to see the rotations come out as Ava TP's mid, but the Exo now ready to rock and roll. They'll need the next creep wave to utilize it though, and looks like it might take a little bit too long to get full effectiveness out of this Puck there.
That's exactly the sort of blink reveal that you want though, right? Just instantly in onto the Puck. The reason that you picked this Tiny, not just for the laning stage, but for the game as well. And he immediately makes a big impact with it.
I wonder, just real quick, with that bottom defense, like you said, the Puck's TP wasn't there. I think even another thing, you're so close to Witchblade, so if you lose that bottom fight, then all of a sudden, if they don't have to pop Exo for it, they could just chain to the tier 1 mid. Like, maybe now you're going to have all your abilities and items up to help defend that tower mid, which is potentially the important thing.
Do you think you die though? Like, I just don't think they die with Overgrowth, Rolling Thunder.
The Echo's going to die. But of course, they don't group up. The threat of the Chain Frost not enough as CSJ protects himself with the Rolling Thunder and pushes him away.
I mean, that's essentially what I wanted to happen, right? Just next to the tower, so you're able to maintain it. And again, you got a Treant Protector with 4 points living armor, so you'd be able to delay the game out a little bit, continue to push it up, you know, again, keep a bit more of the map available for yourselves.
Requiem used from the SF to try and get out of dodge there, Avon. Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't feel like he needs to take part in any team fights, it's perfectly understandable, right? Just want to avoid the deaths. See you later, Coddle.
They're going to keep going. Rolling Thunder on cooldown for 40 seconds. Yep, there we go. You got XM as well with Desolator already. Dude, this guy's... He's so farm! What? Hang on. His net worth, dude. What are you going to do against this man?
You're not going to do anything against him. I mean, you've got no spells to combo together. I think a Dream Coil now would be a big mistake coming through without, again, Rolling Thunder, without any significant damage coming through. And yeah, this should be very easy. I like the fact that they've looked to group up together to ensure that this is going to go down. It's one of the big things that I dislike when you're going up against a Treant Protector draft is like these little pokes and prods, you know?
Yeah.
You got to commit. You got to get that tower so that your movement isn't completely wasted if they look to make some kind of defensive play.
And with the Templar Assassin already having Desolator, it makes it that much easier. She's going to show up to help with the push. And it's lovely to see XM on a comfort hero as well. We've got to keep in mind, this is a man who's played in the mid lane for pretty much his entirety of his career. Of course, the previous year with VG Gaming, you know, he's been with the likes of eHome for a long while as well, but he's never really ventured into the one role. But I mean, the Templar Assassin is something that, of course, he has a lot of experience on.
I wonder next time Exo's up if they're just going to say, all right, let's move in, let's try and pick off the Shadow Fiend as he's farming the Ancients area, and then use the Exorcism off the back of that with our Deso, with Tag Team that's already level 2, to just go into Roche.
Look at this ward placement. Beautifully done from Dire, scouting out the movements. Unfortunately, the Shards was off the mark to catch both of them, but They should still be able to catch up to the Train Protector nonetheless. 4 heroes from obviously required to get the kill, but when we see what Cloud are getting out of the map, really nothing. That's the big thing. No one's pushing mid. Their bottom jungle completely unfarmed. That bottom lane as well, so net worth lead just slowly continuing to grow.
Absolutely. I mean, essentially, they're just waiting for their next item, right? You can't push in onto outsider side of the map, so they're just going to look to make these aggressive movements again. Honestly, with just a Tusk and a Tiny and a Lich, that's all you really need at this point. It's a bit of a luxury if the Tusk wanted to go into the Blink Dagger, but it's very important that DP gets into that BKB, TA gets into that Blink Dagger for herself. Because you don't really need their damage at this stage, but you're certainly going to need the survivability and pick-off potential when it comes to moving up into the high ground and making the most out of this great early game.
You reckon I'm just going to walk on a Roche? Like it might be the call.
Considering it. All right.
I don't even think they need Exo. How many points tag team they got? Yeah, they got 2 points. I think they won't even require it. What? Why not just secure it?
Got this pretty decent ward as well, but it's going to be scouted out by Starif.
Echoes tries to get the jump of the toss back into the tree. Not the greatest target to actually start the fight on. So Clark can look to turn around off the back of the Rolling Thunder. They will be a bit too late to potentially contest Roche, however, as XM finds the ages and might look to hunt CSJ down, but not the blink yet completed. He won't be able to close the distance.
Not a horrible Spirit Vessel game either for the Pango. Just lets him be out on the map that little bit longer with the extra mana regeneration, gets rid of refraction charges, negates the effects of the Spirit Siphon, and against a couple of tanky heroes in the Tiny and the Tuck, he's going to be doing a lot of damage. So hey, I don't hate the pickup. They certainly do need a little bit more of that immediate teamfight control though, don't they? That's what the Blink Dagger's going to eventually provide, but even now, if you're able to land that perfect Rolling Thunder initiation with the Blink Dagger onto the highest priority target in the TA, she's got the Aegis. And if your vision's good enough, which it has been, you're going to have a Blink Dagger and about 70 gold as well.
Double damage.
And speaking about the TA, she went Shard very early on. What do you make of this item pickup from XM?
It's fantastic against both Puck and Pango, right? Just able to get in onto them before they're able to move away. Two heroes that are incredibly vulnerable if they get silenced, and neither of them really want to buy a BKB. Lotus Orb is a super late game thing for a Pangolier, and Yule Scepter is basically dead on both heroes these days.
It looks like Radiant are trying to gear themselves up for this bottom tower defense.
Just putting that trap down right underneath him, just in case Puck looked to make the blink on forward, and she ended up proccing it perhaps a little bit too early. I wonder if around that next exorcism timing in 30 seconds, that should be around when Ava might have the next, the BKB fully finished up. They look to take that bottom tier 2 tower. Tier 2 mid is a certain possibility at that stage, and then look to try and close the game out pretty shortly.
Honestly, I'm quite impressed that this game is only a 1,000 net worth lead. SF is getting a ridiculous amount of farm across the map. He's had 2 deaths, but hasn't really been brought down in quite some time, and he too is very close to his own BKB.
I mean, those were both before the 6-minute mark. He's certainly done a very good job at being able to fall back, farm the safer areas, and just have a look at what their division's like, right? They've got 2 super defensive wards, and previously they had one just above Dire's outpost, trying to smoke out any sort of gank attempts. So they know exactly where these movements are happening, and they know that smokes are a finite resource as well for outsiders. So he's going to need to get active soon, though. I mean, he's got the UKB available for himself. Not quite yet level 15. I don't know if he's going to be in a position just yet to be able to defend this tier 2 tower. That's sure going to be the hope on Cloud's side. It actually is going into the Yules on the Puck.
Look at the silence of the Train Protector. No one else is nearby. No one's even going to TP in with the threat of maybe an overgrowth turnaround. So Train Protector goes down. They'll get the tier 2 tower. This will now be able to open up the outpost for outsiders for China to work with. They're also looking over to mid, but it's just Ava leading the charge at the moment. The rest of the boys are a little bit too slow to connect.
Actually going Yules on Puck and Pangolier. I don't know when the last time I've seen that sort of thing is, right? I mean, sure, you're going up against the silence from the DP as well as the one from the TA, but man, it just seems Like, you're not going to be doing that much damage as a result of it, right? Can you put all of your eggs into the SF basket is my issue.
Echoes, who's the target? Smoke's gonna pop and Radiant. Ooh. Alright, not the greatest pause timing, but they will get an opportunity to be able to work out what the call is going to be. Radiant currently see just Zhama and Ava. It's like Dire also are able to scout out Butterfly Effect as well, but I don't know if they're going to try and take this fight now with Smoke popping.
If Outsiders will? I mean, they've got the Aegis for a minute 20. They've got a Siege Creep, and they've got Exo. With, I believe, BKB coming out on the courier now for the DP. So I'd say they're pretty ready.
All right. Who's the target then? Who do we feel like Dire has to try and bring down first to have a successful team fight?
Either Pango or Tree for me. I mean, Tree is going to mean that you can save those BKBs for a rainy day around the Dream Coil. And, you know, if you're just able to take the Pango out, there's going to be no disarm stopping your TA from just doing whatever the hell she wants.
Well, speaking about the Pango, of course, he does have that blink now completed, so as a way to be able to start the fight, which is something that we've seen pretty much only be on Dire's advantage. It's really always been Outsiders from China, the ones getting that initiation, so that CSG has this item to be able to instantly close the distance. We'll see if he's going to be able to find an opening here to be able to do so. There's a threat of that Shadow Fiend as well, like we were mentioning with the BKB. You get into the middle, get those right clicks going, then he's definitely going to be a big threat if he gets a free fight.
Yeah, still about 600 gold away from the Blink Dagger on the Treant Protector for that instant initiation, but he's got the Tumbler's Toy. Let's see if Starf's able to do something about it in this next team fight.
His position has to be perfect, and it's not easy because they can scout up very easily. Shards, potentially even the traps as well, into the tree line, so they just double back. They've got great wards to play with. They're even going to see Starf drop that Absorb Ward as well inside the jungle.
Top tower is under attack.
Go back off. I mean, this is a big win for Cloud, right? You're not going to have to fight up into the TA with the Aegis. Sure, you still have the BKB on the Death Prophet, but SF can do what he's been doing for the past 15 minutes. Just go back into this Ancients area, and now if you win a team fight, you can look to take some buildings potentially. You got the presence with a Dark Lord Aura affecting buildings. If you win a team fight, you're probably going to get at least level 16. So, certainly not out of it yet is Cloud.
Potentially been eyeing up Ava in the mid lane. Call's going to be laid down. Has the BKB if he potentially wants a unit, but further down to the south, they've run into the Pangli. A great target to be able to blow up, but they don't have the damage just yet. As CSJ will look to turn it around with the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, no one's there to also provide the assistance. So the Shadow Fiend's the one that's in trouble. It's Dire via their attention over to their carry of Cloud, and they bring him down with ease. And now they can look for more, as well as Outside gets the gaze, dragging back CSJ into his own demise. And they're not done just yet. Ava looking to chase down a third. Mercy will be able to get some distance away. And in fact, that's enough to make him see another day. But in the end, Outsiders from China will come out on top in that little engagement.
Yeah, I mean, and again, they made the right initiation happen, right? The Blink Avatos plus Snowball and Punch combination, forcing out a super early use of that roll-up. And they were able to get at least a kill in response to it, almost entirely on the back of the Pango. But yeah, 2 cores for 1 when you're at this stage is certainly not ideal. And that first BKB usage coming out of the SF as well.
Yeah, and we just see what happens through that. Like, this TA does a ridiculous amount of damage at this stage of the game, but the Shadow Fiend can't really combat that. I mean, I suppose there is also like a 4,000 net worth difference, which is a lot, to say the least. Yeah, there's mid lane, Zhama and Ava run into Mercy as well. And we just see the vision control that Dire playing with, not only the wards, but of course that Aghanim Shard to increase the vision range of the traps and provide more as well. I do want to mention, though, this game goes later and later. I feel like a lot of it's going to come down to the positioning from the Treant Protector and the Lich. You see Outsiders from China, they drafted these Lich as kind of an answer to the Shadow Fiend. That Frost Shield is going to heavily mitigate a lot of Ice Limit's damage inside the fights. And, well, for Radiant, they kind of have their own mechanic in that way as well with the Living Armor. So we'll see how they can look to try and utilize these defensive factors from both sides.
Yeah, what I really want to see Outsiders do for the next, let's say, 4 minutes until Roche's deck guaranteed going to be up is just continue playing on the Cloud side of the map. You know, don't go high ground, don't risk having that big turnaround because they've got pretty decent high ground defense, right? Shadow Rays, a Puck just, again, using all of her spells. You've got the Swashbuckle, you've got the Living Armor, the Illuminate spam. So you can't go up onto that high ground until you are absolutely certain that you're ready. So just continue to farm up, restrict the farm that Cloud is going to get, more importantly. Take the second Aegis, take all outer towers, and then look to wait for a mistake on Cloud's behalf, because they have to farm at some stage. It's just about catching them out at the right time.
See, it's important though for Radiant to look to get out on the map then. If you're wanting Dire to look to wait for Roshan, then Cloud need to make sure they get some vision set up around the pit just in case they're forced to take a fight around the area. But CSJ is currently underneath the trap, and Rojiyama's going to use his vision to his advantage. A jump over the cliff line will put the pain go into the grave, and now the Coddle is going to join him as well. So see, do they get lucky with the Roche spawn? Once it's not fast enough. A minute 20 until that second Roche is up.
Just saw the value as well out of that super early Aghanim Shard purchase by the TA. Gave a little bit of extra vision with, as Pango was looking to roam around, potentially find a pick-off, because they saw that the creep camp was gone, the one that's now held by the Centaur Conqueror inside of the Dire jungle. They see the Pango, they make an immediate rotation, they use their great stun combinations, and then just blow them up and even get a coddle for their trouble.
I wonder if this TA Shard could also be, like, you're against a Treant Protector. I know something that you like to say in a draft is the Hoodwinks kind of, I guess, potency is increased just with his capability to find the tree in the tree line. So maybe that's where the Shard also is able to come into play.
Yeah, certainly a possibility. And I mean, I think it's a big win in the fact that they've forced at least the Puck to go into a Yule Scepter. Again, now you're just not worried about Puck's damage at all, I feel. Witchblade is not going to be enough, even buffed up by the spells that are going to be used a little bit more commonly with the Chakra Magic. So to me,
Cloud, he's got a DD, man, and they're ready to go.
They got
Invised up, but just places the sentry, so they're aware of this, but Echoes doesn't care! Look at him just walking in the middle. He's still got to be careful, though. Ice Limit's starting to get a decent amount of damage out from the Shadow Fiend, but Dire is still roaring to fight. And he will try and charge up the Requiem, but it doesn't really provide them a whole lot. But with the turnaround from the back, CSJ is going to be in with the Rolling Thunder as well. They're doing a really good job to enable Ice Limit to get the right clicks going, but it's just not enough. XM with the finishing blow. And now they're going to look for more. Maybe smoke to help them retreat. Mercy under the cover of this will be okay. They might turn to Butterfly Effect instead as XM.
Trap.
One right click, 2/3 to Butterfly Effect's health just evaporates. And now we'll need one more. A phase shift to dodge off of the left side, though Ava is in some trouble for the moment. They'll get the kill onto the Puck. Meanwhile, unfortunately for CSJ, we won't be able to get anything out of that. So in the end, Outsiders from China will still be able to come out on top.
That's two heroes now that Outside's been able to save from the Puck. You know, one time there, the Death Prophet, and before himself, with the use of that Glimmer Cape. Of course, the passive magic resistance is very ideal, but just that additional amount that you get, full 50% once the Glimmer is provided. It's not even taking into account the invisibility, and off the back of this, they're just going to go straight on into Roche. Get that second Aghanim Shard. Someone's going to get it. All right, there we go. Echoes looks to pick it up. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, DP. Good user of the X Shard for sure. I really felt like Andy was in a good spot there. I mean, I liked their initial response to that. They had the vision. They just didn't have the capabilities to burst the Tiny quickly enough. And well, the Requiem plus Dreamcall combo came off pretty effectively. It ended up catching two, but again, the follow-up just wasn't there. It always feels like unless SF is free to just stand and right-click, they're going to be lacking in damage.
CSJ. But Echoes was going to walk into the tree line and run into the Pain Clear, but he wants his farm. Not going to try and scout out where the Pango is.
He wants his Lotus Orb as well, just so that he doesn't have to be so cautious about all of these heroes and where exactly he can look to play on the map. Just the plate mail component for some additional armor is going to be a big benefit for him.
Ooh. A lot of damage.
Yeah, he did 1320 in one hit. He's got 1380 HP.
Radiant's
Is this a
middle
Swift
tower
Link?
is under
Let's
attack.
see.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
Swift
tower
Link.
has
Just
fallen.
working on the Eagle song. He's so goddamn rich, man.
Dire's top tower
It
is
was
under attack.
phenomenal TA pick. We were talking about if we'd seen too much of it. The only stuff that I'd seen prior to that was actually earlier today. Team Dogchamp drafted it twice against Eternity and won pretty convincingly both times. So, you know, in the right game, TA is still a very, very useful hero, not just against the mid.
This is definitely looking like he's indeed the right game. Xem's had a hell of a performance. So two of the rest of the boys from Outsiders from China. 15,000 net worth lead, and just going to continue to try and stall out this game. Choke Cloud inside their own base.
Under attack.
Minimize how much net worth they can truly get. I mean, they might just jump Ice Limit. Continues to play on the low ground like he was. Sieging up this mid lane's not going to be easy, though. You did mention before that Cloud have some pretty decent high ground damage that I have to respect.
Surely you wait for the Swift Whip. You're 150 gold away, still 2.5 minutes left on that Aegis. And look at that. He's even gone the Enchanted Clipper. He wants to blow someone up. Whoever he finds, just give them no turnaround potential, whether it be Puck, Pango, Treant, all of them are super ideal just to get burst really quickly.
So who do you reckon doesn't get one hit with this?
Shadowfiend. Maybe the Pango.
Nice. 3 heroes potentially going to get one hit. Very cool. Very
Not
cool.
1 hit, like 2 hit, because you're going to have the Swift Flick, right, for all of that attack speed.
Oh, he's holding Mindbreaker, actually.
Yeah, he's got it on the career, though.
Oh, he okay, yeah. Let's continue all this, of course, till it gets delivered. And still continuing to, of course, choke Cloud
Radiant's top tower
further
is
inside
under
the base and
attack.
further into a position where it's looking like no way to re-enter this game. 4% probability at the moment, and well, with the last remaining outer tower going, say goodbye to getting any little farm outside the base. So that's what Ice Limit's trying to do down bottom.
Yeah.
Yaman's just toying with him.
Butterfly Effect's doing a similar sort of thing up top, just cutting the wave. He's reached up to his level 18. Might delay out this push a little bit, but mid lane, it's going to disable that backdoor protection. So CSJ here to spam it out. He might be in trouble.
Now, it looks like he will be. A couple of right clicks, almost bring him down to living armor, not enough, and XM also is able to kill off another member. Godlike streak here for the Templar Assassin. They got Mercy's Cotter as well on the Cotter, which was some of the components towards the Scepter. Outside the base, Ice Limit. No, that's not a spot you want to be,
That's
brother. Oh, no. We saw it before as Yama was toying with the Shadow Fiend. Looks like he was able to cancel his teammate. He had to run all the way back, and with the Shadow Fiend dying, geez, a drop. That's Outsiders from China. What a game 1 debut from them.
Yeah, looking real solid. I mean, again, we just really didn't feel the impact of the Treant Protector, right? 6 minutes in, Shadowfiend forced out of the lane, didn't get any of that amazing Blink overgrowth happening. I think they need to go back to the well and pick something else for them, because Staref, he's been prioritized at the very start, and it just hasn't seemed to work out. You know this team has the potential there, but maybe just another avenue for it.
Yeah, gonna need to go back to the drawing board, and it's another game where the Shadow Fiend and the Treant Protector combo doesn't have success. This is now 1-5 on the record for the Shadow Fiend so far in the China Division 2. So for that record, not looking good, and for Cloud's record, not looking good so far. But it's just game 1. Just game 1 of our last series of the night. We're going to send it back to the panel and see what they have to say.
Poor old Cloud get beaten down once again, but you know, they say every cloud has a silver lining. Lizard, what would you say that silver lining was? Was there any? Can you find one?
You know, actually, I never knew that's where it came from, like silver lining, that it came from the clouds, I guess. I learned that during this DPC season, like we were talking about it in the green room. I always thought the silver lining was something in the dress, you know, like the dress is bad, but it has silver lining or something like that. I don't know.
It's a really ugly dress, but at least the lining is pretty.
Yeah, exactly. But what did we call? We called for 25 to 30 minute mark, and we were 2 minutes off. Like the game still ended like very early on, like 17-minute mark first rush, and then you just slowly take over the whole map. I don't think that it was only the draft that was the issue. They were just being outplayed in a couple of fights. Like the fight around the triangle on top lane should have went much better for them, considering Tiny wastes his BKB and just jumps in, and they still kind of managed to kill everyone but the Pango. Like there's just skill discrepancy here that's kind of evident, obvious. I feel that's the biggest issue. I hope that they don't switch up their drafts way too heavily. Like even the puck actually surprised me. Well, who was it? Like Ares is a big butterfly effect fanboy, right? That's what you said?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. The guy definitely knows his stuff. Like he didn't really follow up with the puck heavily, and he wasn't playing into a team that succumbs to a puck very easily. Let's put it mildly put. Yeah.
Yeah. That's some very muted language. But like, there were a few opportunities for Cloud. Like, I don't know, it feels bad for them because they've basically been like the punching bag for some of these bigger teams so far. You know, their opening match versus Vici, now going against Ace Outsiders team, which is also pretty good as well. It's a rough start for them, but like there was that one fight at 26 minutes where they're at a 9k gold disadvantage, and they so nearly turned it. They were so like, it was so close. Like 3 heroes, 2 dead on the side of Outsiders, like 3 of them on like a sliver of HP, but they just couldn't get it done, Fluke. So that's going to be a big victory from Outsiders, but it was clean in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Outsiders really showed us why a lot of us are expecting this team to do really well. I think, unfortunately for Cloud, they did a good job at staying within touching distance of the net worth. I believe it was like some point towards about like the 18-minute mark or the 20-minute mark where, Ice Limit was still within touching distance of XM. But the fact that I think this TA was a really, really good pick coming in from OFC, and I think this is a good thing for the rest of their tour here in Division 2, that they can pick this stuff that is just kind of slightly outside of the box, but still really works for them. And, I believe it was Aries touched on it, the fact that XM is, an ex-mid laner, or maybe it was Daniel, one of the two. XM is an ex-mid laner now coming into the position 1, and they're able to, bring him into that by picking up the Templar Assassins. So I hope Cloud can keep their heads held high, and I'm going to have to agree with Danog, maybe change up the treant a little bit here and see if they can have a different strategy.
What about an MVP, Lizard? Which way are you going with that?
Should we go with the TA? Is that the easiest one?
I kind of want to give it to Death Prophet. I don't know.
Okay.
I kind of feel like Arthur, like just kind of controlling the game. It's super rich as well. Actually, like very, very.
What was it like 9? Wait, was it TA or DP that had 9-0? Which one was it? Someone had a good score.
TA.
Yeah, I think the TA was 14-0, and I think Eva was 9-0. So I know.
It was the DP with 9-0.
Yeah, I think that's very impressive for a Death Prophet, especially some of the Death Prophets today have been a little bit behind the mark, dying a little bit too much, but this one, definitely no. 0 deaths, and controlling the tempo of the game, making the space for the TA, and helping to get those all-important objectives. Yeah, great match from Ava, but overall just like a very nice, solid team gameplay from the side of Outsiders, honestly. Like they look super coordinated, which is the main thing I think I was worried about. I know this wasn't a huge test, but whenever we see these stacks come in, which are like kind of, literally reject stacks, I'm always thinking like, is there a reason these guys weren't continued on in their teams? Was there a reason they were kicked or anything like that? But so far so good, at least game 1, starting off on the right foot. Are they going to keep it going for game number 2? You'll have to wait, my friends, after this short break. It's Outsiders versus Team Cloud here at the China DPC Division 2 as we jump into the second game of this series. Cloud a little bit smacked up in game number 1. Their SF not really providing the dubs they were hoping for. Game number 2, we're going to find out what they come in to this series with. Lizard and Fluke join me on the panel. I mean, how bad do you think it feels to be beaten down this hard, like 3 times in a row now? Or do you reckon, you're able to just kind of shrug it off as like, well, these are the big boys. What do you think the mentality is going to be like here, Fluke?
I hope the mentality is good. I understand when you come into Division 2, especially, a lot of times that we've seen in the past, they can be quite varied results for a lot of these teams. Some teams can kind of come in and not be at the same tier, especially when we have teams like Vici Gaming, where a lot of people are question marking why they're even in this division. But, when you go up against teams like that, you can really learn quite a lot. And I hope that Team Cloud come into this division with the mentality of just learning a lot of stuff, even if it's just lane mechanics for some of these players and all that kind of stuff, expanding their hero pools, etc., etc. It probably is fairly demoralizing for a lot of these players, but I just hope that it's not affecting them too much.
Fingers crossed that they are indeed able to keep on top of the mental game. I mean, it can be draining, can't it? But fingers crossed, they're able to kind of learn from their losses. I mean, how easy is that to do in a game like this, though, Lizard, when it kind of feels like you're just kind of being beaten at every post?
Okay. I see you. I have a lot of experience with being beaten the way they got beat. Yeah, I do. It's hard. It depends. Like, I've been in both situations. I've been in situations with teams in which, we were getting beaten by, I don't know, some Secret or Liquid or whatever back in the day. And you learn a lot from them. You learn a lot from the games. But there are games also which are such stomps that there isn't really a lot for you to learn. You just got outplayed in every part of it. Like, you just got outplayed in every single part of the game, from the laning stage to the strategical movements, from the drafts. So it's hard to pinpoint an exact problem because everything is a problem. I don't think that's necessarily the case with Team Cloud. I don't think that their draft was that unplayable. I think it was playable. I don't think that it could, like, for them, it would be better to have a higher tempo. That's how I see it. Because if they're giving a tempo to a team that's on paper more skilled than them, they'll just run faster. They'll just do things faster. You won't be able to react.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. You need to be able to, at the very least, match it, if not beat it. Don't give them a chance to take control of the game. Make sure you have control, because otherwise it can be very, very difficult indeed. And of course, Outsiders from China, they've got that old chip of the shoulder kind of mentality coming into us. They're not going to be the kind of team to experiment particularly or try things out against this Team Cloud, because they just want the wins. They want to claw their way back in Division 1 and show those people who kicked them why they made a huge mistake. So I'm kind of all on board the storyline for Outsiders and seeing what they can do.
What do you pick here, by the way, for Outsiders? Like, you can't really pick the Nature's Prophet because Bat is in the pool. You can pick Tusk, Rubik, I guess. These are the easiest ones to go for.
Do you pick the tree as well here for Outsiders?
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say Team Cloud have been falling back on the tree 3 games in a row. Hasn't worked out for them, to be fair. But, if you just get them outside of their comfort zone after game number 1, just gives you an extra advantage.
Savage. The guys are like, please,
But maybe
give us our tree.
Maybe this is the good thing for Team Cloud, because they won't be able to play the hero that they lost with. So, maybe Outsiders are digging their own grave with a treant. Probably not, right?
I hope not.
Yeah.
I think from what we've seen in game 1, I think hopefully their lanes go a little bit nicer than what Team Clouds did go for. Again, still Bat floating around.
Okay, they get the Prophet instead, and I suppose Bat will be banned out now by them, like in the second stage. We'll see. There are still some instantly gets banned out. There are like some heroes that you can think about picking into the Bat so that you have Prophet, but you still let the Bat go through. But it's just such a... It's a lot of unnecessary risk to take on yourself.
It is, yeah. Just get rid of it, especially with Dream Protector as well. Both of those heroes very weak to it.
He plays the guitar. Sterif, he has a guitar in the back. Look, six stringer or something. I don't know.
Wow, what a cool guy.
Talented, very talented.
A lot of peripherals in the back as well.
A lot of them. Yeah, we won't mention
two
any
keyboards.
brands.
Why, who needs 2 keyboards?
Dire team ban.
You know
On Brett's.
when you're a player, you're just constantly spammed by keyboards.
Oh, right. When your APM gets that high, you just burn through them so quickly.
You
but
burn
need
through
more.
them. Well, you drink coffee next to it, and then you spill in the middle of the stream.
Radiant team
Definitely didn't happen to me like twice. Yeah, what do you think about the bans so far? Bet and Spectre basically protecting the Prophet, right? Maybe a Slark now or an Ursa.
One would imagine that'd be the case, yeah.
Or a
And,
Mag. No, actually no Mag because of the DP picked already.
Find it interesting Cloud playing out the next Assassin. I wonder if that's indicative of something they're going to pick up. Maybe looking towards Leshrac or something?
Lesh or OD is the two that come to mind with the Batrider already being banned. So I
Yeah.
imagine, or maybe even Snapfire is another one that's a little annoying, or Dawnbreaker, which I think has been a response into Broodmothers of past. So I wouldn't hate to see that. It gives them a little bit of global pressure with the Tuskar as well. You know, you snowball
Profits,
in, you
yeah.
get the solid guy in on top, and off you pop.
Yeah, it's really nice to have one of these global presence heroes as an answer to a global presence hero, because it means that you can just kind of chill out, back off, and hold the line, not have to worry too much about someone having to like rush boots of travels or something like that. But that's also an option as well if you want to go for one of these mid laners who can afford to build groups of travel early on. Then that can also be a nice solution to this constant split pushing, which we do often see.
They actually ban the Dawnbreaker here, though, from outsiders. Are they thinking like that far out of the box that this Nyx Assassin, like, it's kind of like what you said, right? As soon as you saw the Nyx Assassin, it kind of sets off alarm bells in your head, just going, why are they banning this hero? Like, what is the importance of this hero being banned right now?
So you
And
need
they
to
just go for
get
that.
into their head, right? Like, just ban
Yeah.
random heroes. Next time, ban out some random, I don't know, Sven or something. Make them overthink it. By the way, one has a guitar, the other has what cages are those? What's happening? He has a bike. He has a bike next to some cage. I don't know. We lost him, but interesting.
There it is.
Let's not speculate on the cages.
Yeah.
I believe that was the cages that we keep Dan Organaries in between casts.
Oh, right.
That's what they were.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Those guys are animals.
Yeah, no. If you let them
Okay.
out, they'll start breaking things and screaming obscenities at you. It's quite frustrating.
5 seconds remaining.
I hope they were for my teammates from pubs, but okay. Like Slark gets banned out like 3 out of 3 bans just to protect the Nature's Prophet. But Team Cloud get the Dawnbreaker, so a little bit of global presence for her, and that's the next ban, right? Like
Yeah.
the Carapace into her ulti is pretty strong.
Yeah, we nailed it, gang. Good job, everybody.
Team pick.
Mm-hmm.
Brain.
Radiant team pick.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
They have a very, very strong offlane now, right? And I think that's kind of the pressure that you can put on this carry Dawnbreaker. She generally is a strong laner in and of herself, but if you just have like heroes like Primal as well as Priestess that can just put a lot of magic damage on her early and kind of make it so she can't just spam you out with the Celestial Hammer, then it feels like that this Dawnbreaker hero can't make that annoying rotation at like, you know, level 6, level 7 when she has ulti, and then she can start farming the other side of the map when she makes the gank on the position 1. So I like this 1-2 punch coming from outsiders. I think it's really good.
Do you think that it has to be a carry on Team Cloud, or can they do something else
I think
with the
that's-
Dawn?
I think that's the best place to put her, because when you hit this timing of like the Deso and you have like your Ag Shard and like a BKB, it makes it very, very hard for people to catch up to you. Whereas I don't see her as being like an offlaner that builds like Guardian Greaves and like the healing build, and I feel like support Dawn has really kind of fallen by the wayside.
Okay. I'm thinking maybe offlane plus DP mids, something like that. But now with the Timber, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. By the way, it's such a disgusting Timber game. Like, it's so good. Is there anything that they can do to him? Like, they need a last pick that solely deals with the Timber, I feel like. You can build a Vessel on a Mirana or something like that, but it's just, like, you're purely right-click and strength-based, so on outsiders from CN, it's not going to be easy to play into him.
seconds
maybe focus on crushing him in the lane. I'm not sure.
Any Chanceman Invoker here for outsiders?
remaining.
Any Invoker fans in the chat?
Yeah,
Press one.
yeah. I'd be here for it. I mean, maybe going for the Quas Wax to give you that space to keep away
Yeah,
from.
they're
the
banning
tinsel.
they're banning out the monkey. They might ban out an Ursa as well. I don't feel like these are the perfect solutions because of the heroes that outsiders already have got.
10
Like
seconds remaining.
maybe monkey and Ursa might be good options. I feel something like an OD would be solid too.
I was going to say the OD is like the big one that I'm thinking of right now, but I think the way the Team Cloud are going with these last bans is they're saying they're probably going to move the Nature's Prophet out of this lane because he doesn't want to lane up against the Timber, and they're going to try and ban out the carry heroes that are good lane partners against the Timber. So if you go for the OD, then you say, hey, at least his lane's going to be good. In the mid game, it's going to be a little bit whack, but at least we can shore up his lane here.
You can put MP offlane primal mid, right? And then play off of that. You can put like Mirana as a 5-3 and to play with the Prophet on the offlane. Like it's doable.
10 seconds
I'm not sure what they'll do. We'll see. I'd still like a mid lane for them.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised that outsiders are banning out carries because I would have thought that
Yeah,
Dawnbreaker
Monkey
would have been
Ursa.
the carry choice, but yeah.
I think for outsiders as well. Yeah, both of these teams actually. Like,
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't think anyone should be banning carry, but
No,
in my
but-
opinion, but
I feel like if you're outsiders, you can switch things up easily if you get a favorable matchup versus the Timber, and if you crush the Timber in the lane, he's kind of
ooh,
lost in the game.
Yeah.
They get the Weaver. Okay. Okay.
Uh,
How do you feel
Is
about
it-
it?
is this just the lane?
10
That like
seconds
you just
remaining.
Sakuchi away from the Timber?
I mean,
don't know.
you don't win that lane. It's not like the.
Yeah.
Eventually, he takes over. It's not a lane that you should be completely crushing in, the way I see it at
it's
least.
currently 4-8. Therefore, GG Team Cloud get the win. Stats don't lie.
Stats do not lie. But now what do you pick for Team Cloud? Because I guess the one idea is you are lacking a little bit of lockdown for this Weaver. You do have the silence from the DP and the Walrus Punch, but if you don't catch this Weaver out with like a Blink Walrus Punch, it's going to be very, very hard to lock him down. So Team Cloud are
Some Bloodseeker.
missing out a little bit on this.
Some Bloodseeker last pick, just rupture the bug.
Yeah,
Maybe.
very good against Primal as well. Good option.
Yeah. I feel like it would be a free game for him, but then you would have Tusk and Primal as supports. We'll see. Like, Outsiders did ban out 2 last carries, so they're expecting something like that as well.
Shaman mid. Let's go. I'm here for it.
Yeah, you could get some spirit, right? Heroes that get on top of Weaver are always nice.
Yeah, especially at Void Spirit as well with the Ags. Can be really, really hard for the Weaver to play into. Just catch him out.
I'm not sure. What would you prefer? Like a mid laner or something like a safe lane Bloodseeker?
Me
I think
personally,
Bloodseeker's probably the nicest to me.
I do like the Bloodseeker pick, but I think overall for the Team Cloud comp, I'd like something for the mid and them just take it at the fast pace we mentioned earlier. I think that'd be really good. And they've got Death Prophet already. I don't know. Maybe just get a support, get a Shaman on the pos 5 or something. Just something to catch out this Weaver, give them some sort of catch. Maybe not Shaman, maybe something better.
Oh,
but
they get the
they're going to
Morph.
go for the safe laner, and it's going to be Morph. I'm not very pleased with this pick, and I'm going to be going outside. So I'm going to get one in nice and early right now.
Why you feel it's too greedy, or
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like that was the hero which kind of pulls their draft together. Now it looks like it's all going in different directions. Like even if you do start your momentum going, you're going to have to wait for this Morphling to kind of catch up a little bit. He can't just run in without any items. He needs at least Manta +1 to be able to do enough damage to not just get blown up. Yeah, I think it's a tricky game. I think for Team Cloud, which then their tempo doesn't really seem to match very nicely between all their heroes. But I could be wrong. What are you thinking, Fluke?
I think for this draft to work, I think they have to crush their lanes and go really hard. I think Starf has to do a lot of work on this position 5 Dawnbreaker. I'm not even sure what I'd imagine it's going to be like a build up with like Holy Locket or something, and you just try and go for like the Solar Guardian cooldown. I'm definitely leaning towards Outsiders here. I think their draft is a lot easier to execute, so I think this is a 2-0.
Yeah, I don't think their lanes look particularly good, so crushing them might be hard. Lizard, any hope for Team Cloud?
Ares and Dano, cut me off. Never mind. No, I do think that it's a good Timber game. I feel like he's gonna be kind of very difficult to kill. If they manage to win their lanes, maybe they can create enough space for the Morphling to come online. Eventually, it's a pretty decent Morphling game. But overall, obviously, I favor Outsiders. I think they're just a little bit stronger of a team.
All right, let's throw it off to our casters then for this game number 2, possibly last game of the day. It will be Ares and Danog jumping in for this one.
I'm intrigued. We should have a good one in store. That's the main thing. I honestly like the draft from Cloud. I really like this draft. I think that Timber is going to be a difficult hero for outsides from China to deal with. And I just want to go back to the first game we casted of them as well, where against Vici, we were both really big fans of that draft. Now keep in mind, against Vici Gaming, that is just a team that's a tier above, and I have a feeling outsiders from China could be as well. Like Lizard just said, he also believes this is just a better team. But I really like this draft from Radiant. Are you kind of on the same board?
I wouldn't say really like. I mean, I think there still are issues for them to have to deal with. Like, Train Protector is still very strong at being able to set up onto a number of these heroes. Would you say that there's any, like, amazing heroes for Morphling to get into? I wouldn't say so, you know, and they've got ways to get away. But I do like the fact that they've switched this Dawnbreaker to being a 5. You and I were talking together, and we were considering it being maybe a 1 with a Disruptor 5. I think that would have worked really well. The panel suggestion of a Bloodseeker would have been nice, but then dual melee makes it a little bit awkward. So I think this is certainly very doable, but I feel like outsiders are going to outplay them rather than this being an outdraft.
Yeah, that's the really big concern, is that just can you get to the stage where maybe your heroes are going to be at their complete strength here for Cloud. Just on your point about the Morphling, like who does he play with? I feel like you're pretty happy with getting Scepter and replicating into the Weaver. Like, this is a hero who, yes, you got Gemini attack, but still, like, you lack you lack attack speed, and I feel like having that reduced is going to be a little bit annoying, and for Morphling to have those abilities would be great as well. I mean, you can even just use it onto the Primal Beast, which is great. We saw what kind of a Morphling can do with this hero at the kind of the TI qualifiers, so that's going to be really nice hero to morph into as well as the game goes on.
If you can catch him. That's always the biggest issue, right?
Good
Like,
point.
can you catch either of these heroes? They've got a very
bottom
mobile
lane.
lineup in Starf, yep. He's getting
Very
boxed in a little
connects.
bit here. He's not wanting to use another one of those tankers, and, well, he's actually going to be able to get away. Nice adaptation there from Andy. I'm just going to call him Andy. You know, the player wants to be
Are we
called
doing
that.
Andy?
The player needs to
Okay.
say it's easier
Alright.
than Ice Effect.
Radiant's courier
Ice
has
Limit.
been killed.
Yes, it very much is. I did stumble up once last game. I like it. We've confirmed the Andy down for it. Ava might be in some trouble. Level 2s. They don't get the. I think without the stun, he should be fine.
Some frustration coming from the Timbersaw. Shouldn't be all that frustrated. I mean, this is an incredibly good lane. And while we're talking about the Timbersaw, let's just have a look over up at the top side where you've got a Tusk paired together with him. And this is prime for Tusk to be able to move to another lane and try and get a kill. I almost feel like it's going to be mid, right? Because Primal Beast, he's almost always going to be able to get away if Tusk is in right on top of him. He just pops the trample, and then, you know, you might get chased down slowly, but certainly doesn't have that same level of kill threat as something like, you know, a Dawnbreaker paired together with a Morphling. You just provide a little bit of control for a Morph, and he is going to be able to pop off, even in the early-ish stages of the game. So I'm always a big fan whenever they've got one of these style of heroes that just gets the initial stun for a Morphling to follow up onto.
With that Primal Beast being mentioned too at the early point, do we feel like Team Cloud need to put a lot more attention in regards towards the river to kind of protect them against Echo's rotations?
You're talking about, like, from what we saw at tops and, like, 3-minute rotations to the top lane, that sort of thing?
Yeah, and even like 5 minutes, and maybe like your second use awards that you could look to use to protect the side lanes.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it should be fairly obvious. You always have to like predict the behavior that's coming through, right? If Primal Beast is trampling the creep wave, you know what's going on, right? He doesn't have any other ways to very quickly clear the wave, especially into a Death Prophet who, if you're just standing there and right-clicking, you're going to get siphoned, you're going to get right-clicked. So if you see him spamming that sort of thing, you know he's going for some sort of rotation, and you can respond accordingly. So I think for this game in particular, not quite as needed.
Because I guess if he does even leave the lane as well, when Butterfly Effect has the Exo, then you've got some big issues with the threat of your tower going down. And we were mentioning, of course, XM in the previous game, having a hero he's very comfortable on. This game, it's no different in particular for Cloud and the position 2. Butterfly Effect back on IG Vitality was a formidable Death Prophet player, something that they always used to great success. They loved rotating supports around kind of that 5-minute mark, so you can use that first minute in connection with the catapult as well. So we'll see if this is going to be any different. They do have some pretty good supports to rotate. The Tusk in particular, maybe the Dawn won't be as beneficial to rotate, although the Morphling down bottom should really be fine. This doesn't seem like it's going to be a difficult lane for Andy to play into a Mirana and an HS Prophet.
Yeah, he basically just needs to make sure that he holds on to his waveform, right? And then he's going to be able to get out of any sort of trouble if Starif is going to make that sort of rotation. And again, I think it's just going to be on the back of anticipating what the enemy team wants to do. I think if Cloud are going to have any luck of taking out this Primal Beast and potentially transitioning it into a tower off the back of a Tusk or a Dawnbreaker or both, rotating into the lane, you got to like put yourself up there a little bit too far on Butterfly Effect. Get him to use the trample, get him to use the onslaught, and then get the turnaround happening as a result of it. So we'll see what they're able to do with it. Just thinking like Treant up here, probably not going to have the easiest time, but I mean, you leave Weaver alone with the Timbersaw, it's not going to be that bad to have to, like, I know eventually the Weaver gets kind of run over and the lane taken over, but that's just what Timbersaw does against 95% of matchups. So I think XM's still going to have just a fine time here. Actually did land on that stun from the Starbreaker, but not enough to be able to do too much. Ava's just going to TP back to base, come back with the teleport, and just go right back to farming.
Back to doing God's work for the cause. That farm up, brother.
So Butterfly Effect is having a pretty decent time in this mid lane, of course, to be keeping decent control over the water runes. Make sure that you're always in a position to be able to spam this one out. And if you can keep the flag bearer creep up for as long as possible, it just goes such a long way towards maintaining yourself in the lane as we'll actually get one of those first little dives through by Echoes, but just to maybe expend the Spirit Siphon for now, make sure that he has to perhaps prioritize leveling a few more points into that just for the extra charges into it.
Meanwhile, our top lane looking pretty good so far. Nothing too crazy. Timber is getting harassed actually a decent chunk underneath the tower, but CSJ now is able to find that level 3. So with 2 points in the reactive armor, Timber should be able to out-sustain some of the Weaver's damage, and we're probably going to see pretty shortly Timber be left alone and Mercy start to rotate. So once that happens, what would we like the Tusk to do across the map?
I want to see him go bot. I think it's a long way to have to run from top to bottom without being detected at all or having your movement scouted, but I think that's the only real avenue that they have to be able to get kills. DP plus Tusk aren't going to be able to take out the Primal, in my opinion. Scouting out for wards at the moment is Mercy. Standing right behind the tower. I feel like this is Butterfly Effect once again doing that bait that I was talking about, but now he's got the boots of speed to be able to play around with, so even if he did make that movement forward, probably could still get away to the safety of his tower.
Of course, now they will get confirmation of Tusk's position as well, so he's going to start to make his way back to top regardless, which not that he's going to have a whole lot of impact in this lane, nor be required. It comes down to where he's going to look to park himself over the next couple of minutes, but overall a very passive start.
kind of to be expected. I mean, you've got a lot of very hard to kill heroes, right? Morphling has mobility, Tusk, Strength Hero, Dawn, Strength Hero, DP, Survivability, Timbersaw, Survivability, Weaver, Movement. Like everyone except maybe the Nature's Prophet is like very, very good in the laning stage. So at least in terms of being able to live. Of course, Prophet, one of the best harassers in the lane in the entire game. So we'll see how both teams are looking to play around that. I feel like it's going to be outsiders playing a little bit more around the back of these ultimates. Most notably the Treant Protector and the Nature's Prophet, just for A, the lockdown, and B, the damage, because that is one area that outsiders are actually quite heavily lacking, is the lockdown. They really need to be playing around this overgrowth quite heavily.
And maybe that's a big reason why Ava has the Aghanim Scepter queued up as well for the Nature's Prophet.
Yep, I would say so. You got to go down that
lane.
route or like a Gleipnir.
Echo's getting siphoned up a little bit. Mercy's going to try. Oh, they actually got him. Wasn't expecting the Celestial Hammer to do as much damage at what it just did, but first blood, I should say, picked up for Cloud, and they didn't even have to commit the Exo for it.
No, they didn't, and it was off the back of a bait. So again, Cloud just recognizing the strength of their draft and playing to it nicely. We're already seeing a much better laning stage coming out from them.
That's the important thing. Get those lanes going. Get that good start for yourselves, because like the panel was mentioning, very difficult when you're going to play from behind against a team that, again, might be just that little higher up on you on regards to the tiers.
I do like how XM is building for this safe lane, though. He's built himself up almost a 900 gold lead against the Timbersaw as this Weaver. He's getting almost entirely solo experience, so going to be in a really good spot to get last hits on the catapult. And just the itemization as well, right? He's got a couple mangoes. He's already used a couple for the lane. And who he found. See you later, Star. But it just means that he's going to be able to spam out that Shikuchi, and he's gone into the Javelin as well. So a little bit of magic damage, which of course is going to be effective against the Timbersaw.
I don't know when he's going to be vulnerable in this game.
Who dis?
Maybe, hold that thought. Echoes has a level 6 to work with. They're going to try and target down the Death Prophet, and look at the damage they've got coming up with 4 members of Dire diving deep onto the T1 tower. It's a big kill for them to find, and look at the timing that they get it with as well. Catapult wave along with the tree, and so this tower, it's going to go down. They don't have a glyph to work with.
Yeah, and Mercy was just 2 experience short of being able to pick up that level 3 in order to get that kill on the Dawnbreaker previously. Sorry, not the Dawnbreaker, on the Primal Beast previously. They had to use the tag team for it, so didn't even have a save potential, and I feel like they recognized that from outsiders.
Dire's bottom tower is
It's a big town now to be able to open up the map. Now we can see the Primal Beast.
Still no
Much
exo has to be
easier
used
time.
though, so we'll see if they look to make a little bit of shit happen up top here. Fly effect, he can't just be standing waiting around though, yeah, and he's done waiting. But just gives the Treant Protector time to rotate up to this lane and try and protect it.
They've got Wrath of Nature now. They can definitely blow up the Death Prophet. We're going to see Echoes lead in. Pulverize, not enough, but in fact CSJ with his own damage can turn around and well, even deep into the tree line, but can't get himself out, so they're just fighting without the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, that is not ideal for sure. I don't know how much effectiveness he would have. Like, he'd use the Wrath of Nature. He's got a Blightstone and a Power Tread. It's not exactly the greatest amount of overall damage for this team fight, right? So maybe if he was to go into the Maelstrom, of course he wouldn't have it at this stage.
Are they going to fight this?
I don't know if
All
he
right,
can take out
Echoes
Mercy.
is back alive. CSJ is the initial target for the moment. One more tower will bring him down, and along they'll get Mercy as well. So outsiders from China successfully defend their T1 tower. They get a couple of kills as well, and now they're going to park the Treant Protector here to get some solo experience.
And you just compare that to game 1, right? So much more emphasis onto maintaining this tier 1 tower. It's exactly where a Prophet wants to be, just sitting in the safety on your side of the map, because even though this is being played as a position 3, we can expect Ava to be playing a lot more of this greedy style of role, and might be trying to go for a kill here with Andy. Going forward with a waveform.
Looks like they're going to be able to find it. So first kill involvement out of the Morphling, who's had a Another pretty good start to the game. Last game, I should say, we did see him have 2 deaths at that 6-minute mark, but he was able to get a lot of net worth early on, and it's looking no different for the Morphling. As the mid lane, however, Echoes makes the attempt on a Mercy, but unable to bring him down for the moment. The polarized combination will set up perfectly with the arrow, so they will still secure the kill. The butterfly effect have no way to avenge the death of the Tusk.
Yeah, I wonder if... Obviously, it's important to just keep up your farm by going this particular skill build, but I wonder if Butterfly Effect's kind of kicking himself for not having just a singular point in the silence. Would be great to interrupt the pulverize. Would be great if they...
Top lane. CSJ, he was trying to chase down outside, but
Nice
the
arrow.
boys have rotated, and the arrow on point from Xiaoma. Echoes gives him a worthwhile tip as well, and that is a huge kill onto the Timber. You need to shut this hero down. In a game like this, where it looks like a pretty goddamn good Timber game, of course, his weaknesses are going to be earling on before those items, so if you can stem under the farm that he can get, then it's going to be huge. As we're seeing XM as well onto Mercy. He's going to be cautious, has the time lapse to work with, and nothing they can do to prevent that.
Again, no silence. Leveled up, you just put the 3rd point into the Spirit Siphon. I really feel like after you get these initial stuns through onto these relatively squishy heroes, you've got to make sure that you've got some sort of follow-up. And as for right now, outside of the Tusk Snowball, and he doesn't even have the punch yet, it doesn't feel like they've got anything significant. So might just lead us to believe that Cloud are happy enough to sit back and farm. They know Morphling's had a good game, and they want to put everything in Andy's shoes to be able to bring this one out.
I really want to see Cloud go top and play with the Timber. You've got this catapult, you need to open up the map, and is Dire going to continue to come to the neighborhood to protect it? But the damage from this Primal Beast, the Timber is ever so vulnerable. That's where Star is able to come into play. An instant response with the Overgrowth is going to be able to hold them back for the moment, but Radiant, they're still in fighting shape. His Butterfly Effect is now shown up to the party. An Exorcism activated, but he won't have the damage to get rid of Echoes. Meanwhile, off to the left side, Xiaoma still is able to bring down the Timbersaw, so in the end, it's a 1-for-1. You do lose the tower, but you get a pretty big kill, and everyone else from Dire is farming.
Yeah, everyone else from Dire is farming. Not that big of a contribution coming through from Ava there. And XM might be able to do what it took 4 heroes to do, and an Exorcism, just taking a tower completely on his own. So stay still fairly satisfied if you're outsiders, but of course, one that's really suffering from all of this is that Nature's Prophet. It feels like he was directly countered with a lot of these drafts because, of course, you can't leave... It would have been a good Nature's Prophet game for position 1 if they hadn't gone down this specific route on Cloud. So it makes sense that he's fallen a little bit behind, and he's actually chosen to go a little bit differently with his build back into the Maelstrom. I'm really expecting a Gleipnir here if they're not going to go into the Aghanim Scepter. Just need that little bit of extra control. We know how great it is for, honestly, almost every single one of these Cloud heroes just to be able to provide that lockdown.
Also just helps him kind of scale even better as well.
Yeah.
Going down this route. Scepter gives you a lot more utility, but Maelstrom into the Gleipnir is very much going to help out with your farming speed.
Even Maelstrom Ags I would be okay with, right? Because the Maelstrom is like, if a team fight doesn't go perfectly for you, you can split push. If they've made a really obvious smoke, you can split push and put pressure on the map and make them maybe make a rash decision that isn't totally ideal for the actual game state. So I like this. It means that you're never going to be falling off.
What do we make of the itemization under Butterfly Effect on the Death Prophet? Of course, it's a position 2 Death Prophet, so a little bit different than what we've seen on the position 3s going down that utility heavy build, but it's a Witchblade first item here for Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, not something that you see too often, huh? Maybe just expecting that he's going to be going into, I don't know, Shivas, a Scythe of Vice, just a lot of these int items. But, I mean, extra slow is going to be nice against a Primal Beast, I suppose, at least until he gets into that BKB.
He went that 30 damage talent as well, so we'll see. Very, very interesting. Treads build as well. See what he's going to look to go into as his next item here with the Death Prophet, but a very stable game at the moment. Only 1,000 net worth lead for Dire. This is Andy's having a lot of fun with being able to find his farm, but I think really the biggest loser for me so far is CSJ on this Timber. So I was really not expecting him to have 3 deaths at this stage in the game, but we've just seen what the Primal Beast can do. Like this hero does a ridiculous amount of damage at the early stage.
Oh, for sure. Not sure if it's enough to call him a loser, but you know, you do you.
Did I say loser? What did I say?
Oh yeah, you kind of did. But
Wait, what did I say? Actually, it's just out
you
of the
said
brain
the
already.
biggest loser of this early game. You know, you won't be in that serious.
I'd say he's the biggest loser. No. What do you mean? He's 3 deaths. Who's a bigger loser? Hang on, CSJ.
He might be about to die. The loser could go down again.
It might be even more of a. I mean, the. What do you mean? I'm not calling him a loser. I'm saying.
No, I know.
Alright,
I'm giving you.
No. You give me shit. That's cool. You're trying to make me get all flustered, try and explain my words. I'm like, nah. I feel like I've explained it pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, they're actually going to commit heavily on this mid lane. Exorcism being popped, even CSJ himself making the rotation through, and well, there's not exactly that many trees for our Treant Protector to be able to play around. So I think this one should most likely go down with Mercy just acting as a little bit of the enforcer on the front lines as this Tusker.
The important thing, though, is
They're
Sorry,
farming.
yes. I mean, you see what they're getting out of the map. Ava is about to take a T1 tower top. You've now got Xiaoma as well, diverting 3 heroes' attention away from the entirety of the rest of the map. So XM was still continuing to farm. They were farming their own jungle at the same time. So yes, they lose that tower, which is pretty big when you have a tree protector, all things said. But you are getting stuff across the map. Like Echoes now has enough gold for his BKB, so they are in fighting shape.
Yeah. And it's like the supports are distracting them away from the important things that are actually happening, you know, across the map. We saw in the previous series, it was the case of on Meteor, you had Marblu on his Ricky putting together another fantastic performance for them. Just, again, putting himself in harm's way, getting away, actually, most of the time. But what it actually led to was you had 3, even 4 people sometimes looking to get a lot of farm while he was just giving his life up. All he really needs is that Sleeping Dart, and this game it really doesn't feel like, for example, the Mirana or the Treant Protector need that much to be able to get much happening.
He tosses it up for the arrow. Hood gets activated. They need the boys to protect him. Maybe that's where the Solar Guardian's able to come into play with a snowball as well, but he doesn't drag him in. Timber goes down. And now they can look for more as well, as Xiaoma in combination with XM is going to go towards the backline. Mercy playing with the 1 charge is actually enough to keep him alive. That should result in them killing off Xiaoma. So in the end, a 2-for-1 as Andy was also able to get the kill onto Ava. And he's stolen the Nature's Profitabilities. Teleporting, trying to close the distance on the XM, but not much that Andy can really do.
Yeah, they were able to do that with... they didn't actually use the Overgrowth to be able to protect him, so... I'm a little surprised that Prophet put himself into such a vulnerable position. He is going down that Gleipnir route. Just, again, providing that control, providing that lane push potential, but... Well, can't be giving your life up that easily. It feels like he was joining into the fight with no true purpose outside of maybe pushing the tower while they were going for these kills.
All right, Exo activated out of the pit, and
Is it under
can I
Vision?
even? It is. They've got a ward on the cliff, so they're well aware of this, and they're all coming. Radiant need to get here ASAP to take the fight. They'll start with the silence. Is the control going to be enough? XM, he just gets blown up at the start of the team fight, and now they'll turn to Echoes as well. As Cloud, okay. It was looking a little bit dicey with them starting with 2 heroes just going inside the pit, but they were ready for outsiders to try and contest that.
What you can say about it, though, is that it was a very, very quick movement coming through, right? It's not something that you would expect at that stage, and it was immediately after he hit the level 12, I believe, on Butterfly Effect. So they knew that if they had anyone joining in, I mean, Tusk has 4 points tag team, so you can very, very quickly look to take that one out. And I like the fact that Cloud are playing on the back of this Radiant advantage that they have, even though it was under Vision. Just feeling like it's much easier to be able to join and bring reinforcements to that sort of clash.
Yeah, and I can't stress enough how important it is that Radiant now have some advantage in this game. It's going to give Timber some time to get that farm, and he's got Greaves now completed coming out of the core, and the timing is just perfect because this Moran is about to pick up the Spirit Vessel. If the Timber didn't have a way to purge that off before this Vessel, then he could have been killed multiple times in a row. I
feel like he's still in a rough spot, though. Like, of course, Greaves is great, right? But I feel like he's going to need to go Greaves BKB because you're still up against a Gleipnir on the Weaver, a Prophet that's going Gleipnir, Overgrowth on the Tree and Protector with Blink Dagger, and the Vessel. So, like, you got to pick your battles, right? And I feel like BKB is the only thing that provides help for all of them.
Some chain to get some distance away. Mercy actually doesn't go for the snowball. It goes for the punch instead. Is the heal going to be enough to keep the Tusk alive? And he wants to go back into the middle as Raiding. I mean, Exo's back up already. So Cloud are in fighting shape. They're ready to rock and roll as they're going to push Outsiders all the way back. And there's going to be no escape, it looks like, from Ava. Cut down inside the tree line. A 1-for-1 in the end, but that was actually even without the Grease from CSG. He doesn't actually have it yet completed, so it just goes to show if they've got one person nearby, and even the Solar Guardian, this man, it's not easy to kill. You have to commit everything to bring him down.
Yeah, nice early Holy Locket coming through from the Dawnbreaker, really helping out there. Of course, the mechanism on the back of that as well did help out from CSJ, who is a little bit far forward. I wonder if they're going to have enough to be able to kill him here.
We're on cooldown. Mech coming up shortly. Pulverize to set up for the arrow and prevent the mech. Can he get it off? We'll be able to. No one's TPing down and it won't even be required.
It's one of those games where neutral item RNG is really come in handy for him, picking up that Nether Shawl, giving him the extra magic resistance on top of the pipe.
Oh, probably the best one you could ever ask for, right? For a Timber at level at the tier 2. I'm not going to go through the list. Let's just say top 3. Let's say top 3. It's a goddamn good one. It's a damn good one for Timber. And all right, well, this is. Do we want to say the most even?
Big call.
Yeah, okay. You knew what I was going to say. They're in a great position here, Team Cloud. They're in a great position.
They are, for sure. I mean, they're losing tier 2s, sure, but they're going to get one in response. And, I mean, they've already got the Roshan advantage claimed for themselves. They're going to be able to take a tier 2, the outpost on the back of this. And it feels to me like second Roche is really all they're going to be playing around. And Andy's still continuing to get more and more of that farm. He recognizes how important it is for him to have 2 separate cleansers for all of these different high-value lockdown damage abilities that they've got. Again, the Gleipnirs are a factor. The Overgrowth is a factor. So you need man to BKB. Same sort of thing with the Timbersaw. He's got the Greaves now. I'd be a little surprised if he doesn't go BKB, even though it's not exactly the most common thing for a Timbersaw to get. Let's see, DP has the BKB finished up as well. She's going towards the Kaya Sanj. Don't hate it. I mean, again, it's just going to provide her a lot of value to stand in the middle of these team fights, be able to absorb a lot more of that punishment, and really force the team to essentially focus her down, because it's going to reach that point for outsiders that, you know, how do you kill a Morphling, a DP, and a Timbersaw? They're all very tanky alone, and it's just going to get harder and harder as especially Dawnbreaker gets a few more of these levels as well. Not even yet level 12 on the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, it's interesting. Starf has the 4-staff queued up. This is, I guess, probably multiple reasons, right? You pulverize into arrow and then, well, toss into arrow, but eventually you're going to have an item to be able to kind of mitigate the effectiveness of that level 20 talent from the Nature's Prophet.
And it essentially forces the Primal Beast to BKB every single time he wants to go for the Pulverize, because if he doesn't, then the 4-staff actually interrupts the Pulverize if you use it on the right target.
Well, we see with Echoes having the blink, it will definitely make it much easier for him to pick his targets. You can always get in the middle, but it's just a question of can you pick your right target with kind of that pulverized combo. So for the boys on Die, who are they looking to target down in some of these fights? Because we have seen the momentum start to swing into Radiant's favor. So who do Die need to kill now in this fight?
I'm just a little worried that they don't have burst damage. Like, how are they going to be able to 100 to 0 anyone at this stage? It almost feels like you need to pick off the squishier targets just so that the save potential isn't there quite so much.
Great position from Xiaoma.
Yeah. To me, I mean, Dawn really shouldn't be in a position a lot of the times to get picked off. That's one of the advantages of playing with it, especially if you've gone this more healing-oriented route with the Solar Guardian. So I guess maybe Tusk is number 1, but Mercy's been pretty good with his positioning so far. Saw him survive that previous bottom attempt.
That he has indeed. Phase Boots, Tumbler's Toy always going to be able to help out a little bit, and very close to the Blink Dagger here for the toss, so we'll see once he gets that. Is of course has the potential to be aggressive and defensive with that item. There was one thing I was just looking at before. I've forgotten it was. We had an item. Yeah, Morphling is going Skadi next, so continuing to
Great Skadi game.
Avoid the Scepter. So okay, you like the Skadi pickup now?
I mean, yeah, you're against 2 range cores, right? And again, I talked about the benefits of having the Witchblade against the Primal Beast, just to be able to slow him down, prevent the Trample from having quite as much effectiveness. Same sort of thing with the Skadi, right? And Skadi actually goes through that BKB, so protecting not only yourself, but the rest of your team as well from that collateral damage.
See, Ava, looks like they're ready to fight here. Aside from China utilizing the Nature's Prophets global TP potential to drop a deep ward inside Radiant's triangle.
It's clever.
This to me reads, yeah.
And they got them
smoke? Instant value out of it.
All right, let's go, Ava.
How can they utilize this now?
I think they
Bebop.
just need to back off together completely. They're going to go for a smoke of their
No,
own.
no. They're ready to rock and roll. Skadi just completed on the Weaver inside this team fight. It's going to be a big item to potentially help out to turn it around as all chaos will break out outside. An incredible overgrowth inside the middle, but where's the follow-up? They're going to try and turn to target down CSG at the moment. The Timber will be able to get some distance away. Further to the northern side, Echoes will be brought down. So a great start from Team Cloud, but can they get more out of this though? Atos tries to set up for the Mirana Arrow, but it's not going to be on the mark in our Radiant. Well, it seems like Andy's ready to try and take the further team fight, but outsiders from China being able to kite this down to the south, and Radiant, they're happy with that, but the Exo is about to expire, so they're going to be cautious, so they are backing up to Dire's vision. And XM with the Gleipnir from afar. Arrow just shy. XM's going to continue to go for the dive as Mercy jumps in over, tries to protect Starif. Let's see if the Dawnbreaker is going to be survivable enough, or maybe the Weaver won't be healthy enough. CSJ along with Andy coming for the damage required to blow up XM when he was playing just a little bit too aggressive. Now they're on to Yama. No more leap charges for the Mirana as well, so Team Cloud getting multiple kills inside that engagement.
Yeah, very, very surprising that they were able to get that done. You know, I was just singing Ava's praises, but he was almost a complete non-factor in that team fight. He waited the 10 seconds for the Wrath of Nature to come offline, and yeah, he just was super late with his TP forward, even after the BKBs had gone. Even something as simple as just using the Gleipnir would have provided so much spacing for his team to be able to either make the retreat or continue to full-on commit.
It's looking like a T2 tower is going to go down now off the back of that one team fight here for Team Cloud, so second T2 to drop as well. They got the advantage in regards to the objectives. They can get themselves set up for that Roshan, which is the all-important one, and it's a fast Rospawn as well, pretty much instant.
So let's have a look. Who's going to make the most advantage out of that? I would say probably Team Cloud have 3 great on all of their cores, Agshard carriers. Of course, Stormbreakers is good, but not so much as the support. So it's going to be heavily prioritized for them coming through there. Even the Weaver feels really significant as well, right? Just to be able to deal a lot more damage in these engagements off the back of that.
Oh, they're going to smoke, actually. We'll still continue to hit Roche. Dire coming. Oh, all right. Using the snowball to dodge it. They'll be able to bring down Roche before they get in the neighborhood to protect it. So once again, the Roshan advantage in the favor of Team Cloud. We've got the Ages of Immortal onto Ant. He also picks up the Aghanim Shard.
So how do you kill the Morphling now? Especially, like, he hasn't got the Skadi yet, or level 20. Once he gets into that stage.
They saw the Morphling TP away. This could be a really big opportunity here for Dire. Can they just cut their losses in regards to the Tusk? And it looks like they will. Oh no, they dropped the neutral item. CSJ's gonna go for it. No! Oh no, he needs the boys. Can they get to the neighborhood fast enough? He'll cut down the Sprout and chain away like that. So he's all right.
They know that they've got the vision up here, though. It's a super value ward that was placed down previously. Gave them 4 minutes of information, but it's just going to result in the 1 support kill at the end of the day. Gold going back the other way as well as Starif He's looking to get into a gem for himself. I don't hate it. I mean, you're going up against a tree and a
Look at the
Weaver.
vision again across the map. They're continuing to stalk their prey. And this time they'll run into Starif. So other support's going to be casualty of war, but Radiant is starting to have a pincer movement. Andy's going to be in trouble at the moment, but of course has the attribute shift to play with. Who does he want to replicate into? That's the question. They're going to continue to kite the Morphling. The Exo does get committed though, so this is favorable if Dire can just cut their losses, and well, it looks like that'll be the case.
Willie tried to actually get the Weavers, but he's quick on the fingers, made sure to get that Shikuchi off, and again, just another time where he's not able to get that additional gap closing ability. He's very, very keen to be able to pop that Exo. Again, they've got all of these abilities, and if you're not going to use your BKBs, if you don't have the vision advantage, or at least significant, it's just going to be so much harder for you to convert into anything else other than just a single pickup.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, it does look like they've recognized kind of, in particular, Starve with
under attack.
the battle against outside for the vision game. He's seeing that he's kind of losing that at the moment, so it was an instant gem pickup after he died. Because, like you said, like that ward on the cliff by the triangle it gave them 4 minutes of incredible information, and the ward down by the bottom outpost almost won them a team fight as well if Radiant weren't fast to react. So I love this gem pickup if they can get full value out of it, because this is definitely a position where Radiant can take a decent chunk of control of this game. You've got the Skadi with this Aegis timing, so if you win one fight, all of a sudden you could crack high ground.
Yeah, and a BKB as well. They've got plenty of survivability on all these heroes, and just praying for a chance on Starf to be able to roam through the Ancients area and the surrounds, just to be able to clear out all of this vision that they've picked up on Cloud recently. But eventually they're going to back off with Mercy as well, maybe trying to pick up a straggler.
What's going on? Yeah, Ava's in trouble. Not going to be able to escape the BKB TP out unless he can get the kill onto the Tusker. And it doesn't look like Andy has the damage to bring him down. Now, meanwhile, mid lane, Butterfly Effect might be forced to pop his own BKB, but he's got to do so fast. A Sprout will lock him in. He's got the Quelling Blade to get out, but now with the Weaver's right clicks, the BKB will be completely negated thanks to XM's physical damage.
Just a couple of little mistakes, right? And I mean, to be fair, the Tusk one wasn't exactly what I would call a mistake. It's just another bit of RNG coming through from the neutral items there. He'll be fine. Oh.
And CJ might not be fine though. Wooden Greaves still yet to be activated. Doesn't get a lot of distance away with the chains, and exactly right, where are the boys? They're starting to funnel on through, but they're just taking way too long to protect the timber.
They felt like they just didn't have the tools to do so, right? What's a Tusk blinking in really going to accomplish? They didn't have any Solar Guardian. Morphling had no HP. No Death Prophet as well to stand in on the front lines. What I was saying before is when they went for that jump in onto the Prophet to try and take him out, of course, Prophet's holding onto a Mindbreaker. So just a right click on the Tusk means that he doesn't actually get the Walrus punch off, and he's able to BKB TP away. So probably that series of events doesn't happen if he just doesn't get that singular neutral item. Probably the only one in the game that would have saved him.
And now those series of events also just waste a decent chunk of this Aegis advantage that Radiant were playing with. It's soon to expire in the next 20 seconds. They had a 4,000 net worth lead, I believe, at the highest stage here for Team Cloud, and now that's actually dropped into Outsiders from China's advantage.
Damn even, isn't it? I haven't had a look at the Primal Beast that much lately, actually, and, well, he's going into the Skadi for himself. Sorry, not the Skadi, the Shivas. Just because, you know, you've already got the Skadi on the Weaver, having the Shivas on top of that, having the Spirit Vessel. It's a lot for a Morphling, a Timbersaw, even, hell, the Dawnbreaker and Death Prophet to have to deal with all that healing reduction. So, nice itemization coming through from Outsiders. Again, there's just so much to have to deal with, right, that you have to choose what you expend your BKB for, what you use the Greaves on, what you use Manta on.
And maybe that's where the Lotus Orb from CSJ can help out a little bit. Not only with his own survivability, but potentially allowing the Death Prophet or the Morphling just to run freely into the fights. So he's not going to have that item yet, of course, and Outsiders from China, well, they feel like they're strong enough to take a team fight. A Smokers 3, of course, XM in a great position to help out, and Ava can instantly TP in as well. TP is on cooldown for 15.
Not sure if that ward caught the tip of that smoke. Just from the way that they're reacting on outside,
that's
it
a
feels
Daedalus.
like it might. Oh, nice. Quick movement coming through. If that was my courier, dead. Long dead. Absolutely no chance that survives. Freaking boomer hands.
I can't relate. Sorry, brother.
This feels like another one of those games where, like, Primal Beast wants a number of items.
They're going to see
right?
Ava in the tree line down bottom. Mercy with the ward dropped on the cliff.
Look at CSJ being like, nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, we actually know where you are. There's nothing you can do. BKB, but to no avail. So you instantly see that Dire going to look to try and shove in top, get another wave in. Mid's not in the greatest position, but we'll see what they can get with the kill. 60 seconds here for Team Cloud to work with.
So what I was saying before about Primal Beast, obviously it's great that he's got the Shivas, right? But if they are... It depends what they feel like they're most concerned about. If you're worried about the Timbersaw, you would have to imagine that Aghanims is the target, is the thing that they want, right? Just for that extra break against him if you want to quickly take him down at the start of these team fights.
I actually haven't checked. Is his break purgeable? Because I know there are some in the game that you can dispel.
Not sure. Too
Knows
new
the
of a hero.
Yeah. I really like that call with the Scepter. It gives him a lot of damage as well. A lot of damage for the Primal Beast to work with. I think maybe another item that, in particular for CSJ, he could look towards. I think a Hex could be really valuable here for the Timbersaw in a game like this. We're seeing kind of the issues with their control. That Hex onto the Weaver could be vital. Either the Primal Beast or Nature's Prophet before the BKB. They have difficulties with starting fights with that instant stun, but you know, there's a lot of other routes he could go down. We've seen Timbersaws even go on like the Scepter at the later stages if they feel like there's some damage issues. Maybe feel like he needs a little bit more survivability as well. So this is a nice thing, of course, with the Timbersaw. Very, very flexible.
Ava's just going to get away after dewarding that high ground where he died previously. I almost wonder if he's going to go and do the exact same thing that he did prior. Just putting TPing up, warding up this high ground, and praying that they don't have an observer ward there, which they don't right now. He's actually pinging it out.
Run into a couple of members, but Cliff Ward will allow him just to sneak away in the night.
Just because, like, we're a minute away from Roche. They don't know that, but they know it's a possibility. And if they don't have a ward up there, are you really going to check that area if, you know, everything indicates, all right, we've been playing in this area, they haven't, they're not going to have the capabilities to smoke through and place this sort of thing. So I think you got to go for a ballsy sort of play like that in order to find the backline, find the Tusk, kill him at the start of these team fights, and then use that to go on into Roche.
CJ, that's an aggressive chain. They're just waiting to try and protect the ward. Mercy! So he can force down. It does put him in a very awkward position now, though. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to capitalize. They refresh that ward placement as well, so we'll see if that actually catches Cloud off guard.
They know how important it is, right, around this Roche pit. 5 seconds away from the third Roche spawning, and they're looking to do a similar sort of thing in catching the backlines. If they're able to take out the free and protected, that'd be a huge benefit for them.
Yeah, they know he's smoked, though. CCA popped out directly on top of the lane. Start to back off, reposition themselves accordingly. They're actually going to force them all the way back. They're going high ground.
Okay, I don't hate it.
Look at the backstab. Mercy gets the start, and it's onto the Weaver. Is the damage going to be fast enough for Force out of the Solar Guardian, but the silence will last long enough. XM brought down to start the fight, and he doesn't have a buyback. This could be disastrous in regard to the objective damage.
And they took the one right click from the Morphling there. 570 damage coming through with the helping of that Daedalus, and well, we'll just see how effective it is. They're actually
tipping
going
back
to
onto
TP
Ava.
back, yeah.
Well, they've got the Exo, so the spirit damage should be plentiful as long as Mercy can cancel the TP. Ava will still attempt another one out, but it's going to be silenced, stop short from Butterfly Effect. Even though the Exo expires, it does not matter. Another kill onto a core, and simultaneously the rest of Cloud are dealing with the objectives.
Are indeed. They've taken the full mid lane. They'll get at least the tier 3 top, and I mean, if Weaver hadn't bought back by this stage, there's no way that he has buyback available for himself. They don't have creeps to be able to play around with those, so even though not the greatest that the Nature's Prophet ends up going down, he did do his job in keeping the lane pushed out, even if it was just that one wave. It's going to save them even more heartache.
Jama might be in some trouble. Andy instantly looking to try and play around with that Morphling replicate, and Jama himself still got a couple of leaps. Dodge the arrow. Slip on past it. He's making him work for it. You got to go back for Roche, lads. Don't worry about this Mirana. See, instantly after that death on the Weaver, XM changes. Actually, I should say, I'm not sure if he had the BKB already queued up, but he's going BKB now after that death. So, this might be a little bit too late, though, with all that Radiant have gotten out of that last team fight. Was very much in the advantage now, getting the third Roche of the game. And he's got the Scepter. Who needs to buy a Scepter if you can just pick it up from Roshan? Of course, he gets the Aegis, and the cheese is given over to CSJ.
I mean, the biggest thing for him is he is the hyper carry of this game, right? It might look like his net worth is a little bit too inflated, but you take away that Ags, he is still a good 10,000 ahead of anyone else in this game. And I mean, it just gives him the benefit of essentially being able to be 7-slotted rather than 6, right? He doesn't need to make the choice of giving up one of these super value items.
Well, let's see if they're going to look to start. Echoes does have a double damage rune now. It's going to do a lot of damage inside the middle of the team fight. We're seeing that be the case that the arrow connects from the bottom side. They weren't ready from Jama's positioning. So the first life taken care of instantly, but can they take the team fight afterwards? Outside, jumps in for the ultimate, instantly mitigate thanks to Star of Solar Guardian. They got to be cautious about the buyback, so that's how they can turn the team fight back around from Dire, but it might not be enough as Radiant firmly inside the base, swarming down the members of Outsiders. Can they reset though, as it looks like the Timber Saw will be fed to the wolves. There's no escape from CSJ.
Trying to get some more. I was wondering if Morphling might end up falling down, and that's the reason behind this push forward. He has the Sprout available on the Nature's Prophet, and a big part of Morphling's ineffectiveness, let's call it, in that team fight was that he kept walking back into the area around the Sprout, even though the Sprout had already been used. Sorry, the Nature's Call had been used, so he was actually rooted, not able to waveform forward. Let's reach up to that level 25 though. Much lower cooldown on the waveform, just the 7.2 seconds.
Taking a look back at that team fight back. Picture perfect way for Dire to be able to start the team fight. We do see the issues though. It feels like every fight when they can get a good Solar Guardian usage, it does really disrupt the team fight for about 5 seconds where Cloud has control, but after that Dire, they were able to reset thanks to some of the buybacks. Of course, it cost them 2 out of the Primal Beast and the Train Protector, but those buybacks were vital for that defense.
I mean, I love how much emphasis they gave towards taking out the Tusker, right? Like, he just provides so much in these team fights in terms of just BKB piercing disables, because right now, outside of him, they've got nothing. So if you remove that, it just frees up your Weaver, your Nature's Prophet to stand there and right-click without too many cares.
Have another gold. It didn't drop too much from that fight. The main thing is the experience that Dire were able to find. You brought up the Morphling 25, but for Dire, they're getting pretty close to their talents. Weaver very close to his 25, in fact. The Primal Beast hit 20, so he's got that trample attack multiplier. Even just saw another item, though, in particular. Ava has a Hex on the Nature's Prophet, so this could catch them off guard here. That Hex potentially onto the Morphling. Of course, you cannot play around with your attribute shift with the Shard.
Yeah, I'm just thinking as well with the Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling, like what avenue is actually going to look to go down. It's actually bought out completely, so no buyback for 3,000 gold, no Aegis to be able to play around with. If somehow they're able to find that pick-off with that Scythe of Vice, it would be enormous for Outsiders to be able to come back into this one.
But it would. Anti-kill if they can find it, but it's going to be Radiant. The ones on the front foot first. Waves aren't in the greatest position for them to actually make a play. Doesn't look with the positioning from Dire that they will be caught off guard.
This mid lane's always going to push in, right? You've got the super creeps, so they feel like someone's going to come and look to try and address this, and they're going to get a pick-off in response to it.
I don't know. Are you going to do it? Are you really going to make this attempt under a tier 4 tower? because Dai can counter-initiate now. The Morphling's in trouble. Hexed up, but the damage, it's not enough. Andy will be able to survive the brunt of the force, but can he get out afterwards? The Overgrowth perched off for the moment. Andy can still look to play with the waveform, but it's full retreat out of Team Cloud. You've got to call it quits. And Dire, they're looking to catch up. XM's on the charge. Will close the distance on the butterfly effect. Considering about actually double backing, committing with the Xism, they need the control to lock the Weaver into place, but it doesn't look like they have enough. XM's A-OK, and he's actually going to be the one to turn around the right clicks. Is now raiding. They're in shambles. They need to cut their losses, but it's the cores that are going down instead of the supports. As outsiders from China, all they lose from Jama, a buyback out of the Mirana. But this is a big opportunity for them to look to get some objectives.
So worth it. Ava, you can see he's already right up there at the tier 3 tower, starting to get the Rat Dota happening. And I mean, it was a ballsy play. I appreciate the fact that they went for it, but just the little things like using the Wrath of Nature, not for the team fight, but to keep it so that they could stand around those tier 4 towers instead. Use that to clear out the super creep. It's little things like that that set outsiders apart.
I don't know, man. This might be 2 full sets? Megas? Potentially?
I'd say
They
2
push
full
fast.
sets. They do. And you don't have that buyback on the Morphling, so he can't afford to commit his life.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
I guess they do have
force any creeps out of the base either.
They use it before the last barracks down bottom, though, so I don't think it's going to stop them. You're going to have to try and use some spells to keep these barracks alive. That's where Mercy comes into play. Andy's going to try and follow up as well. They're targeting down on the Nature's Prophet at the moment, but the Overgrowth just buys Ava some valuable seconds to reposition out to the northern side. Ava's okay, and they're just buying time. Look at that. The buildings are falling. Range barracks, one more right click. Melee's going to drop as well, and all of a sudden, Cloud have to go up against Mega Creeps. You need to get some kills. You need a rebuttal, but all they get is the Mirana. That's not enough.
Not enough indeed. And you have to imagine, I'm pretty sure in these last 2 fights, I haven't seen Andy actually use that ultimate, to use the morph with the Aghanim Scepter buff onto anyone. He doesn't end up using any of the spells, right? So important to reduce the amount of damage that the Weaver is able to output. No Lincoln Sphere, nothing like that on him at the moment. Even if he went into the Primal Beast, gives him a little bit more confidence to stand in the middle of these team fights. Or, yep, kind of feels like that, doesn't it? It's that sort of territory. Right. Desperation.
Alright, Dai got Glyph and they...
He's trying to say, I put this team on my back.
9-0-6, I don't blame him. Mojo pumping through the veins on Andy. See if it's enough to be able to close this game 2 out. This would be a crazy way to force us to a game 3. Rapier's going to get revealed. A great use of the Manta, but this Pulverizer is still there for the moment. Solar Guardian isn't enough to keep him alive. Andy's falling lower and lower, but he'll be able to reset. But the important thing, the rest of the Cloud, they're stuck inside the base. CSJ's going to go down. They lost the Tusk as well, and well, Raiden, what's the call now? There's no way.
I mean, he's got Satanic, but he used it and then waveformed away, so just the amount of damage that you deal with it means a simple right-click does do basically the same effectiveness as it. He's also got the Vladimir's offering to be able to play around with. Could he go for the just 100-0 pickoff? But I don't think a Tusk can defend this base on his own. And you don't have
no one showing the base as well. They've got multiple wards inside there, so they might be a little bit cautious.
Poor Tusk playing base defense right now.
XM's going to see them. Hex, oh no, but Andy, he blinked away at the exact same time. Luckily enough, they won't catch up to Butterfly Effect, but they will catch up to the Dawnbreaker. No escape and no buyback as well. They're going to have to do this 3v5 for the high ground defense against the Megas.
I'm not sure
I don't think they have enough members.
Yeah, they're going
to try. They're just going to have to make the jump. Straight on top of them. Nature's Prophet. Once again, they're able to secure the kill. He's got a buyback to be able to rejoin. You got to be cautious how long this fight goes on out. You got to be cautious about the Morphling as well. Dire straight on top of him. No hesitation with taking Andy and the Rapier out of the equation. And with him going down, the game will be out of their grasp for a comeback. as the boys from Outsiders from China will be able to take their first series victory of 2-1.
Yeah, the first death on the Morphling ends up being the one to close out the game. That team fight, he did use the Morph, the ultimate, the Aghanim Scepter on, I believe, the Weaver, but the damage was done at that stage, and really all he needed to do was survive so that he could get some right clicks off with that Satanic. So even just the little decision at the very end might have ended up costing them. But what a nice little comeback from Outsiders. They were 12k down, and they were able to swing it back.
Yep, good to see. Very, very good to see from, of course, the debut team, ex-Vici members and some ex-other members as well, with how they're able to perform like this. It was definitely a difference in Game 1 to Game 2. You know, Team Cloud made them work for it, but in the end, it's going to be Outsiders from China that take our last series of the night. With that being said, we're going to chuck it to the panel to break this game down.
Thank you very much, Danog and Aries. Yes, indeed, a very, very hype game there from both of these teams. Really pushing it to the line in every which way. We had a rapier, we had a nice long game. All in all, thoroughly enjoyed it, but has to be said, was it a big comeback or was it a bit of a throw, Lizards? I mean, that dive under the tier 4s didn't look ideal, right? Speaking of which, there it is.
Yeah, a little bit of throws happening both ways. Like, I felt like Outsiders had the game very early on, and then they just kind of started clowning around, diving a little bit too much, as it happens usually, right? Like, you feel yourself, especially after Game 1, like, you feel that you're a little bit too strong, even though you aren't. Then you get punished. Morphling was never really losing that net worth advantage, and slowly but steadily you get to a point in which you almost lost. But yeah, like this, is it a throw in the end? I'm not sure. Like, they just have heroes that are kind of difficult to push into. They also have heroes that are that can easily split you all the time, which is what Prophet was trying to do.
Yeah.
All things said, like, very nicely done by Outsiders from CN, even though it wasn't clean.
Yeah, it certainly felt like that Prophet did a great job of putting the pressure on them to go and make these kind of desperation plays. That's kind of what the pick achieved. I mean, overall, it was so close though. But what were the best things which Outsiders did correctly for you, Fluke?
I think kind of just the way they defended their base was a good thing for me. As Lizard said, there was a little bit of trolling, a little bit of extra diving they did in towards the mid game, but I think once they figured out how they had to play these team fights, they're really playing around a lot of their itemization, and I think that's how they were able to come back quite a lot, right? Like, they decided to go for the Skadi on the Weaver. He really built in towards that damage, and then they just went in for this mass hex build up against the Morphling once it got to that stage where they were able to kind of just focus on him, where they realized they had a lot of damage. So I think for me, Outsiders, their itemization and the way they defended their high ground was what was able to bring them back and kind of impress me today.
And how come these fights always ended with, like, the Morphling getting away each and every time, but then, like, the team kind of getting killed on the backlines, well, being left behind in the retreat? I mean, how did that keep happening, Lizard?
It's like, one team has a huge advantage early on. They always tend to go a little bit in the clown mode if they consider themselves as the better team. And then when they slip up a little bit too much and lose a bit too much of an advantage, it's this just scrape. You're just trying to get back into it. You know you're a little bit better, but now you actually have to prove it. So it's looking really rough. It's looking like the opposing team is unable to close, but it isn't really that. It's just, yeah, they're unable to close, but they're unable to close because you actually started try-harding to your fullest. That's my opinion. That's how I felt about this game.
Interesting.
Yeah, and obviously Outsiders from China, from CN, they couldn't be on the aggressive. They couldn't be pushing because they already lost that little bit of an advantage that they had early on just by going YOLO. But I love there were so many little plays in this game, like from the Dawn, from the Primal Beast, like Dawn saving the Morphing on 1 HP with the stun from the ulti and stuff like that. It was, yeah, some clutch plays here and there.
Who made the most plays? Who's your MVP, Fluke?
I want to kind of lean towards Echoes on the Primal. I think he was able to set them up a decent amount. There's also a case for Ava as well. I think XM kind of just did his job on the Weaver, so I'd probably have to give it to Echoes. I think his itemization was really, really good in the way he was able to start a lot of these fights and basically playing the Primal Beast the way you need to, right? Being involved in pretty much almost every kill across the map with 93% kill participation. To me, really, I think he's playing really, really well so far, and has proven in this series that he's going to be one of the mid laners for us to watch here in Div 2.
Yeah, definitely. He's been very impressive in both these games, and I'm definitely excited to watch this team play a bit more. I think confidence is really what they played with here on Outsiders. I think they seem like a very confident team. Like they, as Lizard said, they're almost relaxed in this game number 2, even though they're on the edge, but they never seem too worried. They never seem to be making any desperation plays. And meanwhile, Cloud, they slowly got more and more desperate until they did end up dropping this one, unfortunately. So, any closing thoughts on this series before we recap the day?
I would close it out by looking at the perfect play that Nature's Prophet did around the top tier 1 tower. When he TPs next to the cliff, he doesn't have any ways of clearing the trees. So he just TPs back to the lane. Actually, that whole fight, everyone that didn't watch the series, just go watch that fight. It's Symphony of Fails, Dota Cinema worthy. Weaver goes in with 5% HP, baits his Primal Beast. Primal Beast goes in, uses ulti. Weaver is like, nope, I'm out of here, runs away. At the same time, Prophet is TPing into the trees. Yeah, that was gets stuck. Some symphony of skills right there.
Beautiful stuff. Well, this is what your leaderboard looks like after day number 2. And of course, we have Meteor now taking the number 1 spot since they have gotten their back-to-back wins, but slightly easier wins when you look at things all considered. LBZS, Outsiders, and Vici all hot on their heels. We're yet to see YBB play a series, but I'm very excited to do so. Mystique, unfortunately, losing out on their very close series. Cloud, again, 2 losses against 2 really good teams. We're yet to know how they're going to do against the middle pack, and Poke, unfortunately, unable to get the wins against the teams they played against. But again, I feel like Poke have put up a good fight as well. I don't think anybody's been absolutely chokeslammed out of this just yet, considering Cloud are against some good teams. I don't think I know who's in the bottom 2 yet. What do you think, Fluke?
Yeah, I kind of feel similar. I think Cloud has shown us glimpses of them being able to take games of some of these teams so far, and unfortunately for them, I'm not quite sure if it's going to get any easier going up against YBB in the next couple of days of Div 2 as well.
Jesus Christ.
That series up with LBZS and Mystique, I think should be a pretty good series as well, yeah, but it is kind of unfortunate that Cloud, at the end of Div 2 is when they start getting a lot of these games that should be on paper easier for them to win, but starting off with these 3 teams is a bit rough there for Team Cloud.
Yeah, they must have been having a great time when they came out and they okay, let's check the schedule. What have we got? We got Vici first. Okay, good. Then Outsiders from CN, excellent. And then YBB. All right, cool. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
The easiest for the beginning, and then you go on off of that.
Yeah.
But when you were studying or something, or in general in life, don't you like doing the hard tasks first? Or do you like to easy up into it?
So I do the easiest first, then the hardest, and then anything, all the middle stuff can come on afterwards. That's just,
What about you, Flo? What kind of a person are you? I'm going to judge you for life, by the way.
I build up. I like going from the bottom to the top.
Okay.
So easiest to hardest.
Okay, that for me, it's like if I'm doing the easy stuff and I know that the hard stuff is waiting for me, I don't have the morale or the motivation to do the easy stuff. But if I do the hard stuff immediately, later on, it's just easy later on. It gets easier. So I don't know.
Interesting. Let's hope that's the same mentality that Cloud have coming into this. And of course,
let's hope.
They will be playing against YBB on February the 9th, and LBZS will be playing up against Mystique on February the 9th as well, and that will be our next Playday. So join us then in just 2 days' time at the same time on the same channel. But from today, we're going to be saying goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us for this lovely day of Dotes, and we'll see you next time. Adios.